the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
Welcome in. It's 8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show, and it's the Kickoff Hour. We're live, and we thank you for being with us. Busy show on tap today. We'll have Match Moultry, and we've talked about it. The prize is finer than his question is crazy. And they got another one. We'll be talking Moultry Mobile, and I know for a lot of you, whitetail deer season is about to start, or it has started. And depending on where you live, we'll talk the great outdoors and catch up with old Dan. It's been a couple of weeks, but it's good to have him back in our life. And, you know, fall is here when he starts appearing back in studio. So that's today, plus all your phone calls and this crazy old world we live in. Some personal stories as well, but let's bring everybody in. The Good Time Gang is here. To my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hello. Hello, America.
Hello, America. Helmsy, I right out of the gate, you know, not complaining, just telling you about my life. We come back and report it. We go out, live life, come back, and that's our show prep.
Yep.
And I was telling Greg earlier, I had Big Eye last night.
Oh.
I had Big Eye.
I hate Big Eye.
And I don't know why. And you ready for this?
I spy with my big eye.
Frustrating. Tell me if y'all have ever done this. You had no problem falling asleep, but something woke you up and you couldn't go back to
Yes,
sleep.
it's rare, but it does happen.
What time was it?
Normally, I can go right back.
9:30, I guess. I went to bed.
Oh, but what time did you wake up and couldn't go back?
Oh, probably only about 20 minutes after I went to
my
sleep.
goodness.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. And
Catnap kept you up.
yeah, well, I don't know what it was. I have no idea what it was. So last night, you know, Terry made a great meal, by the way. It was just delicious. And so we ate, we walked, we did all our stuff. About that time, at the time you had the Rangers and Houston on, had it on in the background. By the way, Rangers 2-0.
I
Then
watched a little bit of it.
you know, Phillies are starting. I'm kind of mad at the Phillies for putting the Braves out, so I was protesting
Watched
that.
a little bit of it, too.
But I did go over there. But I was more interested in Dallas and
Couldn't get
the
into
Chargers. Really good game. Dallas ended up winning 2017, and I know because I saw the end of it. But
Wow.
so we're kind of tooling around, and sometimes our routine is, hey, let's go on to bed. Terry says, hey, let's watch Cowboys, which means let's watch Gunsmoke. And so we'll watch Gunsmoke, or we'll watch an Andy Griffith episode and kind of just relax and go to bed. But last night it was Monday Night Football, so I turn it on. She gets over there on her little phone, and she's you know, looking up stuff, and I'm kind of just chilling. And I turned the TV off, and I was like, hey, bedtime. She said, all right, I agree. And so I wake up 20 minutes later, and my eyes are wide open, and I start getting so frustrated that I can't go back to sleep. Have y'all ever just turned the TV back on?
Yeah, I've got up. So
But I get up. I don't turn the TV on. But I do.
Got up and went back in the living room.
I kind of regroup and act as if I hadn't been to bed yet.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, so I get up, use the restroom.
I didn't eat a Pop-Tart.
Yeah.
Eat something for sure.
Right. And I start tooling around. Next
Milk
thing I
helps.
know, the TV's back on. And I see the Phillies wrap it up. Hey, they keep on hitting home runs, in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
They're up 1-0 over Arizona. And then I turn it over, and I see Dak go down, and they get a field goal to go up 2017, and then the Chargers get the ball back, a little over 2 minutes left, and then they end up throwing an interception, and Dallas seals it at SoFi yesterday for Monday Night Football. I saw all of that, and so finally it gets to be probably right around 11, I guess, and I'm so mad at myself. And I'm just trying to calm down. I'm even like deep breath, slow your heart rate. It's okay. Don't think about it.
Did you ever count the sheep?
Yeah, I have. And then I stopped looking at the clock. I wouldn't allow myself to look at the clock.
I've had to do that with myself.
Because, you know, you can fool yourself into thinking, well, no, I got more sleep than I think I did.
I know.
I accidentally looked over one time. It was 12:30.
You're still big-eyed.
Yeah, so I got about 2 or 3.
Did you have a steroid shot?
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Crazy.
I got to go back and like examine everything. I don't know what it is, but I could not go back to sleep.
I've
But
done that. It's rare,
the
but I've
frustrating
done it.
part is I went to sleep just fine.
Yeah,
and I
now
woke
that's what's
up.
weird. You like, I'm sleepy, and then
What's
at least
going
you got
on?
to see the end of the ball game.
I think I was just excited to be back with y'all.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, I couldn't go back to sleep.
Yeah,
I'm sure that was it.
I wanted to go
sure
ahead
that's
and
it.
get here.
You
know?
Yeah, you was like Christmas morning. Your anticipation of it.
At one point, I was like, if I don't go back to sleep, do I just get up and go to, what do I do?
I know. I've done that and go, well, I got a couple of hours. And
Yeah.
I got to get up anyway.
I haven't thought at one time, this is how frustrated I was. Do I go for a jog or something? But then
good night.
But then I'm that guy that's jogging at midnight, you know. And I
Neighbors
get-
call the police about it.
and I thought about that.
Some
Or I'll be on the headline.
weirdos out running.
Oh, or I thought I'd, man mugged and killed jogging at midnight. I didn't
Yeah.
want that. So, but I'm here. I just can't explain it, and there'll be an investigation as to what happened. But sometimes it just happens, I guess.
Yeah, I spy with my big eye.
But
I
you
like
try
to call
so
it.
hard for it not to happen.
I know.
And we've all been there. Everybody that's listening or watching, you've been there at some point, and that was me last night.
Well, you'll sleep tonight.
But then I started comparing myself to like people that have real problems. I'm like, so I can't. So I just
didn't know it.
no.
Sitting on the couch and dozed off and
No.
didn't realize it.
No, I don't know. I don't know what
How
happened.
about I had a good nap yesterday?
Did you? Really?
And I didn't have any problem going to sleep last night.
Oh
either.
boy, is it under the? Did you take your clothes off and get under the covers?
I didn't
again?
take my clothes off, but I did have a little cover.
Good night.
It was like 2. I mean,
You were out.
I don't realize. I mean, I realize how tired I get over these weekend trips and these matches and whatnot. Well, I was out. I woke up probably about hour 45 minutes into it. Didn't know where I was at.
Oh, it was one of those.
Yeah. And I went down to Braden's room because it's completely
I've
dark,
done
no
that.
windows.
Ooh.
It's like I was really concerned.
You wake up and you're trying to piece it all together.
No,
especially
hey,
with no window
hey,
room.
in one moment, thought I was still in Statesboro.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
You thought you had your charger with you.
Because
really
because
weird.
the hotel it was completely black, and it's not like that in our bedroom, and so I had 3 days like that, and then I'm in Braden's room and I wake up and I'm like, golly, I guess I'll get a shower, go downstairs, get me some coffee, and I was like, you're not in Statesboro, you idiot.
Yeah.
It's 2:00 on a Monday. What are you doing?
Yeah, when you get in a
I was
deep
out
sleep,
of it,
yeah.
completely out of it, which told me I needed the nap.
Yeah, you probably did. How about getting those, those curtains with blacked out curtains, and you forget. It's like going to a matinee movie and you walk out and you realize it's still daylight.
Oh, I know.
Life's moving on.
Yeah,
you're like,
in your mind it was dark.
yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at BuyRaycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through CarShield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at CarShield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at SimplySafeBubba.com. That's SimplySafeBubba.com, or you can visit RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Dan Moultry is in the house. We'll talk the great outdoors next hour. We'll match Moultry, too. And we got some really cool prizes that are up for grabs during the Match Moultry segment, and that's what we call his trivia question, because really you're not trying to answer it correctly. You're trying to answer what he has. Yes. So you're trying to match Moultry. Up for grabs is a Moultry Mobile Edge Pro cellular camera and 1 month of free data. So you're looking for a Moultry mobile camera, the Edge Pro, plus a free month of data. That's going to be the prize if you get Match Moultry correctly. Correct, and so that's up for grabs. Rick here, Bubba here. Moultry, as I said, is here. Adler will join us shortly. Yesterday we brought up Brock Bowers, tight end for Georgia, and the fact that they were lucky he just had an ankle sprain. But then a little bit after lunch yesterday, it was announced that, it's an ankle sprain, but it's going to have surgery, so he's done for the year.
Gone.
Next time we'll see him is in an NFL uniform.
That's
Is he ready for that?
He's got 3 years out of high school, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's eligible. And he might as well go. There's no reason.
Well, it looks like to me that's probably what they're doing. Hey, look, with your future, let's get this done. Let's not limp along, and try to get through a season. Let's just go ahead and get it done. So he's scheduled to have surgery or he did have surgery. It said maybe yesterday afternoon, and he's looking for a full recovery. That's anticipated, but the exact timeline of his return is unclear. But most are saying he's done for the year, so that's going to hurt him a little bit.
It is. That's a big deal.
That is a big deal. Quick update for those of you that just heard high ankle sprain or ankle sprain, and we'll move on. But
and I mean, obviously, I still a Georgia fan. They're still really good.
Yeah.
Without him, but that is a big.
Oh, he's a weapon.
That's a difference maker for sure.
A lot of times you need a big play. He makes.
Yeah.
Well, the Auburn game. And,
it kind of neutralizes this thing now. Honestly.
Yeah. I mean, they still got a lot of talent, but
they do.
But you can't tell me somebody that's talented, that is that talented, and that they use that much is not going to be missed.
I look at that as the season has possibly changed now.
Yeah,
because of that.
Yeah, and look, there's optimism there. They're saying this is the same surgery that Tua had when he was with Alabama in 2018.
When they drilled through you,
and he was out for a month. And then Cedric Tillman had the same surgery at Tennessee last year, and he missed 4 games. So
they're saying he may be able to come back.
There's a chance, but
what about that future you got?
Most are saying,
you got some money laying out there.
Yeah. Most are saying that he he will not be back, but we'll see.
Well, wow.
Yeah, that's kind of that was a development that you go, oh, okay.
That makes the SEC championship look a little different.
Yeah. I know this is kind of foreign to you guys, but when's the last time that y'all watched a movie on a DVD?
It's been a minute. In fact, we had got some new furniture that we were moving the old one in there by the TV, and I opened the cabinet up, and I got a few of them in there.
Right.
And I thought, I ain't watched none of these.
Yeah.
I don't have a way to play them.
Really? Well,
No,
see, we have a closet that's kind of stored, has some equipment in there. It's got like an old VHS player that was still working at the time. It's got a DVD player, a cassette player. And, I've just kept them because I don't want to give them away.
I got 2 of the VHS DVD combos.
Yeah.
And then I got just the DVD player.
Well, Best Buy has announced that they are going to cease selling DVD and Blu-ray media after the holidays.
I didn't know they were still selling.
Well, it just says, look, people have changed how they consume entertainment, and it's just this is kind of going away. And it made me start to think, when is the last time I watched a DVD? And I want to say it was down at hunting camp, the farm. We were watching old hunting videos on a DVD and sitting around, grilling a steak, watching hunting videos. I mean, now you got, because for a lot of hunting camps or wherever you go to hunt and stay for the weekend and all this kind of stuff, having a service, internet service or a cable or whatever provider, it's just not worth it because you're not there enough. Yeah. So a lot of times you got a TV and like a DVD player, a VHS player, and that's how you watch TV.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And so down at the Lenore Farms, that's the case. And so we'll throw in a hunting DVD or something.
You want me to dig through some of my DVDs, see if there's any movies y'all want to watch?
But it's been a year or two.
I think I saw 310 to You, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's been a year or two, but that's the last time. It said starting in 2024, Best Buy says, sales of the hard copies of movies and TV shows by the consumer electronics seller will go away.
Well,
it says it's just the people aren't buying them and they're just watching things differently. They don't need it.
Here's when you know you're old. When you've seen all these different types of media and different things that people use, like from vinyl to cassette to DVD, now to streaming, we're seeing it all right in front of us.
Yeah.
Because I remember the DVDs and CDs, I thought, well, they can get no better than that. That kind of quality.
Yeah. You kidding?
I still like CDs. It makes me mad that the cars don't have it in it anymore.
Yeah.
I was all about as a good CD.
I think the last time I watched a DVD, you're going to laugh at this, was in one of our cars watching the movie Cars with Maddie.
Okay.
I think that was it. Either that or Toy Story, one of the two.
I'm trying to think the last time I watched one.
That is the last time a DVD has been in my hands.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, even with our best of CDs,
I can't listen to them now.
Look, well, they go straight to streaming because we know that's how y'all consume, most of your entertainment, like Best Buy knows. But we still have the hard copy CDs because a lot of people just get them because they collect them or they just They want them for a coaster or something like that. And then some still have that opportunity. If you're in an older vehicle, you have the CD player. But if you're in a newer vehicle, they just don't have them.
It's long gone.
Yeah.
You ain't going to have a cassette player or an 8-track or a DVD.
Speaking of movies, I watched one yesterday.
You did?
On DVD?
Amazon.
On a DVD?
I streamed it. Amazon Prime Original.
Didn't he give away a broken Blu-ray player one time? Yeah. He gave those. He
donated
it.
Along
it was
with
broke.
a golf bag with a hole in it.
Yeah.
That didn't have you added the whole part.
Well,
we do know the player was broke.
It was. Well, I couldn't get it to work.
Well, it's
it
that
would
charity
power
he
on.
supports golfing for homeless people.
It would power on. I just couldn't get it to work.
That's kind of a pet project he's got.
I think y'all both will like this movie. It's just now been added to Prime. It's called The Burial. And
What?
It's
The Burial?
Jamie Foxx and Tommy Lee Jones.
Okay, I like anything Tommy Lee Jones.
How old
And
is
Jamie
this?
Foxx. It just come out.
It just came out?
Yep.
Is
And
this when Jamie Lee Foxx had that weird attack in the middle of filming? You remember when he was?
I don't know.
His health was
He
up
had a
there?
stroke. He didn't have a stroke. He was sick. He wasn't sick.
Cross-eyed.
Something
Inspired by true events.
Okay.
Jamie Foxx is an attorney, and Tommy Lee Jones is a family man / I own a bunch of funeral homes.
Oh wow!
And somebody's trying to buy me out, and I got a little trouble going on with the government as far as my business.
Yeah.
And Jamie Foxx is he's representing him.
And this is on DVD.
No, you won't find a DVD on this one.
What service?
Amazon Prime.
Amazon
Okay,
Prime.
I can watch that. I got that.
Buddy, we know you.
Two
rich.
good actors, and it's really good.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary complimentary towing and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. We have been talking about the fact that Moultry would join us next hour for Match Moultry and talk about the great outdoors. We'll be focusing on the Moultry Mobile and the Edge Pro, and that's actually going to be the giveaway for Match Moultry, that and a month's worth of data. So that's a big deal for a lot of you, I know. So that's coming next hour. Everybody's in place. Adler will join us shortly, and the main show will start at top of the hour. So Helmsy played the trailer for
Yeah, we should have been
Burial.
in here.
Yeah, I saw towards the end. It does sound like it does look like something we'd enjoy. I mean, I know Greg
kind of gave me some charity on it.
No, I think I would like that.
Okay, buddy.
I really do. I'll be watching that.
All right, then.
They did. I like Tommy Lee Jones. I
Yeah.
like Jamie Foxx.
Yeah. Normally, I do like stuff they're in. How does Jamie look? Does he look like
looks
he's been,
good.
Does he
I don't
look
know.
like
He
he's
doesn't
been
look like he
sick?
feels good. No, I'm just kidding.
This must have been before his stuff, right?
But
Or-
wasn't he in the middle of filming something
I don't
when he
know.
had this episode?
Yes.
I was
Yes.
wondering if that was it.
I
It's
got
weird.
little,
It was called The Burial.
You know how we'll have little flickers.
Yeah, it was because it didn't sound good there for
I
a
know.
while. The
No,
rumors
it
we
did
were
not.
hearing.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, you're right.
I wish you knew.
This where'd it go here? I've got a story.
Is
that I
this the
wanted-
ticket speed?
No,
Oh,
no.
thought
But I
you were gonna go
could.
there.
Well,
I was gonna. I was gonna give you some information about that too.
Okay, yeah.
Tailored
Well,
on.
there's a story out. A Georgia man says he was surprised to find that he received a fine for speeding. It was the amount, though, $1.4 million.
Well, yeah, that would hurt.
Connor Cato is the guy, and he says he was going 90 and a 55, and it earned him a ticket.
That is fast.
It is.
So it's 280 right here. By the way, is 55.
Is it?
So if, just think about going 90 out there.
Wow, yeah.
That's getting it.
Moving on.
He talked about the fact that it's, the typical fine and all this kind of stuff. But the amount is what flipped him and said, hey, what's going on?
That'll do it.
Well, the city now claims that the amount was put in as a placeholder until he came to court for the violation. I don't understand that, but I guess maybe that's something they do. I don't know, but 1.4 million, that would ruin a day.
Yeah, that's a little much. Certainly don't need to be going 90 and 55.
You don't.
But, there are other countries that do it based off the percentage. Remember that percentage of what you make.
Wow.
Remember we had a story, and I don't remember where it was, but yeah. I wanted to go here because you talk about being in court, and I won't give too many details. I don't want to shame anybody, but we had a player get a ticket, and international student, and they don't know anything about the court system in the United States, and so I went with her. First time I've been inside a courtroom in a long time.
Do you feel like you're going to the principal's office?
I did. And you're not the one that's even there to be,
know,
it's just uncomfortable, the whole thing.
You're still scared. Just
you
slightly.
You are nervous.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the biggest thing that we both got out of that is, man, there's some good ones in here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, goodness. And you sit there and you go,
there's some dandies.
Why do I find myself in here with you all?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I think that was the biggest.
How about there's a lot of DUIs, isn't there?
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Bunch.
Could not believe it. I mean,
which is scary. That'll scare you to death. That many of them.
But
there'll be a lot of them.
I think we both
pick up trash, work off their fine.
Yeah, I think we both left there thinking, there's no reason I should be in here.
Right.
Like, yes, made a mistake, but it's not going to happen again because I'm not a good one like most of these people in here. And there were people like us too that are not good ones that just made a mistake.
Sure. Right. Yeah.
But man, there were people in there that'd been there. That's their third time.
Oh,
and,
yeah. The old
6
repeat offender.
months.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
It does make you look around and go, okay, so this is my running crew here.
I know.
I need to get my act together.
Yeah. And that was the lesson. That was so I want you to look around because this is where we're at right now.
Do y'all
we're
remember
hanging out with these people? This is what when we do those things that get us a ticket. This is where we end up.
Yeah, it's not comfortable.
Do y'all remember the first time you ever had to go to court?
Judge was real nice.
And walk up to the
judge?
I just paid the fine.
I did.
I've never been to court.
Okay.
My dad made me.
I did in Starkville, and I was scared to death. I was nervous.
I was too.
What
were you trying to contest the fine?
I was like, yes, Your Honor. No, it was some weird thing where they're trying to suspend my license because of an unpaid ticket or something, and I had to appear.
Forgot all about it.
Yes, and partying. And
sure.
And it was a bad scene, but the very, very nice judge. But hey, I was nervous.
You throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
Please forgive me. I won't ever do it again.
I got a speeding ticket, and Dad made me go to driving school. And you have to go, and say, that's what you want to do. And it was different then than it is now. Like they call you out. Do you want to go to driving school? By the way, a lot of people they ask you, they'll call your name, and you either say guilty or not guilty, and then they kind of go from there on what everything's going on. The amount of people that said not guilty, I was
everybody was not guilty.
I mean, couldn't believe what I said.
Is anybody in here guilty?
I was like, y'all all guilty. Like, what are you talking about? So
not guilty.
If it's an open container or a speeding ticket, you're guilty.
Yeah.
Like they don't pull people over for going unless you're going at a ridiculous speed. And if you got an open container, it's an open container. So why are you screaming not guilty? That's stupid. Just pay it and move on.
I've had secondhand, though, because I have had to go with
and they got an attitude
before.
about it, too.
Yeah.
Not guilty.
Oh, yeah. Not guilty, sir.
I'm not guilty.
Your Honor.
I've sat there and witnessed the judge just ripping somebody, and I'm like, I don't know where to look. He's letting that person have it.
Yeah.
I'll give the judge credit.
You're in here again.
I told
tired of seeing you.
I told the girl, I said, listen, we need to be listening close because he's probably going to butcher your name. Of course, she didn't know what butcher your name meant.
Right.
I had to explain
She's
that.
like, oh, no, I'm getting butchered.
But
wait a minute, that's a little
but I'll
much
say
for a
this.
ticket.
Hey, the judge owned the name. Like he was like,
okay.
I was like, wow. It's almost like you've been in here before. It was crazy. But I was having to, like, this is what's going on. You're going to have to, now when he says this, just say guilty. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is say guilty when he calls your name.
And look, just messing with her, I said, you'll have to serve 30 days. Just throw that in there and see how she reacts.
You're going to miss a match because you got to come in.
Yeah, you got to go to jail for 30 days.
But it worked out. They were,
Yeah.
Lesson learned. We moved on.
That's right.
So.
That's right. This story here, I didn't think it sounds like a Babylon Bee headline, and I just want to read this headline to y'all, and y'all tell me if y'all feel the same way. Hamas supporting Harvard students beg for donations to support their mental health after suffering relentless bullying over their support of terror attacks on Israel. So they're actually looking for donations on how they feel to help with their mental state.
You do realize
after the nation's reaction.
You know, like the group. What was the group the other day that had the GoFundMe for themselves? Because there were some of their friends.
Oh
died.
yeah.
The guy that got stabbed.
Right. Yeah.
His friends.
They needed time off work.
Yeah.
To kind of relax and enjoy themselves after that.
Yeah.
But did that not sound like a
who's
Babylon
asking for it? The Harvard students.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
all right, first of all, you're at Harvard. Okay.
Right.
I don't think you need anybody donating you money.
That's right.
Right.
Second, how about this? Just don't go out and protest, and maybe nobody will bother you.
Yeah. But
because I'll be honest, protesting and you're supporting them, it's a little touchy, right?
It is very touchy.
Very, very touchy.
It's going to make some people mad.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're probably going to lash
making
out.
me mad, actually.
Yeah.
But
so why don't you just go to class, and if you feel that way, keep it to yourself.
Yeah. But this is the classic thing where, and I know them, whatever, they're not showing criminal activity, but this is the new mindset. The criminal is now the victim.
Oh, yeah.
The aggressor is now the victim. God forbid the victim get attention and get, justice. Now the people that are the aggressor, I'm protesting, but now I'm also the victim.
Now, we got all this footage of children being killed and people getting killed. And
well,
all
now,
this.
Greg, that's all made up. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that. And then you come out in support of these people. I'm sorry, you might get a negative reaction.
Right.
Just saying.
Well, now I need donations to help with my mental health, though.
No.
I'm sorry. I thought at first I thought it was a
crazy.
Babylon Bee. I really did. That they need.
So you gonna donate or not?
They need donations to help with their mental.
They need a good kick in the rear.
Their
is
mental
what they
health
need.
after
No, you're
protesting,
wrong.
and people didn't like what they were protesting, so now they're upset about it and they need help.
People were negative towards them. Imagine that.
Good gracious. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it too. Right now, switching to MediShare can save you even more than usual, on top of what you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, especially given how inflation is affecting us. And MediShare is the affordable, reliable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves about $500 a month. You might save even more. And MediShare is a Christian community that's been sharing each other's healthcare costs for 30 years now, and they're making it easier than ever. Apply by October 31st, and you can save an additional $150 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just tell them the promo code SHARE to get your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch, like more than 400,000 people already have, and start saving. Here it is. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Hey everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos, and just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. It is about 9 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour with the Good Time Gang. We got Rick Bubba here. Moultry's here because he joins us next hour. It's Match Moultry. Adler will join us shortly, and we're off and running for the main show coming up right after top of the hour. But first, this portion of the show, and Helmsy, I know you had yours today. I had already mine, Field of Greens.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just part of the routine, even though I didn't sleep but, a couple hours, 2 or 3. But I got up and just did my routine, mixed my Field of Greens, moved on with the day. Fieldofgreens.com, that's where you go. Use promo code Bubba. We've been talking about Field of Greens for months now and how it's helped the staff members that are taking it. But if you use promo code Bubba with at fieldofgreens.com, you're going to get 15% off today. And don't forget, you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, boys. I'm not sure where y'all want to go. We got about 10 different ways we could go. There's some weird headlines out today, as always.
I mean, I've got a couple of questions.
Sure. I just want to tell you this one, and then y'all get y'all's reaction.
Yeah.
Ancient zombie viruses frozen in permafrost for 50,000 years are thawing. Get ready for this. Due to climate change.
Wait a minute, where's permafrost, first of all? And how do we know how long they've been there for 50,000? Who came up with that number?
Frozen Neanderthal corpses could harbor deadly diseases, they say. I'm just reading it, so hang on. It's in the Siberia's permafrost. They're thawing ancient microbes frozen for thousands of years.
Ancient microbes?
Yes, and they claim that these viruses could be, I guess, labeled ancient zombie viruses.
Okay.
Could be disastrous to humans today. But here's the headline is due to climate change.
Due to climate change.
Due to climate change.
Hey, we're really in trouble.
I know you would love that.
Here
one.
comes the caveman.
Oh, yeah.
Zombie virus.
Hey, due to climate
that
change.
Somebody has come up with the 50,000 for a number.
Mm-hmm. That headline is kind of scary, but the one is that China and the U.S. are racing to be the first to create military robots.
Now,
Hey, guys, and this will be how
I ain't into that.
Hey, this is how they'll get us.
I ain't into that.
Hey, picture them marching the street.
Oh, God.
Huh? Coming around your cul-de-sac. Here they come.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Shoot them. They just look at you and go.
Right. And you see that red dot? I mean,
Come on.
It's over. All right, I'm done. That's just scary.
Which one you scared of the worst? The virus or the robots?
Robots.
Yeah, ain't even close.
Huh? Think about it.
It's not even close.
Picture you where you live, and all of a sudden your wife or somebody goes, "Hey, what's that coming down the street?" And all of a sudden,
that noise they make. Yeah.
Hey, and they all peel off, going to each house.
Oh yeah. They're the brick.
That's how they get you.
That's how they get you.
And they'll claim, no, they're just here to help us.
They're to help. They don't
Yeah,
get tired.
okay.
No, they don't.
All right then.
Sure don't.
You know we have 5 senses.
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Mhm.
Sense
Some
of
have a
sound,
6.
sense of smell,
Well,
sight,
you do. You
taste,
say it's a curse, though.
and touch.
It is.
You can only take 2 of the 5. Which ones you taking?
I give them to him again. Sight.
I'm tasting, right? Are we tasting?
That's
Do we
one
care?
of them. Touch, taste, sight, sound, and smell.
I'm taking sight.
So hearing, taste, sight, smell, and touch.
And you can only do 2.
2 of the 5.
Woo! Yeah, I'm definitely doing sight.
I'm doing sight and sound.
That's me. I'm going with that.
Yeah.
You are?
I don't care if I ever taste anything again.
My food's bland.
Yeah.
But
The touch thing. What?
Smell, man. Stinky people don't bother you.
Ooh.
If you don't have smell.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You're right.
You never look at everybody and go, "What? Who did that?"
But I could go probably
That's out the door.
without hearing. I could do the hearing thing
wow.
probably. I could. I'm just picturing it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm picturing it.
Yeah, I'm
picturing. I
picturing
could
it
do
too, your
it.
example.
I've always wanted to do sign language. I've always wanted to be able to do it. What? What's wrong with y'all?
I saw where you were going. You caught yourself.
Well, no, I was thinking about me being able to sign.
Yeah, but you heard that little.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
No,
No,
y'all,
wasn't that.
Speak back to the sign language. First of all, you would be very good at it.
You would.
Yeah.
You would.
I've always
Second of
wanted
all-
to be able to. Hey, Speedy, you can learn that, buddy. It's not like
I know.
I know.
and
I keep
get
saying
it
the same thing
every
about
time.
Spanish.
Right. Well, yeah, you were bold, buddy.
Yeah.
Within 5 years.
Well, how great
Man.
would that be paying off for me right now,
Yeah.
considering I
Oh,
got
yeah.
3 on the team that
Yeah.
speak Spanish?
My name is
Me llamo.
I just
Mi amo Helmsy.
Yeah.
Te amo. You know, I edit to myself.
All right, it's sound and sight for me.
Me too.
All right, changing gears here.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you
I was just doing.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I've
bail
always
you out,
wanted to do
Phil,
that.
stop.
It's amazing.
Two questions really.
Mm-hmm.
Do you currently have a library card? And
No.
when is the last time you've been in a library?
Oh,
High
God.
school.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oxford High School.
You've never been in a public library since
Never.
you're an adult?
Never. I don't
And
even know
listen-
where they are.
Listen, the high school was you were forced to go there.
Yeah, it was me.
That wasn't on your decision.
No,
that wasn't
I
your
was
decision.
actually told to go there.
So, Speedy,
I
you
think
don't
I
have
was
a,
being
do you have a
punished.
library card?
I do not. But
Did
last
they
time,
even have library cards?
Yes,
last
yes,
time
they
I-
do.
I've been
Amanda
to-
and the kids have them.
last time I've been to libraries when the boys needed help or they were going to the library. You know,
I
for
ain't been
something.
in one. I've
The,
been in a bookstore. Is that close enough? Books a million.
The only
Like bookstores, by the way, like the way they smell.
I don't. I do too. I don't have a library card. Amanda does, but
I wished you did.
I was
know.
actually in a library at Jacksonville State less than 2 weeks ago. First time I'd been in a library for probably back to the last time I was
So
in
you
college.
can still go to the library, check a book out, and you got to bring it back and all
Yes,
that?
100%. Yes, Greg. You sure can.
All right. Maybe I need to try it.
All right.
I've seen that one in
I want to be on record. I wasn't in there actually reading. Our academic advisors are in there.
You were required.
So I was in there.
So that doesn't count.
Yeah. That doesn't.
No, but he walked around.
You meant participating.
But I like the atmosphere. I really did.
I go by the Jacksonville Library. I drive by it a lot.
How about drive by a library?
It's right there by the square.
How about the way they light it up at night?
Oh, the big
cool.
one. Yeah.
The question wasn't, when's the last time you drove by a library? That wasn't the question.
That wasn't the question.
No, it wasn't.
Well, I haven't been in. All kidding aside, I think it was in high school.
All right. When was the last time, if you've ever done this at all,
they had a card catalog?
Did you bob for apples?
I've never bobbed for apples.
All right, so
I don't know that I ever have.
I haven't either.
I'm sure you have. Isn't the key to mash it to the bottom of the pan?
Hold on, stop. What did that mean?
I don't know. Isn't the key to
I
it?
think it was field day when I was in.
But don't you have to go down and like pin it to the bottom of the pan?
You got to go down. I mean, you got your hands here.
Yeah,
you're right there.
Because it's rolling the whole time.
Yeah.
But I'm the
what
technique.
You mean, Bob? I'm at your house.
Well, you love carnivals and fairs, but I'm just saying. I think you have to pin it to the bottom of the tub, right, and bite into it.
Yeah,
you have to
so.
nearly.
You got to really get
it
down.
Depends
there.
on what kind of size mouth you got.
I guess so. Yeah.
All right, so here's
and what size apple.
All right, so let me ask you
True,
this:
if it's a big one, you go to the bottom.
If you had to bob for something today, okay, what would you be willing to bob for?
I know what you would do.
You said the look.
Well, you said you love. No, I ain't saying it. I've had it.
I mean, is it money? Like,
twice.
would you? If there's a thing of money in here,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd definitely do that.
how much?
I'd bob
20.
Are we rolling it up? Are we rolling? Is the money rolled up?
It's rolled up on an apple.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm bobbing for 100.
20.
20.
But you still back to 20, buddy. Sometimes you'll just you'll sell yourself
cheap.
for
Well, that ain't
nothing.
that hard.
You're cheap.
It'd be different if that was.
You're cheap, Greg.
Who can't?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is Chicago, stronger every day. All right, so we were discussing this, and Greg, I'm upset with you, mad at you. Have you ever had those things happen? You're fine.
What do you do now?
You haven't noticed it, and then somebody brings your attention to something that you did not know.
Yeah.
I hate to say it. I did it.
Now, is this something you didn't want to know?
Yeah, well, I didn't want to know, and now it's in my mind. I just, for example, like for the other evening, Sherry and I we've lived in the same house for like 18 years, and it's the same ceiling fan is in our bedroom that's always been there, and they get old as time goes on.
Make a little noise.
And now it's making noise.
Yeah.
And I said, golly, that fan, that's starting to bother me. And Sherry goes, well, hey, thanks. She goes, I did not even hear it, and now I hear it.
You got to grease it.
Yeah, that's
you got to get up there and grease it.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. So I had not seen a whole lot of the college baseball World Series, and it seemed to be not as bad last night.
No, it's not.
Since we're down to 2, but I watched some of the other games, and you had brought to my attention that these two announcers, they never talk about the game you're watching. All they do,
They tell stories about pro ball.
They tell stories about that and stories of all the different teams that they'll be telling me a story of a team that's not even playing.
Right.
Like some, and I'm like, there's people batting, pitches are being thrown, things are happening on the field, and they're not even. They're not doing the here we go two balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. They're just sitting there going, that time back, you remember old so-and-so, and then, of course, his son came, and, his daddy played back, and so-and-so, and even his granddaddy, and all of a sudden pitches are throwing.
Well,
people
hit. They're not doing it during dead time.
No.
They're doing it during the game.
Try being blind and follow the game. That's my dad's biggest pet peeve.
Oh, my gosh.
He says he's sitting there watching the game or trying to watch, and he goes off the audio. He goes off
he's got no
the
idea what's
breakdown,
going on.
and he gets so frustrated because he didn't know what's going on.
You know what I do like is when they tell you the hitters and they know all of them and have so many stats on them, they say, look, he struggles with the inside pitch. And you see the pitcher working in and out and all that.
They're talking about people that don't even have anything to do with the game.
Of course, the color guy told Bubba mojoed Vanderbilt last night, but the terrible moment too, it was awful. This is when Vanderbilt, you thought, well, they're gonna turn this thing around. The guy rips the home run, makes it 43, and they're in business, okay. And then they bring in their lefty, and they're only down by 1 now, but you see they're making some momentum, and he's just smoking. And then all of a sudden, Mojo City, the good 0-2 or 1-2, whatever. And he goes, it's almost just not even fair, facing a lefty like you. I mean, the batter can't even see the ball. I mean, it's just an impossible. And all of a sudden, he tries to throw a breaking pitch and hangs it, and that guy hit it so far. I mean, he
swatted it like a bug.
The minute he said that basically this lefty could not hit this left-handed pitcher.
You mean he was actually talking about the game and the players that were playing?
For a brief moment.
That was the story that came from it.
Yeah.
That was the same guy.
But that guy, I'm not talking about guys back when there were multiple teams still in the series. He'd be talking about a team that wasn't even playing.
I know. Yeah,
but those fans, I tell you what, those are so-and-so fans, and they come here and they and we saw them over there. And I mean, I'm fine with that if nothing's going on in the game.
Yeah.
But when you're sitting there telling stories while they're throwing pitches.
They're running down the baseline.
I know, Greg. I saw somebody running one out at first. It was close. We never even got the call.
I think you probably see that maybe more with some of the pro games because some of these teams have had these guys have been on it. But with the colleges, it turns over a lot. There's always a lot of side stories.
Were the regional when Jack State was playing Ole Miss. Those two guys were the worst at it. I mean, they would be talking. It's like they were having a conversation. There having to be a ball game on in the background.
Well,
every now and then they go, "Oh yeah."
You brought that to my attention, and then I'm hypersensitive to it. But anyway, so Michigan though, boy, they're hot.
Yeah,
they're hot at the right time.
They sure are.
It's so funny to see a team so hot, and when they throw up the scoreboard to you on the CG on the screen, they even call that anymore.
Yeah,
that's what we used to call it.
Us, yeah.
And you see Vanderbilt with a number 2 beside them, and Michigan has no number by them.
Yeah,
wasn't even ranked.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they're hot right now.
Boy,
and they got a great team.
Too, it's just kind of strange to see a team from that far north really be good because most of the time that sport, the majority of the teams that dominate are more warm weather oriented.
Oh, trust me, my color guy told me all about that.
Sure he did.
On how big it was to have the Big 12 to have somebody in there, whatever they're big, whatever they're 10, whatever.
Indiana, I think, was the last one to.
Oh, sure. I got that whole story last night.
And then
I
that
like
led to
those
somebody
stories.
who used to play
I
it.
must be in the minority here because I like this.
No,
I like when they talk.
I like
about
the
them.
stories.
No, don't misunderstand me. Stories are fine, but if the game's going and people are hitting the ball and close plays at first, and people are going in and try to catch a foul ball. And I see that happening on the screen, and you're talking about something else. Yeah. At least give me what's going on in the game. Hey, baseball's slow. You got plenty of time to tell stories.
It's almost like they're pro announcers, and that fits the pro.
Here's an idea, like Greg said a minute ago. When the guy gets to first and then has to take all his stuff off and then fold it.
Yeah, you got time to tell all kinds of stories.
Yeah.
And after every pitch, Rick, and don't forget, after every pitch.
He's got plenty of time in dead time.
Every pitch,
all
I
kinds of dead time.
got to back out of the box and tighten my batting gloves up again. Every pitch, every single pitch, because I guess they weren't tight.
Yeah, Greg, get my Velcro back. There's plenty of time to talk.
Just habit.
Yeah, I mean, it's plenty of time to talk, but when something's actually happening, let's go and just stay with that.
Oh, my dad.
The first base coach does, but he's got so many.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. Another hour on another day. More Rick and Bubba, starting with the national anthem. Here we go.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Much to do going forward on the program today. Your phone calls will be part of it. We break down the stories of the day. We will match Moultry again this week as Dan Moultry returns. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsley. They've given you the kickoff hour on all the different Rick and Bubba platforms, available to you live and or archived. Eddie Van Adler has one of those options. It's called the YouTube option. He now joins us. You can watch us live on YouTube. You can also go back and catch the daily archive. A best of hour is available to all Blaze TV subscribers. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess, friends and neighbors?
Southern comfort running through my veins. Son of a gun and guitar slinger.
How about it, Bubba?
Hey, man, what's up?
Well, we're about to jump into a little Moultry today. We're going to get high-tech, too. That ought to fire you up.
Oh, yeah. I've
high-tech.
already been talking.
Did you meet the
to
high-tech guy?
Yeah, I did.
You know how to say his last name?
No, I just called him high-tech guy.
Yeah, I did, too. He's got kind of a tough last name. I'm not sure how to say it. Hahnemann. Hahnemann?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
Robert
Hahnemann. Of course, I call him Bob. So we got that today. Also, you'll have a chance to match Moultry. His question will have no merit, but if you can come up with the answer that he's looking for, that's how you win.
Yeah.
You just match Moultry.
And we do mean match Moultry.
That's right. So that'll be part
logic
of that.
or truth really has no part of it. You just have to match what Dan thinks it is.
No.
Yep.
So we got that coming up. We'll update you on the stories from around the world. We'll update you things that are going on here within the show. It is exciting times because, it is part of something we enjoy, and that is that we're full blown into playoff baseball. We're full blown into football, and now, Bubba, hunting season approaches.
Oh boy,
here it comes. I mean, we're talking about food plots are planted. We couldn't be more excited. Some of y'all already out there bow hunting. I mean, we got a little bit of snap in the air. I walked out. I wore a flannel shirt 2 days in a row. I mean, I'm just jacked.
It got unseasonably cool, unseasonably quick, and I think we're going to get a few days. It's going to warm back up and get more about where it ought to be. But we
where it ought to be. I like this.
Well, we went from sweat dropping off of you 100 degrees to 40 over a pretty quick window there.
I just love the crisp. When the humidity leaves, that's when I get excited. And the humidity has been gone for us for about 3 weeks.
Yeah, a couple of weeks
at least. And it has felt so good. Even when it was 80, it was not humid.
Right.
And so I don't mind. I just hate that humidity. Like the running joke when you hear everything Scripture has to say about hell being hot. I bet you it's humid too. It's got to be, because that sure does feel miserable. So we'll look to unpack the hunting part on what we can do. Some other things
that'll help you out, and hopefully you'll be able to win something pretty cool. Looks like once again he's kind of. I'm looking at what we got here on the mobile Edge Pro cellular camera, which we love, so we're giving one of those away. And it looks like we can give away a month of free data today too. So that's. Do you say data or data?
Data.
Yeah.
Data?
I go
Data?
back and forth.
Data? I think I say data.
It's
one of those you
I
bounce
go
back and forth. It's usually whatever I hear last.
Do you say let me?
Data.
Do you
Data.
say
I
let,
use data.
Do you
Data.
say let me give you the best route, or do you say let me give you the best route?
Route.
Yeah, I say route.
Yeah. But if I'm looking for a good route to go on.
Who's that?
Who's
me?
Somebody.
I'm looking. Is it me? No, it's not me. So anyway, yeah, I say route, and but I will fluctuate on data and data. I will not commit to either one of them. It's for some reason just based on
and for
I've
a
even
while,
said it different. I think in a commercial, like one line I'll say data, the other I'll say data.
and do you remember when we used to say advertisement, and that was pretty standard, and then somebody hipped it up and started saying advertisement. Mm-hmm. And then I thought for a while we were going to fall into that category of that. We're going to have to start using both of those.
Right.
But it went back to advertisement. It never really got legs.
Well, that word though, advertisement and advertising, is just it goes together. Advertisement. I mean, I can't even advertisement. I can't even make that work. I remember the first time an old fella in a really cool brim said that to me that was been selling advertising for years, and I just didn't know what to say to him. I was like, wait, what word did you just use? Remember those old sales folks? Dressed to the nines.
Yeah. Had that
sure.
Had the thing in the pocket, the handkerchief just same color.
If it was a little misty, they'd have one of them long jackets on, an over jacket, and then had that brim just like they liked it.
Remind me, they looked exactly like the guy, and you know who I'm talking about, the Black Avenger.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And when they walked in, I mean, you might as well get the contract out.
They wasn't leaving without an order.
Did they have relationships?
I mean, 40 years worth.
And at the end of the day, did they have a scotch before just going over the numbers?
They had the bottle in their lower desk drawer right side.
How much mahogany was in their office?
A bunch.
That's when men were men.
Oh boy.
15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Let's get Moultry and the gang in here, and we'll get started, and we'll move to an opportunity for you to match Moultry when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
Thanks for watching the Rick and Bubba Show live on YouTube. Here's a flashback to June 25th, 2019.
That's by the end of the inning, people coming over there.
My dad will search for the radio broadcast.
Yeah, that's what he is.
Yeah. And a lot of times that works, but there's a lot of times it's not available, and so he struggles trying to follow it.
Oh, if you're trying to watch listen to TV.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough.
Because you hear, like, if I'm sitting with him, I'll tell him sometimes, all right, this is what happened.
Right. At one time, I turned it off and just watched the game like I was there. It was actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I want to take on something that I will call just a look at beach etiquette. Now, Bubba, this is going to be in an area for you because I know I've seen you get trapped on I think it's a website or something that's totally devoted to this. And I've seen it lock you in. It's almost like Family Portraits. It's in that same genre.
Or any mullet website.
Yeah, but I'm going to be very specific.
I blame Blair and Karen. She got me on that.
Right, to beach etiquette. Now, I know this is easily going to veer into this thing with you and this because I think there is a website dedicated to this place and things like this. So, I'm only mentioning the place because it's where it took place, but it would apply to a grocery store or anything when you're at the beach, okay?
Right.
Now, I understand that when we're in beach life, just like we talked about, it's a whole different life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I understand
different pace.
It's all very casual.
Yep.
The most
to the point you almost can't get anything done.
Right. And the fact that, even at the nicest restaurants, it's perfectly fine to be in flip-flops, some khaki shorts, and even a T-shirt or what we call those little beach button-down kind of things. I've got some of them. You don't have to ever really dress up at the beach ever, okay? Right. However, there's still some basic etiquette I think we have to adhere to, and one of those would be I'm in Walmart in my bathing suit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now look, I'm 54. I'm a person of weight. I know there's nobody sitting around hoping I'll walk by shirtless in my bathing suit. Okay. Right. I know that there's no one that says, man, I hope that happens. I'll tell you who I want to see today.
Yeah.
And I understand, and I will understand. I'll tell some of our lady friends, to the particular one that's happened. I appreciate your effort to wear a one piece. I do, but it's still a bathing suit. Okay. And we're at Walmart. And most women I know have something called a coverall, right?
Yes.
That they put on over their bathing suit for situations like this.
Sure.
Am I correct?
Yep.
Normally, okay. Because even if you're in a one piece, the area that is covering the lower, is like tights. I mean, it's
it's kind of cut like the two piece.
Correct.
It's just connected in the middle.
Your midriff's covered up, but that bottom part is still pretty much a bottom part.
Yeah.
Like female bathing suits are. And if you're like me, and you're like some of us, and you're a person of weight, you're trying. We really don't. It's going to be uncomfortable if anyone does it in Walmart. But we need to put some clothes on when we go to the grocery store or to get our supplies for the beach house or whatever. I realize you're headed to the beach and you've got your bathing suit on, but a cover up would be a great call here, because
that's normally what they're for.
There was a moment where this woman, and I don't know why it is. I don't know why when people wear inappropriate things to Walmart, there's always an opportunity to bend over. I don't know why, but
I always need something off the bottom shelf.
But it seems to always happen. I mean, and so this one, and it was one of those.
There's them Rotel tomatoes. Let me reach down there and get that.
It's very uncomfortable, and of course, I know what I was talking about is Bubba found there's a website totally devoted to people.
I've seen that.
To people wearing inappropriate things to Walmart.
Oh yeah, well, Rick, there's
some
dozens,
of it's got to be a
dozens
setup.
of them. There's dozens of them.
Right. But this was not, hey, I wandered in here in the middle of the night, didn't think anybody being here. This is like, because I don't know if y'all know this. If you're ever down at one of these beach areas, anytime you hit the store, it's packed. Because people are always having to get supplies. Everybody's coming in. Do not. I've never made the mistake one time of like 4th of July week, not getting anything until you came in on the Saturday when everybody's checking in, and then you think you're just going to roll over to the grocery store.
You got to go before sun up.
Let me ask you this. The hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. We're ready to go. That's the sound On the Hunt by Leonard Skinner. For those of you that aren't watching on YouTube, which means that Dan Moultry is joining us as he does every hunting season. Moultry, welcome back, buddy. How are you today?
Hey, it is great to be here. What a good morning.
What are you doing over here?
I'm fired up today. Fired up. I'm fired up today. All this little cool snap, but things good.
I love it.
Isn't it good?
Get out in the woods. If we can get some of that underbrush to die and get it fresh out there, kill off some of the ticks, be ready to go.
Some of them rattlesnakes going back underground.
I don't know today, Rick. You and I. And it's not often we have to take a back seat, but we're way in the back seat today.
Yeah,
Rick. I got that feeling coming.
Yeah, I really am excited to meet more of your staff. But when Speedy puts the show prep out, and as soon as I saw the term software, I was just like, I was like, I just pretty much turned the camera on.
Well, something's got to make that hardware work.
No, very important. I'm glad that the people that are high tech exist because they've made my life easier. Yeah, they really have.
Hey,
now me trying to follow along and chime is going to be difficult.
But Rick, in the first segment, he showed me more about the app of what's new than I have ever known or heard of.
Well, here's where I speak to now. For those of you that are in the Bubba world, There is food aplenty. Gather around and eat.
Yeah, it is Thanksgiving.
For those of you that lean more Rick versus Bubba, these are the people that make our lives easier. Yeah. Okay, really. I mean, that's 100% true. So let's say, and we're going to try to say his name right. You know, we've all been practicing it up and down the hall, but when it comes time to say it, that doesn't mean we will. Robert Hanneman.
Hanneman.
Robert Hanneman, like hominy.
Hanneman.
Robert Hanneman. Got it.
Hanneman.
Software product manager for Moultry Mobile. All kidding aside, what is happening in the world of high-tech hunting? It just gets better. Thank you, Robert, for what you do.
Thank you all for having me.
I have no idea how you do it, but I'm glad you do it.
Whoever thought ones and zeros would turn into all this?
Yeah. I'll tell you, I don't think there's anybody out there that can take that button and push it from off to on and push connect any better than I can.
That's our goal. We want it to be that simple. We want it to be that simple.
Can I ask you this? Will it connect even if you don't push
I think
connect?
it will now.
I think it does.
I think it will now.
You turn it. No, you flip the switch.
Yeah, I caught myself doing that. I was still doing on the model before this, where you hold it and then it starts blinking. Well, now I realize I'm just doing that out of habit. Now it's not even necessary.
Yeah, you're good.
Yep.
Can I tell you the thing too? And I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was the cell carriers or you guys or whatever, but when y'all came up with it just gets on whatever service is better in that area, that was a game changer.
Yeah.
That was a game, because it's just,
thank you for that.
It just works it out.
Again, taking the thinking out, we want it to work as well as it can, and that's one of those things.
Well, I remember that being one of the questions, and a lot of times when if you're leasing land,
you don't know what kind of cell service
know who's the best cell service out there. It's
and
really
it changes.
It may vary day to day depending on which way the wind's blowing. Literally.
So let's talk about. I mean, it's only getting better, and let's talk about the because I'm still learning this. I know today we want to focus on the Moultry mobile app, and a lot of times you set the camera up, and that's just the beginning. Because of the app, there's so much you can do to customize. So talk about some of the use of the advanced technology that just keeps coming with the app.
Would love to. So yeah, we want you to turn the camera on. We want you to set it up. We want it to start taking pictures, and then once those pictures come in, we want to start looking at them for you using AI, and we want to find the bucks. We want to find the does. We want to do all that work for you, so you don't have to scroll through all your pictures. And then once we have those what we call smart tags, then we're going to help you use a bunch of tools in the app to plan your next hunt. Take all the data that you're gathering and help you figure out where to go, when to go, what to do.
Based on temperature, based on moon phase, based on
all sorts of things.
And this
Dan,
is
I had to turn your mic off because here's what I want you to know. Thank you for making me feel like Greg is still on the show using that mic with all the rustling of the paper. I mean, you were rustling paper like Greg does when he's getting his commercials ready.
Greg told me to do that.
Right, you're right. So I'm sorry I had to turn.
It may be that mic.
Yeah, I will say this. I want to give Robert for credit for the way he stayed focused.
He worked through it.
I mean, because
I thought the fall breeze was blowing the leaves.
All you were missing was a 3-binder to start clicking it over there. So
I don't.
Remember big old binders that had to click.
Your brother and I share a lot in common. I think.
So anyway, do you have something you'd like to say, Dan?
I do. This is important. Because people say, "Oh, you may be taking the hunt out of the hunt."
Right.
It doesn't.
What are we talking about?
No, but listen, this isn't for a specific deer. This is deer in general.
Correct.
So it's deer nature. I think that's a huge point, Robert.
Mm-hmm.
We're not targeting a deer. That's for the guy, for the hunter. That's for you to do, Bill.
Yeah.
We're just giving what deer may do.
Well, what is wrong with? I mean, you're basically playing Moneyball with deer.
Yeah.
Right. Which when you have data, you data.
Mm-hmm.
And
there we go.
Yeah, I don't know how to say it now. So you get to use that in a smart way to make have more information. Right. I don't have a problem with that.
No, that's right.
Well, and also what I love about it, and it's really what you're saying, but I'll even go a step further. There are some people. And God bless you. I'm so happy the Lord has been that good to you, and you have your health, and you've made enough money that you don't have to work, and you can go spend all this time down there scouting and looking and doing whatever. I don't think that's the majority of the people, though. Most people are saying, I need to, as Bubba just said, I need to be efficient with the herd and with my time, and I'd like to get as much information about what we got here on this land and what we don't have, and I don't want to sit here and scroll through a bunch of pictures of raccoons, and I've seen as many does as I need to see. I'd love to get an idea. Now, you may want to know how many does you got, so fine, do that. But I'd like to get an idea, what kind of quality do we have here with bucks? How are they progressing? How do they look? Not a specific deer.
How they move.
All the bucks that we have, and I want to make the most of the little time I have to get ready and to know what we're working with. I think for me, it just helps me be more efficient with my time.
We want you out in the woods, but we want that time. Your time is valuable.
Right.
We want that to be as powerful as it can be.
Well, you want knowledge about what's going on your property.
Yeah. No different. He showed me out there just then. We've got the property line info on there. You hit it. I know Bill Bubba owns that tract of property right there. All that brand new.
I didn't know you had that on there.
It's on there.
It just came out a couple weeks ago. We want to help with navigating your land, making sure you're staying where you want to be,
Right.
or where you should be.
Well, it even helps poachers, because at least when they get arrested, they know who's arrested.
That's right.
You know, they go, you know what? Today we violated Rick Burgess's land. I can see it right here.
If they walk by that purple paint, now they'll know where they're at.
That's right.
All these fences and all this paint, that wasn't enough. Now you can see it on Moultry Mobile. You can find out whose land you're stepping over.
We ought to have a picture of Gary on your property lines, because that's who they're going to face on your property.
Let me tell you. Hey, let me tell you something. If we need to take these poachers, and we need to, I'm talking about to the fullest extent of the law, Rick. If you don't, I mean, they don't learn nothing. All right, we'll come back, bottom of the hour. And I had that one I was choking, and the sheriff said, Gary, and the game warden said, Gary, and then I turned him loose. We'll come back. We'll talk more about Moultry Mobile when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ever been to the grocery store and there are no buggies? None.
Wow, there's a lot of people in there if that's the case.
Every single one of them's in play. Now, picture that. I mean, you walk in and you think like somebody's trying to get in, and you realize they're in line to check out, like right at the door as you come in.
Yeah.
And so I try to avoid that. But so I understand the situation. But I thought, especially when it came to females, the coverall was pretty much part of the whole bathing suit experience. So when you have to go get something, right?
Well, most.
Yeah.
Well, look, let me tell you, it became a spectacle.
I bet.
Yeah. How many phones you think I saw going up?
Oh, yeah.
They couldn't wait. They couldn't wait to upload one of those websites
to the website.
Especially when she got out to the car and started loading her groceries into the back of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Huh?
I mean, you look and you just
They
see
got paparazzi behind her.
That's what it looked like.
And then people act like they're trying to read a text, but they're really taking a picture.
Yeah, Speedy.
Greg, and how many times did I literally? The funny thing is, so here's how it always works. When you see if it's a female, if you watch the guys and they all are making jokes or they're kind of cutting up or laughing, but the women get a scowl on their face.
Yeah,
they get that. You know, I mean, what is wrong?
You're
with
giving
her?
us all a bad name.
Yeah, what is wrong with her? And then I actually literally heard a woman who I could tell lived at the beach, because see, she's out in her normal clothing.
Right.
You know, and you can tell she's one of these women. You know, she's a little bit older, but she's gonna get her act together every day. She's gonna have her hair fixed.
Yeah.
She's gonna put on a little color, and she's gonna go out and present herself. She literally made a noise when she bent over to put the stuff in the back of the of the car. Well, it looked at Sharon. She said, "Can you believe that?" Oh yeah, right. If she took a picture of it. So let's just look. We all like beach life. It's casual, but there are still some basic etiquette.
So you ain't gonna roll in there shirtless with your swim trunks on?
I don't think anybody wants to see that. I mean,
you got a straw hat on.
Well, it'd be more like you going there with Speedo on.
Oh yes,
yeah.
But really, what if I walked in with a Speedo shirtless? I mean, if I was going to have my bathing suit on, I guess our version of the women's coverall is we put a T-shirt on.
Yeah.
You know, and we come in, and you know, and that's still kind of pushing it a little bit. But
that's funny.
But to come in your one piece just blazing.
Hey,
and walk around, start doing your shopping.
What color was it?
It was a navy blue.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
With a couple of white stripes across the front. Wow. Great. And of course, she got to put her act together. I'm going out in public.
Yeah.
But you could tell she lived at the beach. The one that came in and got all mad.
She seen it all.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. So Speedy was telling me, because I mentioned some of this beach etiquette. And especially since we have our own little friend Buc-ee Beaver, you said that you've experienced what you're describing out there on the road with all your baseball travels. A little something called Buc-ee's. Is it a C-store?
It's just Buc-ee.
It's just called Buc-ee?
Well, you remember when Helmsley brought Marco Polo to the show, through a friend, Tracy, and we were like, hey, we know this has been out there, but it's new to us.
Correct.
All right, with the same
this falls in that category.
I know where Buc-ee's has been out there, but it's new to me because I've never been to one.
It's new to me, dang it.
But Buc-ee's, and I'm going to try here, Buc-ee's is like going to a Walmart Superstore or a Sam's, or not Sam's, but I mean something big like that.
Yeah.
And with about 100 gas pumps. And pandemonium like you've never seen. It looked like 2 weeks before Christmas, and it was just a Sunday afternoon.
Rick, it is a giant C-store.
Not spelled the way I thought it would.
Yeah. All right. So
that logo is excellent.
So I'm down
a couple in Texas. And, there's something.
I'm down.
Speedy, as a matter of fact, you said 100. I know Rick had raised his eyebrow at you a little bit on that.
Sure.
The
100 pumps is
the one in Baldwin County,
that's where
on
I
the
went.
Beach Express off I-10, is 120 gas pumps.
Guys, so it is. Look, guys,
that's a lot of gas pumps.
I'm looking at the specs.
I'm about to give you some numbers here, and you can go. Pfft. All right. So these gas tankers, these 18-wheelers that fill up, the gas pumps and all this kind of stuff. They said they go through 12 of them a day.
I'll say that again.
And
I don't know what you mean by that.
All right, so the 18-wheelers, the tankers that are
put
pulling
the gas,
the refuel.
They pump that much.
When we were there were 4 of them lined up.
So let me ask you this: did you go in there and start asking people stuff?
No, my sister. All right, so my sister and brother-in-law.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Everybody say. So Cook's Pest Control in Centricon, we mentioned, it has gotten cooler, no doubt about that. But where we live and where you live, it may already be really cold. And then some of you out there, it's really hot where you live. But whatever the case may be, because the audience is vast, the country is vast, the world is large. So Cook's Pest Control in Centricon, whatever the situation, because if you're still in the heat, then you got all kinds of bug problems. But if things have cooled off, guess who likes to come indoors? Nobody likes to go to the hunting camp and then have to deal with Mickey Mouse.
No.
Let me tell you something now. If you want me to have a problem, you have that going on. And Big Papa don't do rats. So anyway, and what I do at Camp House, straight up, I have Cook's Pest Control come down before hunting season. I say, I want you to use as much as you can. Get me right to the edge that would kill us and take me there where we're safe, but everything in there's dead.
When you walk in there and that whiff of a little dead mouse, Rick, I bet that's
it's
it.
The worst.
It's over.
And I'm looking for that Cook sticky pad. I know he's on it. But anyway, so go to cookspest.com. Put them to work for you. They'll evaluate your home or property, and if you're a contractor and you've got a new home construction, you need to get all the paperwork done on it, they'll do that too. Go to cookspest.com, or you can find their link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Put them to work for you. You'll love them just like we do, and you can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes cooking. Cook's Pest Control. All right, so we're talking Moultry Mobile. We're talking the Moultry app and how it all works together seamlessly. We've got some new features we want to mention, and we're talking to Robert Hahnemann.
Perfect.
Boy, I got it right that time.
Well done.
And Robert, this is his world, working with the Moultry products, and he puts it all together on the software for us. So, Speedy, you were mentioning some of the versatility of the different plans, because I know a lot of people say, hey, y'all talking about this, it's great, but it costs money to get these plans. It does. But the good news is this is not like having a cell phone. This is not like having a cell phone plan.
Contract.
So talk about how you can kind of come and go with it.
So we've got a couple different plans, fits everybody, or you should be able to find something that fits you. It's monthly or annual. You can cancel at any time. There's no contract. There's no reactivation fee. It's not tied to your cell phone. Our cameras are going to connect to the strongest cell tower nearby, so you don't have to be worried about. I'm on AT&T or Verizon, whatever. And when season's over and you need to pull those cameras off the trees, put it on cancel, and bring it back next season.
And to tell you how that works, we talked to Mr. Budget himself. Here he comes, Mr. I don't know where my wallet is. Calvin
Guys,
Speedy
he
Wilbur.
can
squeeze a nickel out of a dime.
This segment is dedicated to people on a budget. I know it'd be surprising, but I went with the best value package. But it is the premium. It is the premium. It's not the low one. It's not the high one. It's right in the middle, which you still get all the images and all the pictures you'll ever want, and it's about $16.99. It's very affordable.
Robert gets a text from Patty of the people that get the
I don't
free
wanna hear
packages.
this.
So don't come in telling us you're paying for your package.
I do. But I will say this: when I set it up, and I was standing in what we call the Big Holla at the Lenore Farm, and it is the most pretty hardwood area you'll ever imagine. I'm in the middle of nowhere. And I pull up the app and put batteries in that camera, and it activates, and all of a sudden I start getting images. I went, well, now technology is something else.
Yeah, well,
but it's really something else.
But for one who teeters on the right on the line between frugal and cheap,
right? I call it more frugal,
right? But every now and then you'll slide over, kind of like getting in somebody's property accidentally. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, tell those
he's
out
walking
there,
the fire break.
Right? Tell them out there, all kidding aside, tell them exactly what you do, because a lot of people will do this. Yeah. You just use it in the season.
I do. And for those that maybe don't have the budget to feed year round, and I know you need to, but maybe take a couple of months off, and then they do the same thing with their cameras. I just went into the Moultry app and I just put the activation on pause for that camera, took it off the tree, and then put it back up here during hunting season and activated it, and it was literally about 2 or 3 clicks, and I'm back and working again. And it even saved my images, saved everything like I was just picking up the last time I had the app activated.
We want you to be able to compare this season to last season, before.
Right.
We want you to have all that data.
Yeah, and it's still there. I still have an active account. I just paused the camera activation, but I turned it back on with one click, and now I'm back and running.
But you see how valuable it is just to know what's going on your property.
Yeah,
you got to know what's out there, because you may be out there hiking sometime. You decide to take a leak, and a bear walk up on you. You know,
you don't want that,
and you don't want that to happen, right, Robert? I mean, I heard that may have happened to you one time, right?
Bubba, who you been talking to? Uh-oh.
Robert, what happened?
Hahnemann.
I had an encounter.
You had an encounter with a bear?
With some bear cubs and the mother.
Oh, no.
I'm still here to talk about it.
You are.
Cubs and mother.
So you got off the trail to maybe have a personal moment there and the bear walked up?
Oh, my word.
It does explain the scar.
I have a face for radio. I don't want to go any further.
That's good.
So how was that? What happened exactly? Because that had to be terrifying.
It was. We were staying at a shelter on the Appalachian Trail, Smoky Mountain National Park, and was getting ready to go to sleep for the night and taking care of some business, and looked up, and there were 2 bear cubs.
That's not good.
That's not good. That's the worst.
Me to you.
That's the worst.
And
bear cub.
things
the worst.
Things got tense and started moving real slow and real fast at the same time. And we all walked out. We all walked out.
I'm sorry, Mama.
So were the bears coming up to play, but you didn't know where Mama was?
I did not know where Mama was. We figured out she was not far.
You could find out quick.
Yeah. So
those videos where like a cub will come up with a dog to somebody's house, and the little kids out there trying to pet it. Look at that dog, Mommy, and they all panic and run inside. You know,
they should panic. Well, and that great when we saw those guys in the boat. As soon as it was grizzly,
I know.
And as soon as they came around and they have the eye in there, but the two guides, they saw the two cubs playing by the water, and they said, "Oh no!" I mean, you don't even see her, and she comes out of those berries and hits that water. Good gracious! And if one of them hadn't shot, she was coming in the boat. She was coming in the boat. So let's talk about some of the new features. Game plan. Let's talk about that a little bit.
So we are putting together a local a forecast for deer movement based on local data, recent data, and then the latest weather forecast. So we're combining all this stuff. It's a
so
really.
where do I get that at?
It's in that. It's behind that Moultry M. And it's the one all the way on the right. It's called Game Plan.
Yeah, I like that. Look at me.
So
I got a plan.
We're forecasting deer movement out to 10 days, and we're making it real simple for you. Based on that location, this is a relatively great time. This is a relatively poor time, and that's based on local data and local weather. That's up to the minute.
Oh my goodness! I didn't know I even had this.
So it's brand new. That's why we got that beta label on it. We're paying a lot of attention to everybody's feedback, and we're making improvements constantly.
I'm loading it.
I am too. I'm going to see what my forecast.
I am too.
That's pretty good.
So we got Game Plan, and then also we made a bunch of improvements to maps for this season. So like we talked about earlier, property lines and parcel information is now available, and then topography we've added, and then some new satellite imagery as well. So lots of cool stuff to help you get out in the woods, make informed decisions.
It's a lot of data here.
What it seems like,
just set a pin.
Y'all have done such a good job, and instead of having to have a weather app, this app, or that app, you can do it all on the Moultry app.
We want you to make an informed decision based on your cameras out in the woods, and we want it to be as easy as possible for you.
You know, it's funny you said that, Dan, because it's almost like you've always had to have 2 or 3 apps to get the information you need, but now it's just on one app. So you don't have to worry about coming in and out of apps.
These cameras know right where they are.
Do you think Span's going to get feel like his toes are stepped on if we're not going to his weather?
Well, you know how Span is. I mean, Span just gives an overall forecast, but he don't want to talk about deer hunting. Span ain't never been deer hunting.
Right.
You know, if you want to know what the weather is at the pickleball tournament, he's got that.
Yeah. But you know what? Back when I had it activated during deer season. But what I loved is the features of it, you can tell it. I only want notification on the certain animals because I mean having like a feeder in the hardwoods or something, you're gonna have raccoons and squirrels. So I used to set it on doe and buck, and I would get notification buck, is he or whatever, and you just click on it, and there's the buck.
I always put people in mind though, because if somebody walks up, I want to know their
boy, Dan.
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
that's slightly paranoid. But that's a good.
Heavy.
You
paranoid.
want to know the color of every truck that drives through there.
Right? Moultry, you even got any hunting land anymore?
Yeah, a little.
I'm just checking on.
Hey, Bubba bought some down the street, so that means it's open season.
Oh yeah. Can't hide it.
Listen, mine's a joke compared to Dan's.
Well, Bubba's in that mode now. When you have a place that's relatively new, he's got to spend the first 2 seasons running off everybody thinks they can hunt there. Dan, you still love that story, don't you? First time I got that brand new piece of land, the guy said, "I got on pretty good authority. That farm over there belongs to Rick and Bubba." And he was all camoed up, ready to hunt. I said, "Yeah, I am Rick." Right. But now I'm getting my driver's license out. Oh, well, if you need any help over here, let me know.
And one of the other things I've noticed, if your land is clear cut, you don't have any trees, but you have a ladder stand, that don't mean you can put it in mine. If you're shooting across a fire break, you're trespassing. I'm gonna get that stand, by the way. You better get it out of there.
Just leave a note on it.
I'm gonna get it.
Oh yeah, move it to where you want it. Yeah. All right, we'll be back. We come back. Anything else we need to hit on Moultry Mobile, and then we'll give you a chance to maybe win a Mobile Edge Pro Cellular camera and some data yourself. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Relocated down to Pensacola, Florida, and my brother-in-law works the Gulf Coast in sales, and so he goes from Pensacola to Houston, and so he encounters all the Buc-ees and stuff, and they knew that we were going from Pensacola to South Alabama to play baseball that day, and they said, whatever you do, stop at exit 49 and experience Buc-ee's. And I went, what are you talking about? They said, experience Buc-ee's. I'm just telling you, check it off the list. So we're like, okay, so we left a little bit early. And we start to get off the exit, and y'all are going to think I'm kidding, but it was like we were going to a sporting event or to Talladega or something. They said the traffic is backed up like you're going in to see a rock concert. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So we had 30 minutes, and we went, hey, we got plenty of time. We're gonna dip in there. I hear they got great food. Good
old Polish dog.
They got everything you can imagine. But I was going off the description of what they were telling me. They said you got to experience it. So we get to the exit, and sure enough, it's backed up, and traffic's working
Bubba,
pretty
look at
good.
Buc-ee.
But they're coming from every direction, east and west, getting off of I-10 to get into this Buc-ee's. So we get off in it, and JC looks at me and says, "Have we messed up?" Because have you ever gotten in traffic? If you've gotten in something and you realize there's no way out, and I think we might have messed up.
Oh yeah.
And again, you remember my trip of bad decisions here, and I'm like, has this been another bad decision?
Well, yeah,
we had plenty of time, and now we're going to be late. And so we stop, and guys, you understand how long it took to get in there, and we finally stopped, and we didn't need gas. I'd already gotten gas, but the pumps, people were just coming in and out. People were coming out with so much stuff in their hands, like they had been to Walmart or the mall. And it's all from there, so we don't know what we're about to experience. So we walk in there.
I mean, how many pecan logs do you need?
We walk in there, and every little section has a different theme. It's like Cracker Barrel meets Walmart meets. You got like a little craft area. You got something free for the girls. You've got T-shirts. You've got a Toys R Us over here. You've got all kinds of different stuff, and then it's split up, and there's groceries on one side, and in the middle though. They're cutting brisket. They got everything going on. They're making fresh sandwiches for you. And you go to this screen, and you just punch in your order, and it spits out what number you are, and they just are screaming numbers. We stood there. The two of us stood there, and we were mesmerized. We were just standing there, just turning in circles, and just kind of looking around. All of a sudden, I hear, "Speedy!" And I turn around, and it's one of our audience members that's been in the golden ticket seats.
Right.
And they said, "Are you experiencing Buc-ee's?" And I went, "Yes." I don't know what to do. Of course, they had sandwiches because they had already ordered. But now there's so many people in there.
This is a nightmare for him because it's hard for him to pick things out.
Oh, yeah. It's awful. It's awful.
He needs two choices, and that's it.
Oh, yeah. So now... But now, because it's taken so long to get in there and there's so many people, now we don't have time to order food and wait on it. And y'all,
so you just walked in, around and left.
Well, we didn't know what we were getting into.
You just looked at Buc-ee's and then left?
Yes.
I picture Speedy and JC driving off with foam Buc-ee hats.
Yeah. They got Buc-ee. Hey, they got Buc-ee jerky. Okay, the beef jerky they got hanging all over the wall. They've got like a souvenir area
Buc-ee
where you can have a
jerky.
Buc-ee T-shirts and stuff. And I said, JC, you got to have a Buc-ee's T-shirt.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And but then we go to
Bubba,
get it,
and
the line's so long.
Do what?
You got to have a Buc-ee
We ain't got
shirt.
time.
So you pulled and didn't get anything.
We got nothing.
You didn't get gas. You didn't get
We
nothing.
got nothing. And so we're coming out, and JC's coach, and I didn't even know he was there. He just screams, "Had to stop and experience Buc-ee's, huh?" And I turn around and look, and he's getting gas. It was the craziest experience.
Is it
that red T-shirt with a yellow logo right in the middle of it? Sure is funny.
And y'all telling me we got one coming here?
Yes.
And, well, yeah. There's
on
one,
my way home.
Yes.
Oh,
there's one supposedly going in Leeds, Alabama, which is
irregular.
Now they say it's going to take
they just broke ground on it.
Yeah, but
I'll be retired for it.
Exit 49 on I-10 between
Bill's
Pensacola and Mobile. I experienced Buc-ee's for the first time, and I got to tell you, it was quite an experience. It had y'all. I can't describe the pandemonium that was going on. In that place.
Will No Hassle Rick be drawn to it or resist it almost like a plague? Is there too much going on?
Oh yeah, for you, yeah,
I can't
for sure. It depends though. If you just on vacation and like you said, you didn't even know what time or day it was, then yeah, that's the kind of day you want for that.
Yeah.
But you just came in, y'all.
All right, here we go. Unbelievably, it's time for Match Moultry. Up for grabs today, a Moultry Mobile Edge Pro cellular camera. And boy, have we told you the latest, and these things are phenomenal. 1 month free data goes with that. See, I said data that time. Said data the time before.
Data.
Data.
I think they're interchangeable. I don't think anybody will say anything either way you say it, or if you go back and forth.
So now Dan has, there's that moment that I dread every time Dan's here, and that's when he hands me and he distanced himself from his own question.
This is a special day. We're talking about an area that we're not really familiar with, so we went back to a little just good country and western stuff, Rick. But this is a dandy question.
I thought you were going to bring that other question up. Me and you were amazed.
No, but this is. But I'm going to. But this is a different one.
Okay. Our question today: what caliber is a 410? No, we're not doing that.
I still don't remember the answer. That was so controversial.
Right. Name all the different feeders. No. All right. Here we go.
Pure trivia.
What college has the most astronauts? All right. So here we go. Real question today. Hollywood, I did not expect that to start it, is full of interesting trivia like unexpected friendships between some of its notable leading stars. But perhaps one of the most surprising was the relationship forged between Lucille Ball and John Wayne.
Did you know that?
The Duke. I did not know this, and I'm not sure where you're going. Lucy and John Wayne were actually very good friends throughout their respective careers. Did not know that. The Queen of Comedy and the King of the Wild West coming together in the duo we never knew we needed to see. Mm-hmm. It's speculated that the two actors first met through Maureen O'Hara.
That's correct.
That was Ethel.
Yeah.
No, Maureen O'Hara was in John Wayne movies with him.
Right. That's all right, Bubba.
That was just a guess.
Throw it right in there. The actress had previously been Lucy's roommate and had become good friends with John Wayne after they appeared in multiple John Ford Westerns together. John Ford Westerns are awesome. John Wayne even appeared in 2 episodes of I Love Lucy.
Huh. No way.
The Duke. Yeah. But here's the question. Did Lucy's husband, Desi Arnaz, ever guest star in any Westerns?
Big Ricky.
Good night.
That's easy.
Dan?
Everybody knows this. This is easy.
Are we just doing a yes or no answer?
No, but I'm going to let Bill be the judge.
Do you want to know what?
I know Bill.
Do you want the name of it?
Yeah, the name of the
because Western. It sounds like they just have to say yes or no.
But the name of the Western.
Did you say? You asked the question and name the Western, or yes or no?
You have to name the Western that Desi Arnaz Sr. was in, not Junior. That's a good hint.
Okay, all right. Okay. So we know he was in them.
Yeah.
We just don't know what the name of it was.
This is Match Moultry.
It is Match Moultry.
He just changed the question.
So basically, when he leaves here with John Wayne was Desi Arnaz.
Every Tuesday that he leaves
How many
here,
and what were their names?
When Dan goes out the door, I'm exhausted.
There's empty cans all in the front yard.
Hey, this has to be a challenge, and it's just pure trivia. Y'all know that every time.
Josh in Mississippi. Bubba has the answer. Bubba, I'm depending on you.
I'm looking.
So, what is the answer that Moultry wants you to match? Josh, Mississippi.
Come on, Josh.
Gosh, Josh. Jeff in Alabama. Jeff, what do you say?
Gosh.
I'm gonna say Angel and a Bad Man.
Angel and a Bad Man?
That's not what I got here. Man, I'm really curious how you got this
that's actually what some people
here
call
on this.
Sherry married to me.
Was you watching TV and saw this and took a picture
I knew
of it?
that'd be a good question.
I
did.
Josh in Alabama, Desi Arnaz guest starred in what Western?
Dan,
what
have you done?
This is easy. All you got to
Garrett,
do is Google it, isn't it?
Garrett in Mississippi.
It wasn't Valley of the Sun, was it?
No.
Okay.
There's some other stars you know in this too.
Smiling.
Sean in Alabama. Sean, what do you say? No. Blake in Alabama. Blake, what do you say?
I don't know. I can't find it.
Okay.
Everybody's Googling, but guess what?
Jordan in Birmingham. Jordan, what do you say, Jordan?
I'm gonna go with the long trailing.
Bill.
I don't even know what that is. The long what?
Fired in there. No, it hit the guy standing back there. Shane in Alabama.
Dan found this by flipping through his dish TV.
Shane, what do you think the answer is?
Is it Billy Two Hat?
That is Desi Arnaz Jr., not Senior.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
But good. That's the way to look at it. You got to be familiar with your topic.
What is he talking about?
I don't know.
Jonathan in Arkansas. Jonathan, go ahead.
It's Josh, but dadgummit, I was going to say Billy Two Hats too.
Okay. Why is everybody saying Billy Two Hats?
Hey, if you go back to
Now, he
to
wasn't
the
in
show,
a Western with John Wayne. It was just a
that's
Western.
right. That's correct.
Okay.
That is Little Ricky that was in
Right.
the Two Hats. This is Ricky Senior.
We're talking about Lucy. You got some explaining to do.
Yeah, that's it.
Desi Arnaz
Senior.
Yes. Lucy's husband.
Yes.
Babaloo.
Babaloo.
That sung at the club.
Billy Bob in Alabama. Billy Bob, what do you think?
I'm just going to go with Gunsmoke.
No,
but that's not bad.
Didn't know you.
Dan has provided somewhat of a stumper here, and I'm curious as to why.
Did not know Speedy and Terry watch Gunsmoke either. Didn't know that till today.
Oh yeah.
Karen, go ahead, Birmingham.
Mr. Dillon.
Karen. People are bailing.
I was
John?
a little shocked when I grew up and realized Miss Kitty's real job.
I got True Grit.
True Grit.
No, good guess.
He's so excited.
Speedy, have you found the answer?
John, what do you think?
I think.
Okay.
John?
John Odom.
John, go ahead.
I got Fort Jackson and Jill.
No, that's
Dan, you're sure this is a movie, right?
Yes.
Tammy in Alabama. Tammy, go ahead.
Nobody said movie.
The escape artist?
The escape artist? No. Kathy in Alabama. Kathy, go ahead.
That word never going to say.
Long trailer?
No, that's still not it. I'm still confused about what that is exactly.
Can you give him a time frame? Like what?
No. Randy, go ahead.
I can tell you when it was. 1970.
5-card stud.
What? 5-star?
No.
5-card stud?
No.
Jesse in Georgia. Jesse, go ahead.
The Virginian.
No.
That's a good phone. Josh in Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
How about the Big Valley?
Big Valley?
No.
Bubba would have known that one. Bubba would have known that one.
David, I really remember it now.
David in Alabama.
The Alamo.
No. Boy, it's not. Nobody gets it.
I feel like there's probably some very technical lines here that's causing the confusion, Rick, as usual.
Yeah.
Well, you can throw a hint out, Bill.
John,
that's up to
John
you.
Wayne and Lucille Ball were good friends. Lucille Ball's husband, Desi Arnaz, he starred in a Western. What was the name of it? And that's senior, not junior. Nobody's got it. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Traffic coming in and out. Now, here's the unique thing about it. They don't allow 18-wheelers, I guess, unless you're a refuel tanker there for gas that works for them. But they got some kind of system to where they don't allow the 18-wheelers to come in there.
What's their pickup situation? Online ordering.
I don't know. Here,
I'm all into that.
Hey, they got their own car wash. They got their own recipes. They've got look, and they claim they got the cleanest bathroom. Yeah, they got Buc-ee this, this is a Buc-ee special.
A Buc-ee burger.
Yeah.
They got Buc-ee everything.
They got Buc-ee everything.
Well, yeah. Bubba, they've got it's Buc-ee Beaver.
They even have a statue of Buc-ee out front at some locations.
Yeah,
I don't know if they do on that one.
They got
I
Buc-ee.
saw that stuffed Buc-ee's in that back of that truck, or was that somebody dressed up?
Probably a stuffed one.
Yeah.
They sell all kind of.
You can get Buc-ee
Buc-ee recipes.
Jalapeno cream cheese dip. They got kind of like their own recipes for like dips and stuff.
Yeah.
And beef jerky. I'm telling you, I was standing there in amazement. I'm like, can you believe?
So y'all didn't get anything.
JC even looked at us and because
you didn't even buy milk duds. You bought nothing.
We didn't have time because it took so long to get in.
Let's
and get
ride down there.
Come on.
All right, we'll take your phone calls
It's
next.
unbelievable.
Wow, Amanda, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Man, we're good. Good. I'm just learning about Buc-ee's.
Oh, yeah, definitely a great place to go. I am an absolute fanatic about it. We've traveled from Alabama to Texas for several years, and we always stop at Buc-ee's. The best time to stop is at midnight.
Oh, really?
There. You can see everything. They still have the fresh food going. Cheap sodas, cheap gas.
Are they 24/7?
Yes.
Rick, if you got that
I don't
big
know
gas
if the one
pump,
in South Alabama is, but the ones in Texas are.
Look, Adler went to a Buc-ee's on his RV trip and has worn a Buc-ee's T-shirt in here. I knew I'd seen that logo somewhere.
Yeah,
and I didn't know that.
That was Aaron with the statue.
Yeah, there they are. There
I
he is
never
in a
gave you
Buc-ee.
enough on that, Adler. I think it's because I didn't know what the place was.
Yeah, we didn't pay attention to it. I thought he found a nice Buc-ee Beaver shirt. And I was proud of him.
It's so cool you found that footage.
So
wow.
And
here's the locations, Adler. If you want to mirror me, this is kind of the way they look. See how they just are all over Texas and then way over here.
There's a Buc-ee cluster there.
In Texas, you see one everywhere.
Yeah,
they're
large.
But back to Adler and his shirt. He also wore a Dimebag Darrell from Pantera shirt a few times too. So I didn't really remember it either.
No, well said, Greg.
So you can't go by what he wears, and he's mad that we don't remember it.
Yeah,
right.
Well, I try to forget what he wears.
It's hard to see.
That's true. It's so wrinkled you can't.
I try to forget what he wears.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Wes in Mississippi. Wes, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Greg, I know you work for the power company. I do too. It's not like Stuckey's. This place is amazing.
Yeah.
My whole trip next week is geared around it. And Bubba, the apple pies that they have, oh my God, they're like McDonald's back in the day when they were fried.
Oh, wait a minute now.
And you can sit there and watch them make the sandwiches and stuff.
Greg, let's ride down there.
Good.
I'm sorry it took Speedy for us to care about Buc-ee's.
Yeah, thank you.
You've been trying to tell us
here
about
talking
Buc-ee's
about
for years.
it. I'm not mad. Actually, I came in here to say I wasn't mad, and then I acted
Got
mad
me,
just
yeah.
now. Just saying, dang it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's amazing. It's incredible. They've got. In fact, we drove across the state of Texas, went to Buc-ee's because my wife is like crazy about their venison jerky, and then they were out of venison jerky, so that was kind of a bummer.
Do they have beaver jerky?
Is this a Sorry America tour you had?
I think they do. Yeah, this was a Sorry America tour.
Okay.
And
couldn't help it.
They have Buc-ee's everything, anything you can imagine. They have a picture of a Buc-ee beaver on it.
I love the marketing.
In fact,
you know what they are? They're the Reese Witherspoon of convenience stores.
That's it. Even rubber duckies.
Yes,
Buc-ee's.
Everything.
You see how good
Buc-ee's
their branding is fantastic.
Yeah, I know. I love it. It's clean. It's bright.
It got a lot of gas pumps.
And they claim they got the cleanest bathrooms around. I didn't go to one. I didn't have to.
They use the same colors as the Rick and Bubba logo. Everybody knows which ones to use.
It's dead on.
And there's a sea of red golf shirts everywhere because that's what the employees wear. And they're walking through the parking lot. Are you okay picking up trash?
What if
That's
they
their
had?
claim.
What if you couldn't work there
Rick,
unless
call
you
the
were
pilot.
buck
See
teeth?
what he's doing today.
I said, what if you couldn't work there unless you had buck teeth?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't that be great?
Everybody there.
You're the only one that thinks of stuff like that.
That would be
Everybody there had buck teeth.
No, listen. Now, think about this, Greg.
At your job interview, you had to eat corn through a picket fence.
I love it,
If you
Bubba.
could, you were hired.
No, listen. Let's go because there's only so many buck teeth people
May I
now.
help you?
Because everybody's because now we're putting braces on every kid once they
we've
turn
done away
4.
with the buck tooth's gone.
Yeah, if once my kid's 5, he don't have braces yet. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
So, but when we were growing up, by golly, you had buck teeth and you stuck with it.
Oh, yeah.
So
There it is
so
right
you're going
there.
to get a generation of no more buck teeth people. What they need to do is get. Because if you work fake buck teeth,
There you go.
and everybody puts them on, and that's part of the Buc-ee experience. Everybody you talk to has beaver teeth.
Yeah,
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Rick, could you see if John is I think that might have been who I ran into at Buc-ee's who screamed Speedy, and it freaked JC out. He was like, oh, my gosh.
I don't like to be ordered around on what phone calls to take.
Yeah, okay. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, but I guess I will now because you made it awful.
Thank you, Rick.
All right, John, go ahead.
Hey, Speedy, this is John, my wife, Denise. Yes, we're the ones that saw you and talked to you. And I guess we distracted you right there where the sandwiches were.
Yeah.
The sandwiches we had were being made right there. You didn't have to wait for those.
Oh,
You
see,
didn't order them.
I
You
didn't
just
know the
grabbed
Buc-ee
them and picked them
process.
up.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what
and you
happened.
asked
What that means is Speedy saw how much they cost.
Boom.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
That's exactly. He went $3.80.
We got.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's our number from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on all sorts of platforms, either live or archived. Hear the show in its entirety, however you wish and whatever works for you. Well, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler are here. Dan Moultry is here. Robert, the software guy's here.
With
from
his
Moultry.
own fan club.
Yeah, with his own fan club. Hahnemann is here.
Hahnemann.
Hahnemann.
Honored.
And I'm glad that Robert Hahnemann watches now and understands what we go through with Dan.
He is on 100% on this.
Will you
side.
add?
Even when this is over,
For the record, I'm with you.
When this is over, Dan will leave.
Mm-hmm.
The controversy will still be here for hours, possibly days. That we'll get terrible emails.
Months.
It's radio go.
Let me tell you what, Bubba. Let me tell you what he is. He's those rude cousins that came over. They leave your house in a mess, and then you watch them drive off. You're thankful they're gone, but then you turn around, there's just a mess to clean up.
You got a lot of work to do.
So it's like
some broken relationship.
You're right. All right. So let's
reset this.
We're gonna have to intervene here.
Let's reset this.
All right. So Dan,
ask your part, and then I'm gonna give you some clues that will clear this up.
Here's what Dan. He went the long way home. He was real intrigued that John Wayne and Lucille Ball were close friends.
And he's thrown you off with that.
He has.
Okay.
I got that so hard.
You so did.
It's useful. It's
And
cool
then John Wayne appeared on a couple of I Love Lucy's. And they said that even though John Wayne, well known for westerns, and that's the only reason why he's mentioning John Wayne, was on I Love Lucy. Did Lucy's husband, Desi Arnaz Sr., Babalu, did he ever guest star in any westerns? And the key's westerns. That doesn't mean a movie. Westerns. And he has proof of what he's looking for, because you do have to match Moultry. Now, Bubba, give them a clue.
So we know, I mean, if it's a Western, it could be a movie or a TV show or a TV series, right?
Right.
Our hints, it was 1970, and Lee Majors was also in it, the $6 Million Man.
When y'all dissect it like that, it just takes all the fun. I mean, y'all have dissected
Dan, we're going on 20 minutes. Nobody. We'll give him a hint. Okay.
So
we got to wrap this thing up before we change the clocks back.
Will somebody please say what Dan wants to hear? All right, John in Alabama. Scott. I'm sorry, Scott in Alabama. Scott, go ahead.
How about Bonanza?
No.
Hayden in Alabama. Hayden, what do you think?
The Lone Ranger?
No.
I feel like we're really shooting 410 shells up in the air now.
I thought the audience would get closer. I didn't know that they would abandon all hope. Did you, Shay?
I think that's what happened.
Right.
Because we had some people that were very, very close to the answer.
Yeah. You notice when a team all of a sudden they let's try a wide receiver at quarterback.
Right.
And you realize, okay, they're not trying to win anymore.
Right.
They're just
Put
working.
the punter in there.
They're just working on stuff now.
Yeah.
Let's go to Philip. Philip, welcome to the show. What do you think?
Would it be El Dorado?
El Dorado? No.
But Rick, you got to remember too, when you're talking about Desi Arnaz and you're talking about Lee Majors, these were real men.
Right.
You know, these are not boys; these are men.
James Tarantino.
Should we mention the thing that
yes?
Should we? No. Do you have to mention?
Give all the different people that was on it. That'd be easy.
Right.
James Ferrantino was also.
We got some poor sap out there.
And
He's going to look at all the information and go, "Well, I've already given that answer."
Right. Susanna Moran.
Right. Kyle in Alabama. Kyle, go ahead.
The Virginian.
Okay.
Can you be a little more specific?
Because we've had that guess, but there's something different.
You're very
something
close.
changed because you're very close.
Nah, really, that's all I remember it by is the Virginian.
Moultry.
Okay.
Bubba's in charge of the answer.
It was. Well, I think we have to say this now. It was repackaged and given a new name, and when Desi was on it, it was under the new name.
Right. Mm-hmm. But there was a tie-in to the Virginian.
Right.
There is
under
a tie-in.
the old name.
You're so close.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh wow! So there goes the camera.
So he appreciates it.
David in Alabama. David, go ahead.
The Man from Shiloh.
Hey,
there you go.
Oh, yeah. My goodness. Woo! Holy moly.
You or something else.
Give us that name one more time.
The Man from Shiloh.
Men.
Well, guys,
men from Shiloh.
I'm helping. You have to.
Men
You
from
have
Shiloh.
to give him credit. I know it was more than one man, but I got it.
That's Dan's answer. It's
Right.
not mine. Okay, it's on the piece of paper he gave me.
Right. Not even Phil DeGreens can keep my blood pressure down. All right, so David, congratulations. My goodness, I've got so many notes on Desi Arnaz, I can't even find your prize. All right, here we go.
More about Desi Arnaz than we ever wanted to know.
Right. Moultry Mobile Edge Pro Cellular camera for you in 1 month of free data. So we're going to put you on hold, get all your information. We'll send that to you. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, so explain, Bubba, why we accepted that answer.
I've already thrown that paper down.
I got it. All right. So
Men from Shiloh, according to this, was repackaged as its own thing from the Virginian.
Right.
Okay. So that
like
and
a
it was
spinoff.
it was called the Best Man series, and it starred the people we were talking about: James Drury, Doug McClure, Lee Majors,
A lot of the old Virginia
Susan Miranda, James Ferrantino, and Desi Arnaz.
Right.
And Dan has it right here, a screenshot from Dish TV.
There it is. So the Men from Shiloh is
That's
what
the title of it.
That's what we were looking for. It was one episode in 1970, repackaged. It's the repackaged name, formerly the Virginian, our spinoff from the Virginian.
And Desi was there.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan.
There you go. That's everybody knew that. That's easy.
Dan, well, let's try something.
You'll got some explaining.
You know, Dan, there's all kinds of all natural products out there that will help you sleep, so that you're not up taking screenshots of the TV.
Yeah, in the middle of the night.
Can I give a shout out?
Yeah,
Rick?
you need to thank somebody, don't you?
Please,
do.
Dan.
Down at FedEx in Montgomery, we try to get stuff to the farm. There's a little girl named Lisa.
Hey, Lisa.
That does a unbelievable job. She keeps if you're ever getting a package FedEx and it's coming from Lisa, you have no problem. But we appreciate Lisa. That's all I'm gonna give her a shout out.
Well, Lisa, way to go.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I wonder if she knew the answer.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Everybody knew that.
Well,
They just couldn't get in.
Right. Yeah. That's it.
Hey, Robert knew it. He goes, "You asking such an easy question when I'm on there?"
Robert.
Right? Yeah. Totally.
Right.
Yeah.
I can tell
Look
when
at
you
the
venture
terror
out.
in Robert's
When
face.
you venture out on your own, because you don't know, I talk to Ashley a lot.
I know
When
you
you
do.
venture out on your own and you start making up the questions, that's when it gets
I'm
interesting.
gonna have to put this in the category with astronauts 410 and feeders. It's being very bizarre. The answer.
And I think
Sounds like a
one
country
that we
song.
keep forgetting to protecting ourselves, and that's the different species of bass.
Yeah, that was
That look on
That's
Dan's
the
face.
Furious Five.
That look on Dan's face. Wow, a lot of different species of bass. I didn't know. I watched Robert. Robert went from, hey, this is fun, to, oh, this is worse than I even imagined.
Oh yeah, it took a turn. It really did not foresee.
Hang with the team.
Robert,
Hang
thank
with the
you
team.
for all you guys are doing to make hunting, fishing, and just watching property so much easier.
You've really got it dialed in, and I hope you're not under pressure to change it just because the calendar year comes up, because it's really working good. We kind of want y'all to leave it alone.
Yeah, and excited
have
about
heard
the
that,
2024 Desi Arnaz edition.
Thanks for having me, y'all.
Hey, you got the Desi? No, I don't have that one. So
it's only available from Men from Shiloh.
right,
there he is.
there goes. All right, there
We'll
it is.
see.
Thanks, Dan.
You got some splaining to do, Dan. All right, thanks for being with us, and you can find all the details about Moultry products there in show notes at rickandbubba.com. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got spooked by the pandemonium, and we were on the time crunch. No, y'all, that's over.
380. Because let's be honest.
That beef jerky down. That stuff's expensive.
Because here's the, and I would like to know, because I don't have any problem.
I didn't
with
even look at the prices.
Look, I don't have.
I couldn't get there.
Look, I don't have.
No, there was people everywhere.
Hey,
Y'all don't even
we
have a
were
clue.
believing you till then.
Speedy,
You didn't look at the prices.
The only way you would look at prices is if you actually were blind.
Y'all,
Okay.
that's not true.
Because you can't
Don't
help
y'all
it.
I was on your side up until you said you
Don't
didn't
y'all
look at the
ever
prices.
accuse me of overdoing things ever again.
All right, let me ask you about this. All right, because this is important, and this is not Speedy's cheap joke. This is because I'm trying to figure out what,
because it ain't a joke.
I'm trying to figure out what
There it is. Keep doing
what they're trying to do. Okay, and all right. So what are they trying to be? Obviously, they're branding. I love it. They're the Reese Witherspoon of
Over the
convenience stores.
top.
But the thing of a convenience store was we're so convenient, you're going to pay more. And I've never had a problem with that. Sometimes, sometimes you're dying, you got to have Dayquil, and you'll just pay $8 for it.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right there, look.
Because you were able to stop and get it, and you got to go.
You got to have
Yeah.
Are they trying to say, we'll give you the gigantic convenience store experience, but our prices are going to be a little more like what Walmart of convenience stores would be. We're not going to hit you as hard as a normal C-store would hit you.
Yeah, I don't know because
of our enormity.
See, you see that area there, and we're showing this.
Are they trying to crush the mom and pop C-store?
I don't know because where I saw John and his family, we were in between, I guess, where you order and they call out numbers versus where they were making sandwiches. So it was a little overwhelming at the time because we didn't know the process of how do you get this, and then we saw these what looked like huge iPads where you just go and you order and then you get a number. So we weren't sure of the process, but that was right there is where we bumped into him.
I got to tell you, I like the whole presentation.
Oh, I know.
Now it's a little too much mania for me. I think I'm still going to hit the small convenience store.
Okay. Do they have some electronic gadgets in there too?
But
how is their radar detector CB select?
They got all that. I guarantee they got that truck stop CB stuff.
Yeah.
Greg in Gulf Shores, Sunny 105. Greg, go ahead, buddy.
You got that at Love's.
Yeah.
Hey, when they opened, they put up signs hiring between $15 to $17 an hour.
That's the other thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well,
what they pay their employees.
They ought to get better employees.
It's a cross between Ringling Brothers and Barnum & Bailey, Walmart, Black Friday combo.
That's it.
Greg, I got to ask this question.
Top grade. Everything's high end.
Clean bathroom.
See, y'all think in y'all's mind, y'all think that we just went in there and stood
bathroom.
around. It was crazy. It was insane.
Yeah, they got somebody in cleaning the bathrooms at all times. Somebody's in there all the time. But like I said,
how's
$1,000 a year running register at Buc-ee's.
Hey, Greg, how about my get in and out thing? Am I not coming there for quick?
You got your Saturday when everybody's leaving, Saturday and Sunday down this area. You got your leavers and your coming ins.
Yeah,
so it's going to be pandemonium there.
What about people in bathing suits with no cover up?
Hey, baby, we live at the beach. You could write a book on.
No, it's funny you said that. It's funny you said that. I just got an email from somebody from Pensacola, and you live at the beach too, and said, "Thank you for that public service announcement. You don't know what we go through being a local."
No, you can't imagine.
If I was to critique Buc-ee's, the only thing I think is that they need on these exits their own expressway, because the interstate,
like the Galleria.
Yeah, I mean seriously, because the interstate, whatever, like the inside lane, it just starts backing up. Everybody trying to get off. So it's almost like
Buc-ee's.
They need their own little side expressway to get in and out.
Access road.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
Well, then
it was insane.
How about them gas pumps?
It was 100 of them.
Well, how about this?
Actually, $120.
Based what Speedy just said, and this is a total local inside comment. But for the folks that live where we live, then I forbid Alabaster to get one.
Alabaster.
You are not allowed to have a Buc-ee's down in that mess y'all got.
Until you add 6 more lanes.
We got to get 65, 6-8 lanes wide. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. This is the lyric, for those of you not watching on YouTube, that fits what we're doing now. Picking up the pieces, wiping off the dust, clearing everything out. So Moultry goes. Helmsy and Greg will now take their mics again. So congratulations to our winner today who found a way to match Moultry. Well done. It did take a few hints. All right, so one of the things we were kidding around with Moultry, because he was talking about, is, anytime that you're dealing with anything in the United States of America, and especially where we all live and have grown up, there were Indian tribes everywhere. Yeah. And I remember being with my pawpaw, and one of the things that we just loved, they had my grandmother and grandfather, Meemaw and pawpaw, they had a cabin on the banks of the Warrior River, the Black Warrior River. And I mean, he and a guy that when he was still alive, an old man that lived right across the yard from them in another cabin, Mr. Forster, they would get out there. Those two old men, I can still see them right now. Of course, they'd be whittling. They'd be whittling with a pocket knife, and they'd walk along with Greg and I as little boys, and we'd look for arrowheads, and we'd look for all kinds of Indian artifacts and stuff along the banks of the Warrior River and all that, and you'd find a bunch, by the way. So the discussion always is that all of us evil Europeans, we're really colonizers, and the land belongs to the Native Americans. We've all heard this quite a bit, and we were messing with Dan about that, about some land that he's involved in, and we were claiming that we won't go into certain land, like we won't morning hunt in certain land. We'll only afternoon hunt, because you don't want to go out there where the haints are.
Yeah.
You go out there and Chief so and so stand out there on the burial mound.
Yeah,
and
I want that.
So when you think about that, and you start talking to the left, they really, there's people that think that we should. Those of us that never were slave owners, that we should be, paying people who never were slaves just because they're ancestors. There's other people say we should give all the land back to the various generations of the tribes. And the left loves that, except when it comes to Israel. When it comes to Israel, they try to call Israel colonizers. But if you really look at world history and you look at biblical history, that land was given to them first. It was their land. And so Bill Maher is going to make that point, and he's going to say, well, you can't use the word colonizers against the Israelis. So here it is.
Colonizers. Okay, this has become like in the media, we just call the Israelis it's not a colonizing.
No.
But, okay, colonizer is when one country that had nothing to do with another country, like the British or the Dutch in South Africa, marched in with an army and took over a place that they had no connection to. Israel has quite a connection to Israel.
Jews are the...
Yes, if you...
Yes, so many people commenting about this seem to have just started their understanding of it from 5 minutes ago. The Jews are the Native Americans of this piece of land.
Yes, if you did a land acknowledgement like we do in this country, where I'm standing on ground that was... Yes. I'm standing on ground that 3,000 years ago was King David's capital of Jerusalem.
It's important. Who does Hamas and many Palestinian sympathetic people, who do they refer to as settlers and colonizers? It's not just the Israelis living in the disputed West Bank. It's Israelis living anywhere within the internationally recognized borders of the state of Israel. Because to them, any Jew in that territory is considered a colonizer. And this language is used to dehumanize people and to license their murder. So it's really important that we understand what this
and if that land acknowledgement means like we honor who originally had the land, why does this work for Indians but not Jews?
That's a good question. So the left picks and chooses again. They want to be consistent, and we know that really the term overall shouldn't be used. But what I'm saying is, if they're going to say what they say, which I wouldn't agree with. I mean, you can go through world history and people are taking each other's land all the time.
Yeah.
And the Israelis...
The land really belongs to who can hold on to it. I hate to break that to everybody.
Right. And as Bubba correctly points out, often, even in the Word of God, God promised a land to his people that pagans had inhabited, and he sent his people in to slaughter the pagans and to remove them completely.
Yeah,
look, that is Canaan. Canaan, somebody was already there.
Yeah, they were already people living there when Moses didn't get to go in. Joshua carried in the children of Israel to the promised land.
Right.
Somebody else owned it.
Right.
And
had it. They had probably taken it from somebody else.
Well, that's the thing, and I think the same thing. That's why this argument about America is so watered down too.
Right.
We act like human history started with the Native American Indians. It didn't. They took it from somebody else. Yeah. They took it from each other. Yeah. It's been going on since the Garden of Eden. So
it's all part of the fall.
Only thing we can absolutely identify through the Holy Bible is that God gave that land to the Jewish people, to the Israelites, to Jacob, through David, down all the way promised to Abraham.
And if you look, and if you like you said, if you just want to go with like Maher saying, go with biblical history, okay, you will see that Ishmael, that's the Arabs, that he was also given land, and also his descendants were quite wealthy and did quite well. They just weren't the covenant people.
Right.
And so the covenant people were given this particular land. Netanyahu said this years ago when they first started pressing on him when he became prime minister. He said, look, the land that was given to us, we still don't even have. We don't have all that's ours. So we're already giving. But for the point just being made here, the left cannot call white Europeans colonizers, okay, and the Native Americans the ones who've been done wrong, and then call the Israelis colonizers and consider the Palestinians the heroes. I mean, you can't do that. That's crazy inconsistent. Either you're just staking the Israelis are bad people and you want the Palestinians to have it, but don't try to play the colonizer card because it does not apply here. Right. You actually have the wrong label on the wrong people. But that's what an emotional worldview. I love what the one guy said, and it's amazing that now we're hearing Bill Maher with so much logic and on things that are just logical. We don't agree with that panel probably on what 5 things, but the logic. But the guy says correctly, most people that are being crazy emotional about this on the left, it's as if they just found out about it 5 minutes ago.
Right.
They don't know the history. They don't know the background. They don't know who is what and where who came from where. They don't know the history of this battle at all.
Yeah, the History Channel actually had a little clip. I don't know if you saw it on Reels that explained the entire history and when the Jewish nation was broken up and spreaded among the world, literally, as predicted, again, by Jesus, that it would happen, and that not one stone would remain on top of the other of the great temple that Solomon built. I mean, to the T, as predicted, scattered, but they were brought back, and at the end of World War II, the Brits actually had control of that land, and they decided that they were going to give the Israelis a homeland again. And they were the ones that owned it and decided what to do with it. So and they didn't come in and just run people out. They actually bought them out and moved them. You know.
And we were the a nation that acknowledged them as a state
the first one.
In 1948.
Yep.
And of course that was prophesied. That's probably one of the biggest fulfillments of prophecy that we've seen as a country. It's a big one.
And then you get into the question, because it does. The Bible says that generation will see the fulfillment of all the prophecy. Yeah. What is a generation? Is that a year number, or is that meaning that since they are reestablished, they will never be scattered again? Or I've heard all kind of arguments from 40 years to 56. No, it just means that group of people will never leave that land again.
Right.
But it also says that Israel being there is going to be a thorn in the side of all of its neighbors, and I think you can see that right now very clear.
Of course. Yep. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back and continue. We'll play some more clips involving this today. We'll get some of your phone calls on any topic today when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we thank all of you for the never-ending Buc-ee information. Also, thanks for all the people from Texas who said you're welcome for the gift of Buc-ee's. Thanks for all the folks that support the show out of Texas. We do thank you for Buc-ee's. So we'll continue to investigate the world that is Buc-ee's. There's one thing I don't think is right, though. Somebody said that they have free samples, and I don't think that is true because Speedy didn't notice it.
Yeah, I did.
He's like a magnet, right? And if he didn't see it, then I'm not sure that's correct.
They got Buc-ee fudge.
Look, Adler told me another thing.
And
the
little nuggets, yeah.
Speedy's that guy on the free samples. They had to put a limit. Hey, buddy, you can't keep coming.
Keep circling back through.
Right. But just kids all up in there.
You can't eat dinner here. This is a sample.
Yeah,
right. Kind of
thing. Yeah. Speedy used to have a Groucho Marx glasses when we come by.
Put on different hats.
Wait a minute. Where do I know you from?
I know that Buc-ee from somewhere.
Give that toothpick back. Where'd that come from?
All
right, so, Bubba, I know that you are a person that already is concerned about going into any wooded area during the warm season.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's killers out there.
Bubba's really in the woods in the dead of winter only.
Stalking humans.
Right.
It's the one really good part about cold weather.
I love cold weather.
It slows everything up.
Now that we've hit the tropical wetness of our climate, this is my least favorite time of year. From now on till sometime in November in Alabama, I walked out on the deck last night, and I'm like, good gracious, I cannot wait for
It's like wearing it like a blanket.
Winter and fall. When is it going to be here? But anyway.
Well, Rick, we've got this story, and we were geared up, and I was looking over this. It was published today, but it's referring to a young man who passed away back in 2013, and I'm not sure why it's in the news today.
Why would it be today?
Other than the fact that it's tick season again, and that may be why they're bringing it
Pete
up.
Van Wieren was alive then.
Yeah, I know.
That's good, Greg.
I know. Hey, Adler, get Baby Ellis' picture. Let's have it on hot standby. Do we have video hotkeys in there?
Let me tell you, I got to warn all of you. We've had a couple of. Greg's gotten some time off, and he's rested now. In a couple of weeks, he'll fade. But right now, you got to watch him.
There the gang is.
There he is. Little baby Alice, little baby Alice. He looks a lot like Taylor's a baby.
Oh, he does. He does. Now, Rick, this young man, though, this is an interesting story, no matter what the situation is.
So we're supposed to be concerned about 2013.
Why are we discussing this?
Well, it's in the news today. I guess it's because of the tick season coming around.
I got a snakeback story from 1976.
Can I tell you why? I know why this is out, and you touched on it a minute ago in passing. This is what the far left does. They want to tell us to be afraid of the death of ticks growing because of global warming, and they couldn't find a current death.
Went back to 2013.
They couldn't find a current death, so they went back to 2013. So, I remember that guy died in 2013. I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
It's going now. A lot more people's going to die because global warming. Now there's more ticks. That's what they're trying to do in the story.
Well, listen to this too, because I don't know if you know anybody that's got Lyme disease. I've met a few and know a few folks, and they say it is a handle to deal with. Now, this guy, he was 17 years old at the time, collapsed at his home in upstate New York, died hours later after a little over a month of cold-like symptoms back in 2013. He had no signs of tick bites or no Lyme rash at the time, but after months of autopsies, medical examiners found trace of tick bacteria in his heart tissue, and they say that was the cause of death. And they're saying that it will become even more, Rick, in most of the U.S. as the climate warms.
Yeah, this is more. You're right. This is more of a Lyme disease article, and this is an example of it because of the increasing, I guess, cases because of the warming climate.
They're trying to tie.
We're right in the middle of the season too. It's tick season.
Well, what they're doing is they're trying to take you back to 2013, and they're going to say, "Now look."
And they found this one guy.
Yeah,
you realize how many people have been bit by ticks since 2013?
Well, they're trying to say it might have been uncommon. Uncommon in 2013. But this is the future for all of us if we don't do something about global warming. That's it. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Now, Rick, the
only problem is that we're not experiencing global warming.
By ticks.
What's interesting about this, he had spent a month in the woods a week prior doing a environmental fellowship. He loved the experience so much he already wanted to come back in the fall and go to Brown University. But apparently he picked up a tick and was bitten at some point during that.
I go back to the map, Adler, or Speedy, whoever's got the map. Because Bubba, I know. Let me look. There's some places to avoid. Bubba, I want you to see this. This is 2017 Lyme disease cases.
Boy, the Northeast has a handle.
They just eat up with it.
You don't want. Well, we tried. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We would not be here and we would be completely unable to continue on without sponsors. And the sponsors pay the bills, and Relief Factor is one of those sponsors. And when you have a sponsor like this that has been with us so long, you can just logically, back to logic again, figure out a couple things. Number one, the audience must be responding to the product. Nobody stays advertising with this program that gets no response. They just don't. I mean, why would you? That's just money flush. So Relief Factor is pleased with the audience and their response. Okay, so what if the audience response and the product's no good? Well, then the response stops, right? Then the sponsor would then leave under those circumstances as well. So if you've got a sponsor like Relief Factor, and I don't even know the number of years, it exceeds a decade, that they have been with this show, then you realize those two things are in play. People are responding and the product is working. Okay, and we even know the numbers on that. It's plus 70% of the people that say, I'm going to try this product for my pain problem. The 70%, plus 70%, are getting results so amazing that they continue to order more. And I use it every day. I love it. I can certainly tell if I ever mess up and forget to reorder and run out. It's 100% natural, research-based formula created to help combat the root cause of inflammation, a body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause aches and pains from exercise, overexertion, aging, and just everyday living. As Bubba and I have said, you trust us, when you get as old as we are, the first sign will be you cannot explain where the pain come from or tie it to anything. I just simply went to bed and I woke
up and I'm
right.
hurting.
Yeah, so stop.
me.
Now we have done the over-the-counter stuff, and you can do that, and there's nothing wrong with some of these products if they're used in moderation, but they're not a lifestyle, and they have bad side effects if you overuse them. Anybody think we got any problems with opioids? That's turned out good, hasn't it? How many lives has that destroyed? So this is an all-natural product, 4 botanicals. So get your 3-week supply for $19.95 right now, and you can do that at relieffactor.com, or find that link at rickandbubba.com, and hopefully it'll work for you like it has for the majority of those who try it. George Bush has weighed in on we're going to update you on the Israeli situation. We mentioned something a minute ago, but there have been developments since the last time we were here. George Bush, former president, George W. Bush, weighs in because the big story today is, I don't know if it terrifies y'all as much as it does me. This stumbling, bumbling president that we have is in the Middle East.
He's headed to Israel.
And they were talking about how unprecedented that I heard one guy saying, I can't recall a time that a U.S. president rolled into someone's country that was about to launch a ground war. That's just never. That's not really considered to be great form, and so then what does the enemy of Israel, when you see that, what's the first thing you think of? America's going to try to get them to stop. They're going to try to negotiate a ceasefire. So here's what George W. Bush said about trying to negotiate when you're dealing with the Israelis versus their Arab enemies.
It's going to be chaotic, and it's going to be, look, it's a democracy, and in a democracy, the people's voices matter, and there's going to be a weariness. You watch, the world's going to be, okay, let's negotiate. Israel's got to negotiate. They're not going to negotiate. These people have played their cards. They want to kill as many Israelis as they can, and negotiating with killers is not an option for the elected government of Israel. And so we're just going to have to remain steadfast, but it's not going to take long. It's gone on too long. Surely there's a way to settle this through negotiations. Both sides are guilty. My view is one side is guilty, and it's not Israel.
And there it is. And, he always had that point of view the whole time he was president.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he got blamed for being a little passive on that, but again, I think it was due to his religious convictions, knowing that there was not going to be any peace. So while we should make an effort, sure, but you realize there's never going to be peace until the return of the Messiah.
Can y'all imagine the current state of Joe Biden rolling into this?
No.
Representing the United States of America.
Mm-mm.
Boy, that makes you feel good, doesn't it?
No.
Can anybody?
No.
So also,
but this has to be a dangerous trip too, because you got to fly over hostile territory to get in there.
So another thing yesterday, some saber rattling. Somebody where I was yesterday said Russia says that they're going to side with Hamas. I'm like, they can't even beat Ukraine. Who cares?
Yeah.
I mean, and so you
well, they back Iran.
Yeah.
China backs Iran.
Right.
And they're all.
And then the Iranians have said if the ground war starts, they will go to war.
They will intervene.
Yeah. And then Hezbollah, that's Iran, right?
Mm-hmm. That's their right arm.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
but they're in Lebanon to the north.
Right.
Correct.
So all of that is where we are. But I think what George W. Bush is trying to let everybody know, the Israelis. See, we've seen a number of things like this happen. This is not, hey, somebody shot some stuff over the wall and we killed a few people at a market and all this. all you really have to do is say, what did Israel do in the 6-day war? What did Israel do in the War of Yom Kippur? This is in that category. And if you go back and look at that, they went all out to completely annihilate the enemy's position to wage war. Now, what they're going to do, they're not going to go and what they're trying to do is say, we will try to have a response, and we're resolved that Hamas will no longer exist. They will not be able to govern this area. They will have no play in this area, and we will remove them as the sitting government.
And they are going to kill all of their leaders, the people who identify with that, and destroy all their assets.
And I will say that if Iran gets involved and Hezbollah gets involved and Russia gets involved and all of this, it will not change the resolve of Israel. And that's kind of what George W. Bush is trying to let everybody know.
Well, I don't think Russia's going to be in this one.
No.
They got their hands full.
Right.
Now, this is why we moved the battle groups in. It was not because we thought they needed help with Gaza.
Right.
It was to keep Iran out of it.
Right.
And I assure you, the Gerald Ford battle group, and now there's another battle group in that area, they have contingency plans right now to absolutely cripple Iran if they do anything.
Well, and I will tell you how Israel operates, and I watched this in the movie about Golda Meir, and that's the War of Yom Kippur. And she said to Kissinger, because her assistant was saying, what if America doesn't help us? And she says, well, if America decides not to help us, we will just fight anyway. And she told Kissinger that, and she told everybody that. I mean, basically, that'll be what y'all will have to live with, but it will not change our plan. And, of course, we know that we don't know when it is, but there's no doubt that there is a huge, huge victory. And I'm not saying this is it. Do not go out and say, well, I was listening to the show, Rick and Bubba said this. I'm not saying that at all, because I don't know, nor does anyone else. Only God knows. But there is a major world war coming that Israel will win without our help. And it will be so supernatural that it will bring peace to the Middle East, but it will be a false peace, and it will lead to the end of everything. So now I'm not saying this is it. I'm just saying that is going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
And of course, I look at our country right now. We don't exactly look like we're the one that's going to run to Israel's aid right now. Maybe we will, but we don't look that way. Or maybe other allies will, and that'll cancel it out too. But at some point, they're going to win another one of these 6-day deals that is completely supernatural.
Yeah,
and
they're going to be actually pressed up against defeat.
Right, and they're all going to say, "Wow, the God that they're with is to be feared, and we want to make peace with you." Of course, that's going to bring a bad dude on the scene, and it'll be a false peace, and it won't be but 3.5 years, and then it gets real ugly. So, that is so we'll. But at the end though, it's all done. It's kind of like Sherry and I we were laughing about it yesterday. The old saying, and it's kind of the way we treat a lot of things that we know that we need to get to where we're going. We always say, well, it's kind of like the tribulation. The process is ugly, but the end result is going to be quite wonderful. Right. And kind of like I ain't afraid to die, but I ain't crazy about the process. To die isn't. I don't fear that at all. Dying actually doesn't sound very pleasant at all.
No.
And I look forward to the new heaven and new earth, and I certainly believe that Scripture, the most plausible theory, and people have different theories and views on it, is a pre-tribulation rapture of the church. I do believe that. But I will tell you this, the getting to the new heaven and the new earth, it is going to be absolutely wonderful. And we're studying that right now in the Wednesday Bible study, and it is to give you great hope. But the process of getting there, even now, is ugly.
Yeah.
But all of it goes back to the same thing. Sin always matters. The rejection of God always matters. The rejection of Jesus always matters. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You don't want to be there. I will notice this. Go back down to Alabama.
It's a lot of cases.
You probably need to move to Mississippi because they don't. You see
I
see
one case.
Looks like it's in maybe Hattiesburg.
You're right. Yeah. So
there's a few dots over there.
Yeah.
There's one in Rockford.
You know, it'd be a better story if we had like 30 people that died from tick bites.
Well, it goes back to this again. This guy.
But Greg, there is some danger there. You have to be careful.
Oh, there's no doubt danger.
Well,
but
there's people that get stung by bees.
These diseases though change your world completely as far as what you have to eat. And
exactly.
your
Listen,
diet.
when I
we
go in
had
the
that
woods in the
alpha,
summer,
that
I try
alpha
to spray
gal
down.
protein too from that long star tick. To me, that's
I spray down.
when you get so you can't eat any meat or anything, and it could be fatal if you get it in your system.
Guys, there's nobody going to get in the mic today, so, man, I think it's awesome about Lyme disease.
You go right now.
Or meat allergies. But what I'm saying is we need to take – here's what you do. I'm not going to live my life gripped in fear of ticks.
And never leave the road.
But what I'm saying is I'm going to be smart. I'm going to put on repellent if I'm in the warm weather the best I can.
Tuck your pants in your snake boots.
But I hate to do this, and I don't want everybody to be gripped in fear. But ticks can be in your yard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They can be on your dog.
Ticks can be in your house. I love these people that are terrified of ticks, but they got animals laying everywhere.
But I don't think we're being overrun by ticks.
Let me tell you who. It's like you saying I'm afraid of people, and you've got buses that people can get on parked in your parking lot.
Yeah.
Ticks ride animals into your world more. That's the best way they come into your regular world. Mm-hmm. As they come in on animals.
Yeah. Look, spray up if you're going in the woods.
I'm all of a sudden
you go
itching.
down to right there in Dale Jr., my truck downstairs, there's a can of bug spray in it right now.
Right. Just do the best
I was
you
fishing
can.
the other day, I had to spray down.
Yeah. Can I go through my life and never get a tick on me? I'll try.
But I mean, you have jobs that
you got to watch
require
them
to go in the woods.
and Satan's little hand puppet. I mean, that's all.
I mean, there's a lot of things out there.
I'm more
that can
scared of
bother you.
wasp and hornets than I am the dang.
Here's the one that'll get you.
ticks.
Here's the one to get you. Okay, in my life, I have had on my body in my entire life, I can probably document 5 ticks.
I think I've had 2, maybe 3.
Yeah.
I've had tons.
Well, you work for the power company. I'm talking about you were in them more. But I'm talking about so.
I've never had one dig in.
I've had
I did. I had one on my back when I
in my head.
I had to thump one or 2 off.
But
I was looking for a landing spot, but he couldn't get through the bush to get there. You know,
the forest.
In all fairness, Bubba, you may have a tick right now. You have no idea. But going back to this, what I was saying. Now he's smothered. But
I don't know.
So
Rick.
how did y'all get him off? What technique did you use? Now my uncle had them all the time from rabbit hunting.
I can't remember. Was it fingernail?
That's what I did.
I think it was fingernail polish. Yeah. And then of course
you yank them off. You're not supposed to.
I know you're not, but that's what I
soap on a cotton ball and dishwashing.
Pulled one off my head that was locked in.
He used to burn them with a cigarette.
Yeah. If you get tweezers and go all the way down to the head, that's a good way to go. But
they're small though. They're hard to see.
And you just brought this up.
I'm itching.
In the 5 and dime store. Remember the 5 and dime stores? Y'all remember those 5 and dime? I was in Emery's.
I remember.
People are itching right now. You feel something?
Yeah.
I was in Emery's 5 and dime,
downtown Oxford,
messing with my ear as a little kid because we played in the woods every day, all day. And behind my ear, I felt a tick. And this woman, because in those, you remember that was the 70s, so everybody was smoking.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and she's smoking in Emery's 5 and 10. She said, "Well, bring him over here." And my mother took me over to some strange woman who took her cigarette out and burned it off my ear.
Yeah. And then we kept shopping.
Then we just moved on, kept shopping. But
I think you can cover them in Vaseline. They'll let go because they suffocate.
But back to the point. But now let me tell you.
that too.
Now I want y'all to think about this, because there's all I don't know if y'all know this. There's bad things everywhere.
Yeah, my gosh.
But let me tell you what happens in my life a lot more than ticks, and they're also deadly. I get bit by mosquitoes a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really much more concerned about picking up the West Nile or something like that because it's more likely. Because, I mean, there's only so much you can do to stay out of getting bit by mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Well,
really.
And there's a lot of those out there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Bubba's story, though tragic, again, I would be more concerned if this article was going, since 2013, we've had 2,000 people die.
Well, what?
I'm going to have Big Richard come in here and talk to you about alpha gal.
Look,
Man, that'll curl your toes
you
up.
Can get anything.
Huh?
Right, yeah. Well, you know what? Cancer's bad, too.
Oh, I know.
I mean, we're going to sit in the house?
It's real bad.
And never leave.
I know a lot more people with cancer than I do with Lyme disease.
Exactly.
Or meat disease.
Exactly.
But how about the...
I wish we had a shower here. I'd go get in it right now.
Bubba, where's your concern over heart
text
disease?
that one.
What about heart disease?
Yeah, a few of those out there.
I wasn't near scared of that.
There ain't no boots for that.
Rick and Bubba.
One, two, three, four.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls coming in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'd love to hear from you. Find out what is on your mind today. Kimberly out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Hey, Kimberly, thanks for your patience. And welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm doing good, sweetheart. How are you?
We're all doing great.
Yes, sir. I was going to ask a question. Y'all were talking about when Jesus comes and the new world and the new heaven is going to be formed. The random thought came into my mind. I wonder once the new earth is formed, will we have the wisdom in which we learned from this one to not make the same mistakes in which we did?
Apparently so. We're studying that right now in the Wednesday Bible study. And the words I think sometimes we overlook, and I'm talking to me, I certainly have, is Jesus doesn't say, behold, I'm going to make some things new. He says, behold, I make all things new. It is a completely new heaven. It is a completely new earth, which means this is going to be something that we've never experienced before. And of course, the whole process of getting to the new heaven and the new earth, anyone and all who rebel against God, there is no more dealing with them. They have been completely removed. We no longer are burdened by a sinful flesh. We now have glorified bodies. So that fallen flesh is gone. So that battle's over. We've gone, from justified to hopefully sanctified, which we're called to be doing until we are glorified, and then we'll be glorified. And once we're glorified, making the mistakes we've made in the past, that's over. So it will be new in every way. And how about
1,000 years of it?
How about that? Well, that's the part on the millennial reign on earth, but then the new heaven and the new earth is ushered in, because we still have to deal with some folks in the millennial reign there. We get rid of them at the end, or God does. But when we get to the new heaven, the new earth, and the new Jerusalem, it's completely different, and it's the way it was always intended to be. Really, if you want to oversimplify it, which I know I tend to do, we return to the garden, the way it was always intended to. It was intended to be, but it will still be new. It'll be something he hasn't done before, because it keeps saying new, and everything's made new, not some things. So there you go. And there's not even going to be a sea. The sea will be no more. No need for it. So it's very interesting. But boy, is it hopeful. Let's go to, I'm ready for that, Jeremy and Coleman. Jeremy, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
Great. How are you, sir?
Hey, I got a close friend that he drew back on the big buck, the biggest buck he's ever had in front of him in his life this weekend, and he's struggling with it because he got buck fever, and it scared him off. I was going to see if y'all think that buck fever is real.
It's absolutely real.
What kind of y'all could give this guy? He's struggling really bad right now.
No, it's absolutely real. I tell you what, you give him is a hard time. You never let him forget it. I mean, that's it. Your hunting buddies don't let that slide.
No.
I mean, they bring up that buck every time they're around.
So
they even walk in with their bow like,
Did he spook it when he pulled it back, or what?
Yes. He hit the blind with his elbow.
Oh. That's just early season mistake there.
How about buck fever is real?
It is.
I mean, it is real.
It is.
Yeah, when you get that deer in the sight, there's a nervousness. The heart beating comes up. You got to fight through it.
I've been hunting, like really getting after it for nearly 30 years. Okay, and when Big Six walked out last year, I was like, my heart started going. I started getting that gun up. Hey, settle down, you idiot.
Yep.
Let's go to Sean in Dothan, News Talk 1039. Sean, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I got a theory on Biden going to Israel, and bear with me for a second.
I know what you're going to say.
I do
too.
Oh, what is it?
Go ahead.
Suicide by cop. I'm thinking The Democrats have figured out that the only way to get Kamala in is to send Biden to Israel. Instead of suicide by cop, it's suicide by stupidity.
I don't think is that what y'all were going to say?
I
wasn't going to say it that way.
No, this is what I thought. You know the Democrat, and I know this sounds terrible.
Sure.
Can I even say this?
Yeah, sure.
Bubba, I'm thinking it too.
When I heard that he was going to Israel in the middle of what they're in right now, you have all this. I mean, going to Afghanistan was nothing. Going to Iraq was nothing compared to what they're talking about here as far as a security problem.
Yeah, man.
So, you know, the Democrats do not want Biden to run again because he's going to lose.
Right.
And they can't get rid of him. So.
Well, we have clips today.
You send him into a hostile area.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say that, but that came
first
to my
thing
mind.
I thought of.
And I hate that I'm thinking that, but but I'm not the only one.
No,
the only flaw in that.
They have tried, and all it takes is one person tipping them off.
Yep.
The only flaw in that is so there are people that want Kamala Harris to be the president?
They want someone else to run.
To run,
next
and they'll
election.
sacrifice the rest of this for that.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah. Understood. Makes sense.
They got to get Gavin Newsom in there somehow.
To the phones we
He's
go.
the only hope they got in their mind.
And the response to what may happen, let's say that did play out, their response to that makes them look like heroes.
Yeah.
Right before an election year.
No, you're right. And he goes out heroic as well. For over there trying to do something.
Now you're on the
I'm in now.
Yeah,
the train.
You forget the stumbling bumbling. He's a hero that you know
that went down there and put his life on the line.
Yes.
You know, if you go down, they write songs about you.
Brad in Alabama. Brad, go ahead.
They do.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey,
I hate to say that, but I thought it. I'm sorry.
I did too.
If I'm not mistaken, in Ezekiel, it says when they invade from the north and the south that God will intervene, and it's prophesied in there. Am I mistaken on that?
You got to be careful on the Gog Magog thing. A lot of people run. They use a lot of freedom with that. There certainly is some discussion about that, but sometimes Gog and Magog, and you see it again in the Revelation, just means a large army and the leader of that large army. But the north and the south, there's been a lot of speculation, but that's pretty deep stuff. But yeah, I can see where you would come to that conclusion. But again, you don't know the timeline.
Yeah, it's 400 level stuff.
Yeah, we've had world wars before, and Jesus says we'll have them and we'll continue to have them. But those are birth pangs. But he said, no, but you still don't know the exact time. So
you can't deny Moscow is due north of Jerusalem.
Yeah.
And you cannot deny that when the Russians took over Georgia, that gave them a land bridge to walk right into the Middle East.
No doubt.
So you certainly see how that could look that way.
But that is that supernatural victory I'm talking about, but I don't know when the timeline is on that. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, I was going to bring up another. I know that you're.
Fearful of wasp. I mean, I'll battle them, swat at them, all that. Spiders don't bother me.
Heart disease?
I've been able to manage that one.
Let me tell you something. If heart issues were snakes, you'd be Mr. Yarborough.
Yeah, I know.
You would be the rattlesnake roundup down in Ox.
You talking about a Walinda?
How about a stent through the growing? Changes nothing. I mean,
Rick, but the 1 million chance is that you may get that one bag tick.
Oh, gosh.
But anyway.
But it is funny how we pick the things we are concerned about.
Well, look, I mean, let me
sometimes not logically.
Let me tell you, you're a heart daredevil. You're a flying Walinda.
That's it.
But let's go back to this. So, like it happened. Like we actually were gone last week, and while we were gone, let me tell you two things that was interesting. Our whole house could have been robbed.
Give me the stent through the growing again.
Hey, a stent through the growing changes nothing.
Nah.
I mean, when it
There may be a tick on a leaf.
Right. But Bubba's concern today are ticks and snakes.
Yeah.
But anyway, the
guy died in 2013.
Right. Has a snake even struck at you ever?
I don't know that I've had one strike at me. I've been very close to a couple.
How many?
I almost stepped on one.
How many
a couple
ticks
years
have been
ago.
on you?
I don't think any that I had to pull out.
Do you remember them?
But I'm very precautious.
Do you remember them putting a stent through your groin?
Yes, I do. I remember that very clearly.
Okay, I was just, but anyway. So listen to this though. Talking about because your mom one time was bitten by a brown recluse.
Yeah. Put a hole in her leg.
And I was talking to the pest control guy about it, and I'll tell you why. Because it became very popular. It wasn't when we were younger. Usually, if people had a basement, it was just a basement. But it became very popular to build them in, have some rooms, have a little rec room. Well, that stuff that's down there like that, is more susceptible to bugs and stuff coming in because you're ground level. And so, I don't know why.
Breeding ground, Rick. Breeding ground.
I don't know why women are obsessed with these pillows they throw all over beds. I don't understand it. I don't follow it. But you're always having to deal with these decorative pillows when you're ready to go to bed. I mean, you got to get rid of
It's
them.
almost like you're expecting a skydiver to come in and you're trying to pad his fall.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Or a stunt man.
Yeah, and it seems to be that most women never say that's plenty.
No,
let's try one more. Let's get a long one. And so anyway,
put some round ones on the end of it.
But you know how you take them and you throw them over in a pile in the floor so you can get in bed.
Yeah.
And so our one of our sons did that, and his bedroom's downstairs, and took moving those pillows, big brown spider and a black widow.
Oh no!
And so
hanging out together.
And the pest control guy came out, and I was like, he said, when it comes to spiders, there's only so much you can do. And he said, now we'll put the traps out, and we'll probably. And I did spray where I think they might be coming in. He said, he said the brown.
Get in anywhere.
He said the black widow is bad, but at least if you get to the hospital, you're good. But when a brown recluse bites you, there ain't a whole lot you can do. He said it'll rot away that skin and put a hole in.
And usually don't even know you've been bit until you start seeing it.
Right. So but they have that one doesn't bother you?
No.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting?
Yeah.
How we it's
that red meat thing. He don't want to be able to not ever eat red meat again.
Yeah. Well, now that is a terrifying thought.
That is. Thank you. And being around the water, I don't know what it is about water and boats, but spiders love that. I've never seen. It's like a spider magnet.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Boy,
and we had a windstorm come through the other day. It is blowing stuff all over the yard. Furniture's turned over. All that spider webs just fine. I mean, you talking about strong.
Good design.
Wow.
Well, and
quite the engineers.
And so, speaking of things,
they got a lot of legs to work with.
Speaking of things that borderline on phobia, you don't want to look like an idiot in front of like another man on some of the phobias. And I don't like mice and rats at all. No.
I mean, those don't bother me at all. I mean, I don't want one on me.
But anyway,
stay out of this stairwell.
So anyway, so listen. So yeah, right.
Yeah, for real. Q Baby Alice.
Yeah,
Q Baby Alice.
No, you're right.
Hey, by the way, we didn't give you enough on that. You talked about how big it was, and I saw it, and that was much bigger than I expected.
Yeah.
I thought we were in New York for a minute.
I know it. So yeah, you New York. I had one take a cab from me, but the so the pest control came over, and they was telling about the spiders. They're going to work on that, and I said, well, you probably want to go in here too. And this is the place where the air conditioned furnace and all that is. And I opened up that closet, and of course we got the stickum stuff. Those traps.
Sure.
Mouse was in it.
Got him.
Got him.
But inside the house, he broke the barrier. But I got him. But then there was that moment when I first saw it. I was going to like freak out, but I had another guy standing in there. So I had to look down. I said, "Yeah, look, we got one." Pick it up and carry it with me. Let's go ahead and keep looking around. And in my mind, I'm going, got a mouse, got a mouse, got a mouse, got a mouse.
Tail don't wiggle, tail don't wiggle.
Mouse. Yeah, and then we'll go over here and you can check this out. And we got him. I'll take this out to the trash. It's rat in my hand that I'm completely think is the most disgusting thing on the planet.
But Rick, even the rat, God didn't take his legs away.
No, you're right.
Here we go.
Your angle on a cursed animal stands. I don't think anybody can argue against it. It is an absolute fact that a snake is a cursed animal. That's a fact.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So now, do I think that rats?
Satan's little hand puppet.
Do I think rats and mice were part of the?
They're close.
I think.
I'll give you that.
I think. See, I think they're part of the fall.
Right.
Go with it. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. So we got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler all here. We're thankful that you are here as a brand new hour is underway. And I be Rick.
And I be Bubba.
There they are. And there they are. Bubba, it is that candy time of year. These are the times when people start thinking to themselves, I know it's not a high percentage. If I were going to eat candy, is there a way to do it and do the least amount of damage? That's kind of the way you got to look at it.
No, I know. And all of us, to some degree, will probably cheat a little bit during Halloween. It's just, there's a lot of it laying around.
Well, what I try to take the genre, candy is dandy, but no. I
one of the funniest shirts I think I ever saw for a graduation picture in high school.
Which means I drop the whole trick option and just go with trick.
Right.
Yes.
Rick, according to Ross Britt, a registered dietitian with top nutrition coaching, not all Halloween candy is the same.
Uh-oh.
No.
And none of them provide very much nutritional value. We all give you that.
That's fact.
But there are some that are better than others.
There you go.
The healthiest Halloween candy, according to Rose Britt,
peanut M&Ms.
Peanut M&Ms.
I really thought, yeah.
Are you serious?
A healthy snack. A somewhat healthy snack.
Are a similar complex candy. When it comes to choices with multiple components like peanuts, at least you're getting a little more substance than just corn syrup, according to Rose. So peanut M&Ms, the winner of the healthiest Halloween candy.
Did he put how many? Did he talk about moderation in there at all?
Well, now serving size is two M&Ms.
We just said of the bad, we say all are bad. This is the best.
Right, it's a handful a day, not an apple a day. A handful a day.
Right. There it is. There's the old winner.
There it is. Old gluten-free snack.
We knew it.
There it is.
We knew it.
Yeah,
they are good.
Bubba, you've been saying, and yesterday your commitment to that healthy snack was seen all around the world.
Well, it was a tough day yesterday.
Bubba, you said that you were even talking to yourself, which is my favorite. When you get on yourself, that you went to an old bag that you weren't sure how old it was.
I didn't care.
I thought there were some new ones that were brought in Friday.
No,
I ate those.
Oh, you destroyed them.
Y'all don't know that I was in my office.
It was just
earlier.
a small box. You went through that Friday.
y'all didn't know that I could hear the conversation earlier when I was in my office, and Bubba was mad at Rick because he threw a piece of bread in the trash.
Yeah,
Bubba's mad about it.
Yeah, was just frustrated because he really wanted that piece of bread.
I didn't know that. You've never
it
eaten
went
my
on
bread.
and on and on, and I thought, wow, he really wants that bread.
Well, what it is, and
It's mine.
I'm
He
so
couldn't wait to get it.
Rick said, "Well, there's a big blob of butter on." I said, "Well, I rake that off.
Right.
That ain't no problem."
Well, what it is,
and it's whole wheat bread. How bad can it be? One slice. It's
first
only
of
a
all,
half a slice.
Dollop of butter.
Well, there were actually two slices.
Well, one piece. About 46 calories.
He's so
46.
passionate about it.
Yeah. Well, what was funny is he's never asked for my bread, so I didn't
He
know.
usually eats mine.
That's what it was, yeah. And he got us maybe confused.
And
or just
Adler
something.
likes it too, so I try to split with him when I can.
But no,
When I can.
well, the thing
when I can allow it.
On occasion.
The thing on that is, and I'm so thankful for Edgar's, and they are a very good. When I was talking about, hey, what would be a good breakfast choice for me, and I told him we had access to Edgar's. Sean, the trainer, was thrilled, and I have a breakfast that is outstanding, and I'm so thankful for them.
And I am thankful that they put the wheat toast on there. But the problem is, they literally have a glob of butter the size of a golf ball, and they have it smashed between the two pieces of bread.
You break it off of there,
and I can't.
I can tell them the little remnants pretty good.
No, it's better for me to not eat that bread.
Yeah, right. That helps you not eat it. I get
that
it.
helps me
I
not
like
to
butter.
eat it. I don't need it. I mean, I get all I need. I don't need to be eating that bread anymore.
What is the thought on all that butter?
I don't know, but it's a lot of butter.
Is that just the way they get it and they can't split it up?
I think the thought is delicious.
Yeah,
that's what the
Spread
thought
it
is.
out, put a little jelly on it.
It's good. Now, ain't no doubt it's good.
I will say this though, in this particular case, even if I was going to eat butter on my toast, I wouldn't eat that much butter.
No, you wouldn't. You'd
Even if
probably
I was
eat
saying
25%.
today I'm all in on butter,
how about
I
you?
would be more butter than I could ever eat.
That's what
Guys, the more I'm hearing a lot of talk, and there's a lot of talk that the butter is healthier than the bread.
Now that I wouldn't be surprised by that.
There's some talk
I'm
out
tired
there.
of people coming up with stuff.
There's
like
talk
that.
I would not
out
be
there.
That's
surprised
why I
by
say
that.
just eat whatever you want
I
because
love
they
your
change
high.
the rules every time.
They
you
change
turn
them all
around.
the time.
I try to hit, whatever your number for calories of the day is, and if I'm okay with butter these days. I'm putting butter in everything. I'm going crazy.
If it's real butter,
and good real
not
butter,
margarine.
yes.
Are you
Good
sure it's real butter, buddy?
I would assume Edgar's
Yeah,
Bakery
you
uses
butter.
real butter.
Anybody ever wrote down the word assume for you?
Rick.
What is it?
Has that ever happened for you, son, on the job site?
What you're gonna tell me? There's like a pun hidden in there or something? Okay, Rick, sure.
What was funny, I was telling Bubba this a minute ago because of all this, and there's so much uncertainty, and of course, the whole world with us, and about the person asking about us putting in goodies, a little document. So I'm putting that together now for Helms, and I actually do an entire paragraph at the beginning of the, hey, Rick, what are you doing to do better? And I have a whole paragraph at the beginning, and I open with this, and it's going to slay everybody, but only we would give this kind of, if we wrote our nutrition book. I said, know that the overwhelming majority of my life, I have been fat and overweight. So knowing that, literally while you're reading this, I may have abandoned the plan that is to follow. I may no longer be doing it.
Right.
And I said, but the only reason I won't be doing it is simply because I lack discipline and self-control, not because it doesn't work.
Right, the plan works.
If you do this plan, whether I'm still doing it or not, because I promise you at the time I was doing it, it was delivering great results. If I have abandoned it, like most fat people eventually do, you still do it. And so that's how I start the whole document.
That's funny.
But isn't that true?
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, just don't let me be doing it be the reason that you're committed to this.
Yes,
There's not one thing in it that's new. Nothing. It's the stuff we've known forever. And I mean, it's just
It's really just a counting game.
it's just whether you want to. Well, it's also what you're eating though. It's not just numbers. What nutritionally is going into your body does matter.
Yeah.
There are foods that are better than other foods. But
if you're having a snack, it's peanut M&Ms.
You know what?
Halloween candy.
I didn't say it. That's what the
It ain't candy corn.
No, Bubba, let me tell you
There's
something.
a story on it.
You're 100% right. I mean, this is the whole deal. Everybody who's ever held me accountable, here's what they say. I understand that in your line of work, just like with all people, there are times you get in a situation where the best of the best is not available. When that happens, pick the best available. That's what you just said.
Yep.
Or go bad, but just don't eat a lot of it.
That's right.
And that's usually where we run aground, that moderation thing.
Yeah.
Like it's funny.
If I'd stick to the dog bowl diet, I'd have been fine.
Perfect example. Everybody, when we're trying to do better, we get excited because somebody will tell us that almonds are a good snack.
Mm-hmm.
But they say a handful.
Right.
So what
Not a
you
bag.
do is eat half the bag and go,
Yeah.
man, my weight's up. And they go, you know why? Because almonds are full of calories. I mean,
They are good,
They
though.
are full of calories, but they are delicious.
I love good almonds.
I do
Isn't it
too.
amazing though how efficient your body is with food? I mean, you think about what you eat to gain 10 calories and what your body can get out of it.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
how long it takes to burn 10 off.
Yeah, that's right. 15 minutes pass, so there you are. If you're getting ready to eat candy, the somewhat healthy snack, as Bubba has said all along, peanut M&Ms. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know what I mean? Like mosquitoes and briars and all that. I think they fit in all that.
Right.
because some of these things are part of the fall. And I don't.
And
I just don't think there's rats in heaven. I don't.
There's a couple of things that bother me, and the fact that during the 1,000-year reign, it talks about the kids can play next to the viper hole and they won't be harmed. I'm like, dang, viper hole still? Can we get rid of them?
Can I tell you what I think on that, Bubba? I'm gonna help you on that.
Mongoose?
By the way, I have no credibility.
Love Ricky Tikki Tavi, by the way.
I don't have any credibility on this, but I'm gonna try to help you on that. I think that's just an analogy. That's what I'm gonna believe. It's not gonna be literal.
Okay.
I think it's an analogy, meaning none of this danger exists anymore.
How you feel about the lamb and the lion? Is that literal or figurative?
Well, that hurts, but I'm going to stay with the viper, not being literal.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like this podcast, the SpaceX Falcon Heavy did get off the launch pad last night.
Falcon Heavy.
And this is the second flight. You remember the first one was last year when Elon launched his Tesla with the Rocket Man on it, going out to Mars. So this was dubbed STP-2 for Space Test Program. It's supposed to provide data to certify the Falcon Heavy and reusable boosters for future national security launches. It marked the military's first time that it has rode on a recycled rocket. Now, Rick, the mission, though, it is putting out 24 different satellites that all have to be launched at 3 different orbit levels. So the upper stage engines will have to fire multiple times to get to the right place to drop all this out. But there's all kind of satellites coming out of this thing today. Most of them have already been launched. Some tests. NASA's got some stuff on it. The Defense Department has some stuff on it. And, Rick, good for the hams. There's some ham satellites. Ham radio satellites.
Now I see why the story's...
Did I see where there was also people's ashes on the
Yes. That company that'll take some of your ashes and launch it into space.
How about that?
They had a whole bunch of them out there.
Oh, yeah. In the company called Kiss My Ash?
That's it. Kiss my ash goodbye.
Right. Yeah, I thought that was it. And also, Falcon Heavy is also the nickname of the Air Force Academy's offensive line.
It should be.
If we don't have an intern named Falcon Heavy.
I think we might have missed it with Diesel.
I know it.
Yeah. He looks like Falcon Heavy.
He does.
Now, 2 of the boosters landed successfully. The main part of it did not. It blew up.
Still serious.
He's bragging.
No, I'm not. I'm not mad at it.
I thought so. I know when we're talking about space, we have to almost. You have to give us the green light when we're done.
There has to be some sincerity here.
Right.
Yep.
My goodness.
Whoa.
Watch out on Falcon Heavy.
I just picked
My goodness, Falcon Heavy.
It's always something we all live.
Yes. Hey, Bubba.
Yes.
Greg, I think. No, Greg, I'm turning your mic off.
I had a good one.
I know you do, but that's all right. That's fine.
You better leave it down. You know he can't hold it. He'll have to blurt it out.
Well, remember I said a minute ago, can something enter in and him not say it? He said it was close a minute ago. He almost didn't say it. He's like a guy. I'm getting to it. I'm getting where I can make this.
We had some outside help on the design.
Okay, that's it. You're off. You're showing to me. It's now on me if it happens.
Rick and Bubba. The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's 21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So we work our way back. Definitely this year's best of CD will be called Rough Patch, and there's been some rough patches all year, and it's been a rough patch year. Everybody. A lot of rough patches this year. Going through a rough patch right now. Everybody. Road is upside down. Yep. Everybody. And you're going through a rough patch right now. And Bubba, an update on the tornado recovery.
The tornado recovery update. TRU.
TRU. All right, everybody say. So, Bubba, what's going on?
Rick, work continues, and for those that missed it, we had a house destroyed by a tornado March the 26th last year, of this year.
Yep.
And we're continuing. A couple of people have really come through for us, Rick, and we really do appreciate that. First, Tristan Genwright has finished our plumbing rough-in.
Did you just say plumbing? Plumbing?
Well, I was scared of Genwright. And I was a little scared of that.
I'm not sure you got that.
Right. Yeah. And he really came through, did a great job for us. And our friends at Eagle Electric, Nick Howell's bunch, down in Opelika, Zach Wood was the lead electrician at the house, and they came through and got our electrical finished. All of that has passed inspection, and hopefully we're going to be taking care of some minor details and getting our insulation in this week. So that'll be a big move toward getting the walls back up.
Don't want to be this guy.
Yep.
Because these are the kind of things that you just never should even let your emotions even entertain.
Right.
Any idea when you could possibly be back in it?
Next
never?
March.
Let's just
March
say never.
Is what my goal is, because we have a spring break in March, so during that week would be a good time to move. Try to move back in. So if we could hit that target, that would really help me out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth Blair did our home inspection, and Kenneth's done several for us down around Lake Martin. Does a great job, and he came in and looked everything over and gave it the thumbs up and showed us a few little things we're going to work on, and we're excited about that. So he did a good job for us too. And Kenneth, we appreciate you coming through. So these guys have really done good. Zach was really in there working hard on the electric part. He was taking care of it.
You hadn't run this one off?
No.
Right.
Yeah, it's the electrician thing has been the strangest.
You've had a bit of a rough patch on with electricians.
It's been one of the strangest deals I have ever seen, where people just will not come back and won't communicate with you.
Are you difficult to deal with?
No, I don't. I really had very little to do with them.
Mm-hmm. What, did you ever find the latest one, the MIA?
No.
You never did?
Never did.
Didn't never call you back?
Mm-mm.
You change his number or something?
I don't know.
Mm.
We're trying to move the change, Rick.
No, I
ain't look back.
Somebody keeps dinging.
I don't have that feature. I have nothing that I own does that now.
Who's dinging?
But so this electrician's actually staying the course.
Oh, they got it done. We're in good shape.
All
so
right.
We're excited. We get the insulation up, and that's going to be critical. We're getting the siding on the outside of the house.
That's big.
Being finished.
That's your big boy right there.
We'll be kind of sealed in. We got all the windows in, and hey, here we go.
Do you? I mean, again, I'm ignorant to all this. Thankfully, your insurance allowed you guys to, if it was available, to actually just move what was salvageable. I mean, what you could salvage that wasn't damaged and destroyed by water to a rental and stay down there. When does that rental run out?
It'll run out probably March too. I think that's kind of all coinciding.
Okay, well that all works together.
Out,
I just wondered if you had hey, we got to be out here by a certain date. These people want it back.
I think that's a good assessment. I mean, the yard may not be done. I don't know, but we'll see.
Because I guess those people,
we got Big Doug on that. So.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah.
You went to Doug?
Yeah.
Ooh,
oh yeah.
Dynamic Doug.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Huh?
He had some good ideas.
But he is an
He's an artist.
He's a landscape architect to the stars.
He
only works with the most wealthy.
Well, I don't. I think this is a charity case.
Well, he needs to try to get into heaven. It's.
He's doing all right, I think.
Yeah. Now look, he don't play games.
No, I know.
Huh?
I know.
You surely didn't. You didn't put him on a budget. He didn't know what that is.
I really appreciate these guys. They've done a tremendous job, and the insurance companies. We'll give everybody the final grades when all's said and done. I thought about doing the semester grades or the midterm grades.
Okay.
But I think you got to wait till everything's done so you really know what's happening there.
Right.
Get the whole picture.
Are they passing right now though? where
right
are they
now,
at? Right
now we're getting some good passing marks.
Okay.
And these guys came in, the plumbers and electricians, really kind of, we kind of hit a lull there, and they needed, we needed to get over the hump, and they really got the energy in there to get that done.
Well, you were looking for somebody who would make a play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the Eagle Electric guys, they don't play, buddy. They come in there and they are after this knees and elbows.
When you were dealing with that electric situation, it's almost like you had that quarterback couldn't move the team.
Yeah.
Oh, it was like, come on, man.
I found footage of Bubba's old electrician.
Really?
Here he is.
He's just walking into
the lake.
He says, I quit.
Just walking into the lake.
A little tough on him.
Saying, I quit.
Well,
do you feel like you're harder on the subs where that you're more familiar with what they do?
No, not
really. When it comes to the electrician, you could probably have wired your own house.
They're all working for the contractor, so who's working for me. So you got to keep it in the order there.
There's that tone.
No, but
That's so true.
There you go.
I get it. You got it just for a second.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Got it done. Thank you.
No, it's just the order. You got to keep it in the right order.
There it is.
I'm the man. I get that a lot too. I still go back to the great Seinfeld line. I didn't even know I had a tone until I got married.
I thought we could just communicate.
Right.
We didn't have to worry about tone.
Right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I've had to before announce that this tone won't change.
Well,
and one of my sons is one of his favorite moments. He goes, "Dad, when you told everybody that your tone would be unchanging,
just get over it."
I said, no, it'll change when y'all actually do what I need you to do.
Right.
And I said, here's how that tone changes for y'all to actually answer the question I keep asking.
All right.
Well, in our situation, if the thing had been leveled and we'd have started from the ground up, it would have probably been easier than some of this what they're having to go through.
No question,
yeah. Because now you've had other cooks in the kitchen and you're trying to,
Now you're getting some of the stuff we always get. I don't know who did this, but whoever did this.
Oh, absolutely. God, absolutely. I almost got to laugh. I got to cry, and I was laughing so hard at one of them. So.
Of course, I
don't know what this guy was doing. I don't know where this wire
Who came up with this floor?
I'll tell you, who'd you have roof this thing?
They put a closet here? Why'd they do
I'm
that?
gonna tell you, the roofers did
Now, this right here, I don't know what they were thinking.
Those roofers that put that roof on when it was 100 degrees. I don't know how they did it. I just don't know how they did it. God bless them.
They're special people.
They swam during lunch, and that was fine with me.
Well, heck yeah. I hope not like the electrician out.
No, they actually came back up.
That's good,
big
Bubba.
thanks.
That's good
Thanks to plumbers and electricians.
There we go, team.
There you go.
Let's keep it moving forward.
There
Here
we
we go.
There we go,
Move the
team.
chains.
There we
Move
go,
the
Team Tornado.
There you go.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big's the number. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is, Black Crows.
How about it?
Greg, I always have to ask the current state. Robinson brothers speaking to each other,
they're still
estranged.
Last I heard, they're still on the outs.
Okay.
Chris has a band, and they actually did a tour doing Black Crow songs. They were called something. Basically, he claims, I heard an interview with him because he's the one that does all the talking. He said his brother's basically in a Black Crows tribute band.
Okay, all right. So
That's
so,
what he
so,
said.
so the brothers, did the Black Crows that we want. Everybody who likes that music wanted them to be able to get along.
Yeah, and they never did.
So now the brother who sings is in a band that isn't called the Black Crows, but they do Black Crows music. And his brother, he claims, it may say Black Crows, but that's nothing but a Black Crows cover band.
Yeah, that's what he claims.
Interesting.
So,
brothers. Bubba, y'all living it every day.
Yep, I know.
Yeah, looking good, Chris.
Well, them two don't get along at all.
No, it didn't work out.
Well, they make good music, though.
They did. They did make some good music. So going forward, Bubba, we have if you're an NCAA Division I college baseball fan, you got yourself a one game wins it all. Now I had emailers telling me the Whistler was whistling.
Yeah, he started. Tell him.
He was quiet for about 3 or 4 innings, and you thought, okay, he's not.
He
here
got away
tonight,
from him, didn't he?
But he couldn't help himself.
Too
Fourth
much
inning, he started.
Too much Commodore.
Now
in
the
it.
night before, Rick.
Too much door.
Hey,
Too much door.
The night before, he didn't whistle. He was going, hey, hey, hey. Instead of whistling his 1, 2, 3, he was screaming, hey, hey, hey.
Were they responding like they did
yes,
to the whistle?
they were.
Okay.
That's the problem. They need to quit responding to it.
I know.
But, Greg, they love it. They love their Whistler.
Well, saw a lot of
he got
kids. I
going.
think a lot of kids, there's enough people there that like it to keep him doing this.
Oh, he got going.
But he couldn't help himself.
But did they escort him out or come over and
I don't
talk to
know.
him?
I kept hearing it.
I did too. Now I went to bed in
Made
like
me
the
mad.
about 7 1/3. I went to sleep, so I don't know. But
I don't
from
know
the
if he's
4th to the 7th, he was loud.
I don't
and
know if
whistling.
they have consciously got the microphone further away from him
Yeah.
or something because it's there, but it's not as bad as the first time I heard him. It ruined the game for me.
Yeah.
It was that loud.
Okay.
This time it wasn't quite as loud, but it was there.
Well, let me get, though, you see what I'm asking, though, and this is what the emailers were asking me, but I didn't know. I thought he was told he couldn't do that.
I was too. We brought that up.
Well, he was told he couldn't whistle like that. Evidently, that was a big story.
Yeah.
Well, then that's why last night, or not last night, the night before last, he was screaming, hey, hey, hey. I guess his thought was, well,
Yeah.
they told me I couldn't whistle.
Right.
They didn't say anything about hey, hey, hey.
And I would have done that.
So,
I mean, I would have just come up with an alternative.
the hey, hey, hey was more of a bip than the whistle at times.
But what I don't get, though, he went back to exactly the thing he's supposed to be banned from doing.
Exactly.
Now, somebody help me with that.
I almost think in his mind, he thought, hey, we got to get things going here. I'm going to have to start whistling. Like, it's up to me.
And now that they won,
I know.
You won't be able to shut him up
Bill
tonight.
Bubba Bussy, he whistled and they won.
Well, keep in mind too. We're
I
talking
whistled
about
while we won. I whistled while we won.
Da-da-da-da-da. There are 299 Division I baseball programs in the country that started the season with hopes of getting to Omaha. We're down to 2 teams, 1 game, and winner take all.
I like it.
What an honor to be there and even be in this position. And sadly, you're going to have somebody go home as the runner-up. And I know the Vandy fans are thinking, can Rocker throw another inning?
how's his arm feel today?
Let me warn everybody out
If
there.
he get out and run this morning, he might can do it.
If y'all have a team in the hunt and you're a huge fan, you're right there with the Whistler, or you're over on the other side as a Michigan fan. Let me tell you what. There'll be time for this, but let me tell you what don't do based on what Bubba just did. If your team loses tonight, is it tonight?
Yep,
it is.
If your team loses tonight, give it some time before you go to the team that lost. Say, hey, there wasn't but 2 teams left, and y'all were one of the 2.
You ain't got nothing to be ashamed of.
299. Of course, I don't know why there couldn't be 300, but there's 299 teams that wanted to be where you were, and you're one of the 2 left. There'll be time for them to be okay with that, but they're going to be disgusted if they lose.
Give them a couple.
Give them a minute.
Yeah.
Don't start that speech then.
It's a good speech,
and it's legit.
But everybody always tries to do it too early.
They do. It's legit speech. It is.
You know, I guarantee you, everybody who can hold their arm up will be ready to go tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And surprisingly, I learned that from our high school coach. If you will get out and run, you can get rid of soreness in your arm. It's really amazing. So I bet they got him out doing sprints this morning, trying to get him loose.
Sure. You know what you say? Can you give us 2 innings? Just 2.
If it's close, baby, we got to have you in the 8th and 9th.
4-1 Vandy, and it's down to 2. Either Michigan or Vanderbilt tomorrow will be a national champion. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us today. A couple of things to make you aware of from themanchurch.com. And Speedy, you're going to like this one. We talk about Tommy Lenore a lot on the program, the Lenores.
That's right.
So Tommy has, he and his church, Clanton First Methodist, about to kick off the manchurch.com strategy.
And they're excited, too.
Fire up.
He's been telling me, hey, look, they've been They've been like walking and knocking on some churches and
Yep.
getting them to get involved, and they're looking for a big one now.
So they're going to
Knocking
kick.
on 'em?
Yep, knocking on.
Yeah, knocking on the door.
Knocking on the door.
gotta beat people
knock, knocking on the churches.
Just let them know. Hey, this is going on.
Let them know. Let them know, Speedy.
Get involved.
So they're going to kick off our first curriculum. We have 4 of those now. Got a 5th one coming out next year. But they're starting the strategy for the first time, and so they're doing the kickoff. All they really need to know at Clanton First Methodist, they're in Clanton, Alabama, and is if you're coming, there's no charge or anything for it, but they are going to cook for you that night. So I'll be there to do that launch message, and then they'll give you an opportunity to plug in. And if, like Speed just said, if you're another church in the area and you'd like to find out more how you could do this at your church too, and if your church is not doing it, you can go over there and do it with them. Also, on November the 9th, at my home church, Valleydale Church, Birmingham, Alabama, Blake Prime, we're going to have I made a joke about this last year, but it actually went really well. We're doing our chili cook-off. That means all the men bring their chili recipes. We had like 23 different recipes last year. As I've said 1,000 times, only men's ministry will get men full of chili and then go in for worship. So Blake Prime will be there, and we're going to have some testimonies of men that the discipleship strategy, what it's meant for them. And there's a chance, there is an outside chance. I talked to the worship leader. There's an outside chance that I may sing a song.
What?
At our Next Man Church.
Please look at Greg's.
Yeah,
what are you singing?
You'll see. Then look to December 1st. Look to December 1st. I'll be going to New York City, Lord willing, and I'll be there with Promise Keepers for the Daring Faith Conference. This is the one that so-called Christian colleges have been running them off their campus all over the country. So they finally found, believe it or not, a church in New York City that will let them come there and talk about having a daring faith in Jesus and standing on God's standards. How dare them? But anyway, so I'll be there and get a chance to be part of one of the panels there discussing the topic that they give me that night, which will be suffering, and where is God in suffering, and I'll be there for that. So that's in New York City. So if you want to find out more about that, you can go to themanchurch.com too. All that's in upcoming events, and you can find it there. The 2024 dates are starting to find their way. A lot of the women out there keep saying, "Look, Burge, we're done with you. Go do your thing with the men. If you and Sherry are doing a marriage conference, let us know," which we are doing some in 2024. But when is Sherry coming back out? When is she going to get out and be speaking? She is. There's some dates in 2024 that Helmsy, you did already added them?
To BurgessMinistries.com.
Go to BurgessMinistries.com. Those of you that have been wondering where Sherry's going to be next year, you can start finding those dates as we're now putting those out as well. Yeah. So, Bubba, a couple of things we discussed, and you won't even. This is one of those things why we had to create Not Babylon B.
Right.
Is when you see a headline like this. So you see, this is Harvard now. I mean, do any of us allow Harvard to hold any weight anymore?
I mean, they just hired Frazier.
Is there anybody?
Saw that last night, by the way.
We're going to get to the point where at one time you would say things, my kid graduated from Harvard. Mm-hmm. Now you'd be like, who told you my kid graduated from Harvard? How dare you say that about my kid? It's almost becoming something to be ashamed of.
Yeah, if you're not on Suits, who cares?
Yeah. So anyway, and this ties into 3A2 Adler. So we know that at Harvard there were Hamas supporting students, and they are now begging for donations. Now I want you to think about this. They decide they want to stand with terrorists. Okay. Right. Now, what you would think normally is a pretty mean bunch, okay, or they can be, but the very people who think they're bold enough to stand with terrorists and be part of a terrorist organization are now begging for donations to support their mental health because they feel like they've been bullied about it.
Because people push back on their support of Hamas. They feel like they have been bullied, and now they need financial support.
They need help financially
to get over it
because they feel like they've been bullied. And why were they bullied? They think they were bullied because they stood for terrorists on their college
actually
campus.
Push back against that.
Can you imagine? I mean, can you even be a terrorist if you're afraid to be bullied?
Yeah,
not a good one.
No, not a good one. And of course, we also have footage in London. A huge pro-Palestine crowd, 50,000, a few blocks from the largest mosque in the Western world.
Unreal.
In this part of London, 90% of this neighborhood they're now Muslim. And if you don't understand
90%.
about mass immigration, take a look at this picture. And if you think there's no need to vet anyone out or anything like that, just come one, come all.
Look at that.
50,000 estimated this crowd in a neighborhood in London that has completely been taken over.
No, you can't fit another person.
And their desire is that all of London and all of the world would one day be under Sharia law.
Yep.
So you know, it's one thing what's happening at Harvard, because let's face it, these are just a bunch of lily white liberals that think that they have some bleeding heart for someone, and as another commentator said earlier in the show, and they found out about this conflict 5 minutes ago. And now they're standing with Hamas, and people got upset about it, and they want money because it makes them feel bad.
Yeah, I don't know how that's
Good
how you put a price on
Did y'all
that.
hear that in your headphones?
Yeah.
Did y'all hear what I just said?
Yeah, and a lot of professors at different universities they're getting exposed too because of some of the stuff they're coming out. Did you see cut 2 here, Rick, at Cornell University? One of their professors was seen on a bullhorn talking about how he felt when it happened.
Yeah, here he is. I actually did see that. Yeah, this is what the universities out there. I mean, I know this is not breaking news, but it's getting more and more obvious that when you make the decision to send your kids off and write them big checks to these universities, you got to know what you're sending your kid into.
Yeah.
And speaking, from experience, I know a lot of times we think, well, my kid's ready. My kid's ready to defend their faith. My kid's ready to stand against all this. But I'm telling you, you're sending them into a world where they're still pretty young and influential.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a clear pattern to indoctrinate. Now, what I understand about this professor and others like him, they've been saying things like this for years.
Yeah. Right.
And that no one ever holds them accountable for it.
Yeah.
But because of the obvious conflict, it's now coming to the forefront.
Yeah, it's full screen now.
So here it is, Cornell University professor Russell Rickford. Here we go.
It was exhilarating. It was exhilarating. It was energizing. And if they weren't exhilarated by this challenge to the monopoly of violence, by this shifting of the balance of power, then they would not be human. I was exhilarated.
He's talking about after the attacks.
Yeah,
after
how
Hamas.
excited he was.
Yeah.
It was exhilarating.
He was completely. It was like this wonderful experience for him. The word exhilarating is the word he's using. So I don't think there's anything to add to that. I mean, if something's exhilarating, I mean,
he sounds pretty excited.
He's exhilarated.
He called terrorists going into music festivals and into villages and killing civilians a challenge to the monopoly of violence. That's how he described it. A challenge to the monopoly of violence that Israel, quote, is perpetrating.
Well, I'm glad he found that to be exhilarating, and I wonder how exhilarating it will be for him when people begin to oppose him and disagree with him and maybe give him a hard time about it.
Yeah, they have to get a GoFundMe to deal with it.
Well, I mean, if he's exhilarated, then I guess that's what he's all in. Now, apparently over at Harvard, they were exhilarated for a minute, but then got their feelings hurt.
Yeah, they must be talked off the ledge.
I'd still like to know why you need me to send you money for your feelings. I don't even.
And how does that process work?
Well, that's what they've grown up in. Right. If you feel like you've got your feelings hurt, somebody disagrees with you, you curl up, you claim victim, and you ask for somebody to give you money.
And we got to quit picking and choosing. So we let this professor go up there and he can say what he wants to say, as long as he doesn't call for people to be harmed. Of course, what he's saying is borderline on that. But the other part is, though, but you can't then cry and whine and try to cut the PA system off when someone opposes his point of view and stands with Israel.
All right.
Or gets up and talks about exclusivity of faith in Christ or whatever. Or dare I say, vote for Donald Trump. I mean, we know how that can hurt people's feelings and make them feel triggered.
Oh, yeah. Triggered. I love the triggered word. Oh, gosh. Grow up, people.
Phone calls next.
This is what happens when you don't have your little heart broken as a little kid. You don't know how to deal with it when you get older.
Yep. 15 minutes to the top. We'll chat with you next. All 10 lines are available. Your opportunity to chat about anything you want to talk about right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thanks for being. Just went to a wedding last weekend. Was at the reception.
Well, speak for yourself, Rick.
Right.
I'm enjoying Las Vegas today.
I was at a reception Saturday, and a person who lives in our state and has lived here all their life thought the show was out of Atlanta. Atlanta. But this one,
we're not even allowed to go to.
I enjoyed the 285 ride.
Yeah, I did too.
Sure did. A lot of construction.
But Adler has topped all of us with this one. He said he ran into somebody that said, "Oh yeah, y'all do the show from Alabama." And he said, "Yeah." And he said, it's a town called Teleport."
Rick, because they call
making that up.
That's
making that up.
Adler, am I making that up?
You talking about Teleport, Alabama?
Yeah.
Everybody knows what that is.
Because you know where you got it from?
What?
Broadcast Plaza in Teleport.
Yeah.
Teleport. Okay, I got
That's
it.
funny.
They think
You know
it's
what?
Teleport.
What a great name for a city.
It is.
Hey, Bucky Beaver.
Hey, got your Bucky shirt on. I want to let everybody know Speedy didn't find it first. All right.
So, yeah, I opened my drawer this morning, and Bucky was staring at me. And I was
So
like,
you
all
grabbed
right,
it off the shelf, said, "I want one of these."
I'm going with this one.
Okay.
Yeah. I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he's a big fan of the show, and he was like, "Yeah, so you guys are out there in Teleport, right?"
And you're
just like, "What? What are you talking
What's
about?
wrong with you?
We're over the hill. You can see the studio from where we are."
So he
right
thought
now.
Teleport was a city.
When Rick says the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, he thought Rick was saying Broadcast Plaza in Teleport.
I'm gonna give him a pass on that.
Yeah,
I
if
am
you
too.
listen, I'm
Except the fact there's no such place as Teleport,
Right.
Alabama.
Why not?
But you know what? What a great name.
That
Yes.
is it.
There
You know,
should
I've
be.
never understood why this is called the Teleport.
Well, it's something Bubba told me to say. It had to do with the wireless setup or something here, didn't it?
Well,
Or-
it's just the fact that we
teleporting?
broadcast out of here.
Yeah, you're right.
You know.
Bubba gives me over the years these phrases to say, and I just say them.
I keep waiting us to teleport and end up somewhere else.
You know, look, I'm Ron Burgundy. Hand over Rick. Tell him to say this.
Well,
Stay classy, San Diego.
Stay classy, Teleport.
That's funny.
Live in Teleport.
But
you know what? If you're
I'll
a
start saying the
community-
word "and" clearer now.
You know what?
You should have told me that years ago.
If you're a small community and y'all been meeting down at the volunteer fire department and you're thinking about incorporating, why not look at Teleport?
Teleport would be a good name.
Yeah.
Hey, I do want to remind all of you right now that have been thinking about My Pillows. There's a 2-pack of premium My Pillows right now, and the reason why I want you to know this is
last 2-pack.
This is the best price that Mike Lindell's offered ever on these pillows. So if price has been an issue with you, make a move now. Get 2 for $69.98. That's $34.99 a pillow by using the promo code at mypillow.com. It's also there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so we're playing. Sherry and I are playing this new game that was introduced to us by
you
some
can't
friends.
think of.
Code names. I got it now. And I will tell you what's kind of, it people like me that you're trying to not be distracted by shiny things. It gets a little difficult because the way it's laid out. Picture this: there's 25 cards on the
It's a lot of
table.
cards, Rick.
Okay,
That is a lot.
and so the person, what happens is I'm sitting across, like Bubba and I would be a team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the 25 cards are in between us. Do you see it?
What are the cards? What
The
are
cards
on
are
there?
just words. It might be
Face up?
Yeah, they're faced up with different words on.
Like, give me an example.
Okay,
Like bird.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Yeah, bird would be one. It might be
Teleport.
Might be rock. It might be.
Is it nouns?
It might be Germany. No, it could be anything. It could be. It might be a country, a city.
Well,
You're talking about a person, place,
but
or thing?
it wouldn't say pretty though, right? It would be like a place. It would be a noun of some type.
Like no, it might.
It wouldn't be an adjective. It wouldn't just be
No, it could
describing.
be. No,
something.
it could. It could be those. It could
Okay.
be those.
So
as
it could
well.
be anything.
It could be any
Okay,
any
all right.
word.
I got you. I'm with you.
Yeah. So then what happens is I can only say
Me focus.
I can only say one word to you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what if we want to get interesting? Because the first
Well,
team.
why are you saying words? They're face up. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to make you say the words that are ours on the board. So I give you a clue. Like let's say for
But I can see the words.
yeah, I know, but I'm trying. But here's the thing: some of them are our words, some of them are their words.
I know
and then there's one word. If I give the wrong clue and you say it by accident, that we lose immediately because it's the assassin.
Oh,
there's some right
and
there.
so say we would be the red team or the blue team. Now that's
Right.
the assassin in the middle.
Okay.
So one word out there is instant death to your team. So
Right.
you have to be careful because what they've done to make the game
They make it
interesting.
close.
Some of the words are similar. So if I mess up and give you a clue that's not real specific, you might end up giving them a point on one of their words, or you may hit the
So
assassin.
if you call one of their words, they get a
All
point.
right,
get a
so
point.
Rick, for instance, I saw one of the words is foot.
Correct.
So what would your clue be to get me to say foot? And can it be just one word or can it be a phrase?
No, only one word. I would say toes. And you would look down and you look on the board and say, what would relate to toes down?
How many
I'd go
clues
foot.
can you give?
Only one.
Only
Foot.
one?
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, so phone calls coming in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Looks like maybe 2 lines available. Helmsy's got it covered. And we'll find out what is on your mind today. Chester out of Huntsville. Chester, 100.3 The River. Chester, go ahead.
Hey, I get a Jewish TV channel, and every now and then I watch it, and I've seen where most Jewish people in the United States vote Democrat. It's more than vote Republican, and this will be interesting to see if that sways their vote in any way, this conflict.
Yeah, I have never understood.
Yeah, that is a mystery, by the way.
A Jewish person voting for modern-day Democrats. I've never understood that. And I know there are, just like there are cultural Christians, there are secular Jews. I used to be a cultural Christian, so I know that. So that's not an indictment. I did that for myself for many, many years. But where, it's just part of your culture. It doesn't, there's no real spiritual conviction there. So, and I think there's always that they fall for that, the social worker side and do-gooders and all that. But I have to ask the Jewish man or woman right now, do you see how this party that you keep voting for is acting toward Israel? How can you let that go? Now, according to Speedy, there is some signs. Was it you who said it to me in the break? Or Helms, was you?
Yeah.
That some are taking notes saying, yeah, I don't think I can keep supporting this party.
Yeah.
Especially those that are business owners and things like that.
Yeah, a lot of the Jewish CEOs are coming out and speaking up about this. We actually even have, I don't know if he's Jewish or not, but billionaire and Democrat saying, hey, I was all wrong about Trump. I'm seeing now the difference, and they're pretty outspoken about it.
Well, Ronald Reagan, and I'm not comparing Trump to Ronald Reagan because that's almost laughable, but the one part that is a good comparison is that Reagan said over and over again, peace comes through strength.
Yep.
And we've said over and over again, and Rush Limbaugh taught us this and used to say it all the time, peace only follows victory, nothing else.
Yeah, an all-out victory.
Yeah, and so when America is a daunting military that other countries fear, there's more peace in the world. And when we look like a country that is not to be feared, there's lots of conflict in the world.
Well, give me any example where you achieve your goals, which would be peace in this case, by being weak. At what point does somebody go, well, you're weak, I'm going to let you have your way?
Right.
In the real world.
Right.
Okay. Now, maybe on the college campus, but I mean in the real world.
Real world doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, Bubba,
if you are strong and you're in control of the situation, then you can be as generous as you would like to be.
Right.
If somebody else is, you have to answer to their terms.
we continue. Dave in Mobile, Alabama. Hey, Dave, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Thanks for quoting.
Hey, guys. How are y'all doing on this Tuesday?
Good.
Good.
Hey, I have a question for you, Rick, and I'm sure you've talked about this before, and I just haven't heard the answer. But I was in conversation with someone the other day, and we were discussing the conflict in the Middle East. And my question is, how as Christians can we reconcile Israel being God's chosen people, but most Jews not believing in Jesus, or believing that Jesus was the Son of God, rather? And also kind of curious on your opinion on the eternal fate for Jews that are still waiting on the Messiah's first coming.
Well, when you look, we've just walked through the Revelation. I know that you probably had something to do the last 10 months, but we have we've walked through this in great detail. The reason why a Christian needs to resolve that there is a covenant relationship with God is because you can't claim to believe the Bible and then reject that notion, because that's what the Bible says. And it says we are the wild branch grafted in. Now, is it true that inside the church there is no Jew, there is no Gentile? That is true. But did Jesus fulfill the law? Yes, he did. Did he do away with the law? No, he didn't. And there's going to be an opportunity afforded the Jewish people throughout the tribulation that is quite clear, that is special. Jesus cried over Jerusalem when they rejected him as Messiah in Matthew 23:37, and he said, "You killed the prophets that my Father sent you. You have stoned those that he sent you."
And I had preferred that you had accepted me and me gathered you together as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, but you were not willing. So God is punishing Israel for their rejection of him and then their rejection of Jesus. Every time they reject God's glory, whether in the person of Jesus or his glory in the old covenant, he always punished them for it. And he always used it to refine them into coming back to him. There is a covenant with them that was not a covenant made with us. Now, there's a new covenant, and the only thing the Gentile did was take the role of the Hebrew, and that role, not that we replaced them as the new covenant people, but we replaced them as the messenger of the gospel. The Jewish people were supposed to take Jesus to the world, and they didn't do it. And so then that was then given to the Gentile and to the church. And so the church is now presenting the message of Jesus that originally God's chosen people, that's what they were chosen to do, and they didn't do it. However, when you get to the tribulation, there's 144,000 Hebrew evangelists that, buddy,
on fire.
Buddy, they get the job done. And they go through the tribulation pointing people to Jesus saying, hey, we were wrong. And we also see that there's more and more Hebrews that are coming to Christ and being Messianic Jewish people, as we would see. But what God is looking for right now, he doesn't say the number of Jews that come to Christ. He's looking for the number of Gentiles that will bring on the rapture. We don't know what that number is, but it clearly says that in Scripture. But there is a relationship between the Hebrew and God that the Gentile does not have. Now, when it's all said and done, we'll all be in equal standing, and in the church, we're all in equal standing. But he is still working something with them to ultimately bring them to Messiah. All right, I guess that answered it. So to say that, how do we deal with that? Well, we believe the Bible. So I mean,
part of all of this that's going on in the Middle East is due to their rejection of the Messiah. Okay,
right.
But that
God's glory before Messiah throughout the whole Old Testament.
But that does not change the fact that they still have a special place based on the promises to Abraham,
the covenant. Yeah.
And that will be seen throughout the outplaying of history and even today. And we're told in the Bible, those that bless Israel will be blessed. Those that work against it will be destroyed. There's no mystery here to what's happening. It's exactly like it says it would play out.
We have Scripture through the Hebrews. We have Messiah through the Hebrews. We have the prophets through the Hebrews. We have most of the apostles through the Hebrews. Yep. We have most of the New Testament through the Hebrews. Special folks.
Yep.
And
they did their part.
Yeah, and so that's and
the nation as a whole did not.
We have a relationship with him. Now, is it true?
And look what they've paid. Look at the price they've paid for them.
Oh, yeah.
To be completely destroyed as a nation, to be scattered all over the globe, to be persecuted by every group under the sun.
Yep.
But then to almost spiritually, it couldn't have happened any other way, to be brought back to their ancient homeland promised to Abraham.
Yeah. And it's been an ongoing process of they reject God's glory, he disciplines them, and they come back.
Yep.
They reject God's glory, he lets them suffer, they come back. And then when they rejected Jesus, that was his glory incarnate, then they're suffering for that.
Yep.
But the relationship has not changed. And it's going to play a major role. And this all be. Notice what comes out.
But
of
it's
heaven.
a good question. What he asked.
Yeah.
I understand why he's asking.
Yeah, of course. But now I'm not saying they're redeemed without Jesus, because that's not true. Now this is what's kind of cool, and this is where it gets kind of fun if you're willing to play on the edge.
Plantar fasciitis. That's two words, though. That's two words.
But here's the thing.
Or is it?
It's like
what about chocolate?
Have you ever played spades before? Anybody ever played spades?
Oh yeah, love
so
spades.
what happens is, let's say for instance, I look on the board and I see that some of our words, and you saw the card that tells you which words are yours,
right,
based on your color. And then there's some that nobody gets a point on. They're just innocent bystanders, meaning I've lost my turn and nobody got anything. Now it's your turn. So we turn over a sand deal, a timer, and you and I are going to get as many words as we can get in our time.
As they say them, you flip them over?
Yeah, you put your color on it and cover it. meaning that
then
one,
you see it.
Yeah,
That's right.
but here's the thing: the problem is that once we miss, then we've lost our turn. Now they're in control for as long as they can go. If I want to try to win quicker, let's say I look on there and I see, like I did this last night, I saw Berlin, and then I saw England, and they both were ours. So what I will say to Sherry is, let's go for 2. And she goes, we're going for 2? Now I got to get it, just like spades.
Yeah.
We're going for 2, which means that'll help us win the game quicker.
I say V2.
And I said Europe. And she looked down and she saw Berlin is in Germany and England. And she goes, Berlin and England. And we got them both.
Okay.
So, they related. Okay. One was a city, one was a country. But
I say V2
right.
because one shot a rocket at the other.
Right. Well, this is how we lost the game.
True.
So we get down to it, and the boys were a lot better at it than we thought they would be, and they actually were kind of owning us a little bit. We got down 4-2, and of course you know what that means. What happens then? Sherry and I now are getting in an argument on whose fault it is that we're losing.
Yeah.
Hey, what kind of clues are you giving over there? You know what I mean? And this kind of stuff. So then I said I'm gonna concentrate, and I gave the clues, and which I think I'm better at giving the clues than receiving them because of my concentration issues. So because there's a lot going on the board. You know what I mean? You're looking at a lot at the same time. Then you're having to look at the card to see which ones are even yours. And so anyway, so we get down, we tied up 4-4, and whoever wins 5 wins it. Okay. And I look on the board and I see for the win or for them to win, Sherry is receiving the clues. I see that one of our words is drop, like you drop something.
Mm-hmm.
But way over here, in the far corner to my left is also one of their words, stadium. And like an idiot, I'm dealing with a woman, who somewhat has watched some football, but it's not like dealing with one of us.
Yeah.
And I said fumble. She gets stadium. And we lost.
Oh.
See, that was dumb. I should have looked over at stadium and said, well, if I say fumble.
She wouldn't think drop.
She wouldn't think drop. She'd think stadium.
Yeah.
She thought I was giving her a football clue for stadium. Doggone it, Rick.
Well,
and then of course
that'll learn you.
Then the boys have to, they got to celebrate and they
sure. They end zone dance a little bit on.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Because then they took control of the board, got that one, and then the one more they needed, and it was over.
Yeah.
Out and then boom.
Mm-hmm.
They Kumar
Dragon
rocker.
breath.
Rick, can you not see stadium, buddy? It's right there.
It's right there. You let it sneak up on you.
What are the odds of your wife when you say fumble to her saying drop versus stadium?
Because she just went with anything that might have.
She thought I was
football.
making, and I was making a football reference, but I was making a football to drop.
What was wrong with a good hand of Uno?
Yeah.
Have you thought back on what you should have said?
I never could think of anything for drop but fumble. What would I have said?
Mike,
hold, and drop. You hold it and drop it.
I think I'd have picked stadium.
Well, it's
that's a tough one. That's why I asked.
Well,
I mean,
let me get tough for drop.
For drop, if you said fly ball, I would think drop immediately. But see, that's kind of close to stadium.
Error. Well, I messed up because she went local, but some of you, I think these are all across the country.
Yeah.
One of ours was embassy. Okay. Now I would have liked for her to use something. I would have thought more
foreign.
Embassy. Yeah, right. You know what she said? Sweets. Well, I thought she was talking about candy.
Talking about the hotel.
I thought she was talking about candy, so I picked mint.
Oh, you thought sweets?
Yeah. I thought junior mint. And she was like, "How do you say? What do you say? Mint to sweets?"
See, that's what's wrong with English.
And I said, "I didn't know how you
we got the
say
same
it.
word
Right.
spelled 2 different ways."
But it's a fun game. It really is.
It really ought to be suits.
It really, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, don't look. English is so goofed up. God bless anybody comes here and tries to learn it. You know,
probably the biggest argument we had last night. Do you not think if a word is square, and I could not use the word shape, and it was taken away from me on an incident, so I couldn't use the word shape. So I said corny. She goes, "How do you get corny with square?" She picked bugle.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Thank you guys for being with us. Coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. And we are excited. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
That's right. So there you go. So thank you for joining us. If you missed any of the show today, don't forget the archives. You can watch them on our YouTube channel or listen to them on our podcast channel. You never have to miss a moment of the Rick and Bubba show. So we had a caller we did not get to, and we just kind of ran out of time because we did have one guy. And it was a really good question you asked her, and I thank you for asking that. And do not hear us saying that there's any way for anyone, Jew or Gentile, to be considered acceptable to a holy God without the full righteousness only provided in the sacrifice of Jesus Christ, the true Messiah. Not saying that at all. Relationships may be different, but at the foot of the cross, we're all equal in our need of redemption. So don't read anything. Don't read anything like that into what we said. But the things we said do stand up biblically. The other thing is, though, on a much lighter note, is we had a caller that says you have now inspired people to watch even old episodes of Frasier, Bubba, and he saw the one back when the one we like when Frasier was still working in radio that dealt with something we're dealing with here at the new studio and have been for almost 2 years now. And but I was going to take his call when we started this segment, but he's gone. But Helmsy, you took it. So
he said that in an episode that he had to go a long way to the bathroom too.
And it was a funny thing about trying to go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what he said.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it, but Bubba, I did watch the new one last night.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
And I to be honest with you, I didn't really have a bad attitude. I was just like, am I going to like this, that kind of thing, and I really enjoyed it. It was good.
Well, just the
Real
fact,
good.
I think sometimes, look, we've all said this and we've all talked about it, and there are certain actors and certain characters. If they're in anything, it's not going to be awful.
Yeah.
I mean, they can almost save a mediocre show
right,
just by their own presence. And if anybody else steps up, you really got something going.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, and I think that was part of it, and I think it was well written. I think the whole thing was really good.
I think they've got some characters on there that could really be dandy.
I agree.
As they play this out.
I watched a movie while Sherry and I were at the beach this past weekend. And we got back in one night, and we weren't quite ready to go to bed, and we were just kind of saying, hey, you want to watch some TV or whatever? And I solely watched it. And I want to say it was called The Burial. Did you watch it?
I talked about this morning.
Did you? Okay, I didn't hear that.
He did. And the reason I did it's the same reason that you're talking about.
I didn't watch
the two actors that were in it.
I didn't watch for any other reason.
And it was a good movie.
I saw Tommy Lee Jones and Jamie Foxx, and I said, my goodness, of course.
All in.
All I thought about was when Jamie Foxx was shooting that movie, he didn't know he was going to have a stroke.
That's what
you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
We want to know if he looks sick.
Yes.
Let me tell you something.
Watched this last night.
Didn't know that story happened.
Didn't either.
Good
movie. On events.
Greg, it's based on a true story.
A true event.
I know you ruin all these shows.
Rick, don't listen to him.
Yeah.
But just
Is
at the
that
core,
Jackie
it's
Charles
right.
there?
I mean, when they go
very
that
similar.
vague, it's really.
Hey,
I think the only
he plays a character like that. he is a Johnny Cochran Childs kind of guy.
That's Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, Jamie Foxx. And we just said that.
world.
No, I thought he was
Jamie
Jackie.
Foxx.
I thought it was the actor that played Jackie Childs to begin with because I didn't look. I was looking at it over here.
Jamie Foxx plays the character, and he and Tommy Lee Jones together.
My gosh, that's Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, it is. Well,
wait just a dang minute.
When you see those two actors, you go, which was the whole thing we were talking about, is these two actors made us watch.
Makes you give it a chance.
Yeah, because just like with Kelsey Grammer and the Frasier character. I thought, well, my goodness, if this thing has even a half a good story with these two actors in it, I'm all in.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it.
That's funny. I did too.
Yeah, didn't have to deal with much yuck or any of it.
No,
I remember.
No,
a
couple of cussing here or there, but you're gonna have that.
Let me tell you something.
You're gonna have that.
You are.
Yeah. That one guy that said you have a chance if you take this case to be like blank and Johnny Cochran.
Yes.
Yeah. That was the only real bad one.
So it's based off true events.
Yes.
There goes Greg.
So at the core, there's the story.
There was release the Greg,
and then they have
basically somebody went to trial. That part's true.
everything else they made.
This one right here.
You got
What was
inspired
the-
by actual events.
Had
you
never
got
seen
based
it.
on true
Don't-
story. You got different things.
You don't
I'm
have
just
to-
saying. I saw that though. It said inspired by events.
I know.
So
I was
what is
hoping
the
you
plot?
would.
Don't tell me the whole movie, but just what is it
Oh,
about?
you're asking a Burgess.
Would you rather me not comment? You want Hamzy to tell you?
Well, either one.
Because I'm going to tell you something. I'm ready to take you to those.
I want to
machines.
watch it, so please don't.
Yeah, I'd rather watch it. Let's just move on. Let's just.
Well, you can say what it's about.
Tommy
not
Lee
give the whole
Jones.
thing.
I'm going to let
owns-
Helmsy do it because I'll tell you the whole movie.
He owns some funeral homes, okay, and
And
he's
stuff.
he's in some financial trouble, and government's part of that. And then some gentleman comes in and tries to buy up several of his businesses, and they kind of have an agreement, and the guy will never go through with the agreement.
Getting
The
too
thought
detailed.
is
Loosely based.
Am I getting too?
Getting too detailed.
Think about the trailer. Tell the trailer, because I mean,
And nonetheless, he ends up suing this gentleman that's trying to buy the business.
Loosely based on.
And Jamie Foxx is representing Tommy Lee Jones.
And he's
in his businesses.
And can I say this one thing? Because this is what Bubba want to watch.
Here we go. He's got to add
Just
to it.
like Jackie Childs
Here he goes.
was, your classic. We hear commercials all the way into work every day.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
The personal injury lawyers.
Yes.
That's how he's made all his money. And they try to convince him he should take this on too.
That's probably too much, Rick.
Okay.
That
Well, I
was,
bet
that
he-
was
y'all
too much
get him
because
started.
I
He's
wanted
gotta add.
I
You
wanted
did
to
a good
say
job.
that, and I thought, no, that's too much information.
Bubba
You
needed
did a great
that.
job. You stay out of it.
But how about this? Bubba needed that one tidbit. He's in now.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
He's in now.
You'll enjoy the movie, Bubba.
Oh, there it is.
Every stereotype about these kind of lawyers you've ever thought of is all in there.
Yeah.
And that's what you want, isn't it? So I love that. It's so funny to me.
Very predictable.
Stop him. Change the subject quick.
I know
Rick's
he's going to
dying
continue.
to blurt something.
Yeah, he's dying.
Crucial part.
Bubba's favorite scene when they try to pitch him on taking the case. Hilarious.
It is funny.
You just, I
What's
wish
wrong
we
with
were
that?
leaning up
Happens
against the
early,
break.
too.
We
What's
got
wrong with that?
We are leaning
minutes.
up against the break.
No, we're not. Unfortunately,
I thought we were going to look at the iron beam.
What?
he wants to watch a 5-minute video.
Yeah. Let's,
Well, we could just discuss the Iron Beam with that in the
Buc-ee
background.
ones.
We could
I'd
do
like
that.
to see the picture. This is a
Yeah.
package on it.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
see how it works.
Anything to distract Rick, I'm in for.
No, that's fine. I'll even go to break a minute and a half early, and we'll come back, and we'll take a look at, and discuss the Iron Beam.
Thank you, Helmsy,
Trump
for being
is-
kind of vague on
Trump
that.
is back in court today. Have
Right.
you seen the judge?
Oh,
The
yeah, what
judge
she
has
did?
clamped down on what he can say.
Yeah.
And he don't like it.
Which may lead us to Adam's call out of Indiana. All right, we'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And if you missed the last segment, Wayfair, who is a online furniture company, has received a $200,000 order from a nonprofit company who is building detention centers or has them or whatever on the border, and the employees have asked that the company not fulfill that order in protest of U.S. policy against immigrants coming over. Although this order is trying to help immigrants who come over who are in a detention center while they're being processed, okay? Some get to come in, some do not. That's how a detention center works. So, again, we can't follow the logic. They're not wanting to help these people be more comfortable, even though they say they're in support of these people. But anyway, aside from that, Notorious AOC, Rick, chimed in yesterday saying Wayfair workers couldn't stomach that they were making beds to cage children.
Oh, my goodness.
They asked the company to stop. CEO said no. Tomorrow they're walking out. This is what solidarity looks like, a reminder that everyday people have real power as long as they're brave enough to use it. You know, bless her heart. I mean, she's Lenin. I mean, she might as well be a full Marxist communist.
Right.
Again, if they were trying to make things to help these people be more comfortable, I don't see how their protest works in. But I guess if you're an open border person and don't want detention camps at all and don't want borders at all, I could see, I guess, where you would be, this kind of would be down your alley. Even though you're risking 574 employees being released, or the whole company, could go under. More jobs at risk. I just don't get it, Rick. I don't get this.
But it comes time. We're at the time, and we got Rosie O'Donnell who chimes in on this as well.
Yeah, she's referred to them as concentration camps also. And even though several people from both sides of the aisle now, this is one of the some of the folks in the Trump administration and some of the folks from the Clinton administration have offered to give AOC a tour of a concentration camp, carry her to Poland, carry her to and show her what a real concentration camp was, because they feel like that this example is getting a little ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, who ever heard of a far left emotional person that could ever be talked about hyperbole and exaggeration? That's their whole world. Everything they do is hyperbole, emotion, exaggerated. Rosie O'Donnell has weighed in on this to make this point on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen, a Bravo show. And here's what she says. She says that we have 100,000 concentration camps in just about every state in the United States of America. First of all,
that's a big number.
Let's talk about the number. 100,000. That's a big number, Rose.
Nope.
All right, so then she's going to double down, Bubba. Listen,
there's a very few we have 100,000 anythings in this country,
but
you would be able to see them.
Yeah, she's doubling down though on what you just talked about Auschwitz and some of these places, saying, "Can we bring y'all over here to see how a concentration camp works?"
Mm-hmm.
She doubles down and says, "I'm using the word concentration camp, even though there's a lot of controversy about this word." Now, I want y'all to listen.
Well, it's not accurate. That's why there's controversy.
Hear this out. Don't miss what Bubba said last segment about us turning over the education system to really, all they are now are brainwashing organizations into a liberal, socialist, baby communist point of view.
And I feel so sorry for a lot of our classroom teachers.
Listen to this very, very detailed backup to her point she has. But actually, and here's the word she uses, legitimate scholars. Now that's kind of there's a vanilla word. Legitimate scholars who studied genocide said, yes, they are, in fact, the criteria for concentration camps. They meet them. Now her source.
And there's 100,000.
Her source for this.
How many gas chambers do we have?
Bubba, her source. Bubba, how dare you argue with legitimate scholars? No. Whoever these
I'd like to have a legitimate discussion with a legitimate adult.
I want to know where 100,000 of these camps are.
I want to know how it meets the criteria for a concentration camp, just like the NBA that said they didn't want the word owner used anymore. Nothing negative about someone who gives you an average salary of $6.4 million and you can leave anytime you want. That's not a slave owner.
No matter what you call him.
19 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. I'd like to announce to the staff, you have 48 hours to watch the burial.
That's it. You're giving us the fly zone.
All right, we're in.
48 hours, I'm telling it.
Someone just sent me an email. I think it's very interesting. I'll pass it on to you.
Okay.
They just wonder if we knew about this website, and it's called historyversushollywood.com.
Oh, Greg, this has got you all over.
And it lists out everything that, of course, Greg points out.
Oh, yeah.
And what's actually true. And I think, just based off this was the movie you're talking about, The Burial. I'm reading through, and this is very helpful for me because they confirm a lot of things that were actually in the movie.
Okay,
see, Greg?
So,
loosely based.
No,
Greg. That's their own word.
Oh, I just pulled it up. If you look over, it says it lists their contributors and Greg's names.
There it is.
So, well, that's good.
It says almost as true as The Blind Side.
Greg, don't do
you have the ability to watch just anything and just watch it?
Not if it's a true story.
No way. There ain't no way.
He wasn't able
I almost
to watch
told him The Burial wasn't.
I'll watch it, but when something happens, I'll go added.
Rick, I showed him in the commercial break this morning during the kickoff hour after I just discussed it. I showed him the trailer, and the whole time he talked through it about different things even in the trailer.
So you can't just lay back and go,
I wish I
watch
could.
a movie.
I wish I was like y'all.
Right. So you have the same thing from your wife about movies I have about going into any place of business or restaurant.
Yeah.
The constant discussion of the inefficiency.
Lisa gets mad at me when she goes, well, can you just watch the movie?
We tried to go to a place last night to look over a couple pieces of furniture that we might need to get for whatever. And my first thing is, well, so nobody back here in the furniture part. I said, so like we want something. Who do we talk to?
Ready to buy.
And she goes, I said, so I'm going to ask the cashier about this chair. So anyway, you're supposed to ask me where's the furniture person? Like, how you get it in your truck? Are they in the back? I mean, there's a lot going. If I say I'll take that chair, boy, we start a process.
Wrapping it.
Speaking of a process, Bubba, you wanted to talk about. It's an incredible story that Israel. How did we find out that there may be an iron beam, not just an iron dome?
Well, the Iron Dome refers to their defense system that takes care of these short-range rockets that get sent into Israel. And the Wall Street Journal did a story on it, apparently from some of the footage that people have been taking that looks more like a laser beam shooting down some of these rockets as opposed to a physical hit-to-hit missile.
So no official word from Israel?
No.
These are just people speculating?
The Wall Street Journal has a little story on it.
This laser weapon can strike targets such as drones, rockets, and mortars, and can do so for a fraction of the price of other missile-powered defense systems. The Iron Beam is an experimental project built by Israel. It could be used in conjunction with the Iron Dome, which launches rockets and is considered one of the most advanced air defense systems in the world.
מערכת הלייזר של רפאל הוא שובר שוויון אסטרטגי.
Translate?
Greg, read that.
I can't get that.
The laser is.
Oh, there it is.
It's laser beam system.
Strategic game changer for the Israel in the world.
Yeah, that's just for
the Israel, Greg. It's just Israel.
Right.
You ain't got my glasses on.
You didn't see that.
Hey, there's nothing. We'll translate for. I know a lot of you out there speak Hebrew, but for those who don't.
By the way, this is very important, but I was already getting sleepy.
Israel says the Iron Beam could enhance its protection against threats from Iran's allies in Lebanon and Gaza. But some defense experts say the technology has several weaknesses, including its short range. To perfect the system, Israel is in talks with the U.S. about cooperating on the technology. Here's how the laser beam system works and why some military analysts say American expertise could enhance it. The Iron Beam is composed of a laser gun located on this swiveling unit, a surveillance system that tracks incoming threats, and a command center where operators give directions. Israeli officials say the laser gun fires a beam that uses 100 kilowatts of power. That's around 100 times the typical electrical power that a household in the U.S. uses.
Shouldn't that be danger zone plane?
Here's what it looks like in action. This footage from the Israeli Defense Ministry shows the laser striking down a rocket.
Wow, now I want to see
Israel's goal is to integrate this weapon into its arsenal and also save some money. That's according to military analysts who say the laser would allow the country's army to reduce its reliance on the more expensive Iron Dome. One interceptor missile fired from the Iron Dome can cost $50,000 or more. In contrast, Israel's departing Prime Minister Naftali Bennett said the Iron Beam could do the same thing for as little as $2.
Get what you pay for.
Yeah, but I mean, but if it's short range,
you get what you pay for.
If it's short range, though, they're saying that's the problem. It is inexpensive, and I guess it can work in conjunction with, but I don't think it could replace it.
Well, it just depends. It depends how big and fancy it gets.
Right, yeah.
But I mean, that's their problem is short range stuff. I mean, you're talking about stuff coming over a wall a mile away.
That's
it's not something coming from 600 miles.
But I feel safer with something that hits $50,000 a pop as I do some that Dollar
Well,
General.
just have both.
Well, have a combination.
I got Dollar General.
You got Dollar General.
Greg, the Iron Beam is not Dollar General.
No.
I just heard it.
They're trying to be more efficient.
This is based off true events.
The way I'm just saying, hey, Greg, we're going to protect you. Really, how much you spend on that? $50,000 a pop. Ooh, I feel safe. Well, this one's a couple bucks, but it's pretty good.
That's a good point.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as you knock it down.
Right.
Yeah.
And we know which one Speedy we get.
If the missile
if it's a laser, it might work better.
Look, the Iron Dome is about 90%, maybe 95% effective.
Good.
So, but with that laser, if they miss, they can fire again right away. They don't have to have another rocket.
I would be of the camp. I would be of the camp of both.
And I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah, Well, I heard somebody mention about the price.
I know.
You know,
Did you hear what Greg said? He said you can keep firing. I said then you're in for about $10. I said you can fire
I just hear Speedy hollering to the person, that's $2 a pop.
Look, I think you hit it, kind of.
Well, I mean, at some point you do have a cost of defense, so you
Of
have
course.
to figure out what
Yeah.
you can do. But at any moment, I mean, we saw in this last attack 5,000 rockets shot in. So you're looking at 5,000 rockets shot to knock them down. That's a lot of money.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. It is because they said the 90% and that 5,000 overwhelms the Iron Dome. Well, then if I had the laser with it, couldn't I almost fill in supplementary?
Do a supplemental. Throw it in there with it.
Yeah, I mean, for $2 a pop, I'll throw it in there.
Yeah,
What's
$20?
Now we got $50,000 every shot when we combine them.
Yeah, there you go.
The iron beam is
Buddy,
like,
you don't know.
like they said, 100 kilowatts. The United States government actually has a 300 kilowatt laser right now, and they may be helping Israel up the power of their iron beam. But with the cost, you have to wonder, how is the military-industrial complex going to like this?
No. Oh, that's good. I found it funny in this, this rather slow.
They like new toys.
Yeah, they do. I'm kind of making a joke.
Yeah. This rather slow, kind of overly laid back presentation of a really probably very outstanding weapon. I wish we could have marketed it. Rather than this Wall Street Journal story, I think we could have had Danger Zone under it. We could have had knocking stuff out of the sky.
We got some chick.
We'd have had with John Plesey doing the voice. But
more explosions.
Yeah, many more explosions.
Yes.
But I will say this: was it funny to you guys that the minute they talked about it having some setbacks, they showed Biden? I mean, it's like when they went, there are some things about short range that they immediately show Biden trying to come down steps. I don't know if they meant to do that, but that was funny to me.
The iron beam has some stumbles by it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, all of this came out of the research originally done under the Strategic Defense Initiative, or what the opponents call Star Wars, that Reagan introduced.
Absolutely. Really, if you just look at defense, it all comes back to Reagan.
Successful.
Right. And
he played the highest stakes poker game we ever saw and won.
Yeah, he did.
Bubba, I hate to ask a dumb question, but how's the
there
laser?
There are no dumb questions.
How's the laser actually take out the missile? Like, what is the technology? What is it sending?
It starts melting the casing on it and causes it to deform, and then the speed it's going tears it up when it gets out of aerodynamic.
Yeah. And it has to kind of sit on the missile for a couple seconds before it heats it up, which is that hurts a little bit.
You got to follow it.
You are intelligent.
And followed up.
Mm-hmm. And I've noticed you picked up like a little sidekick in Adler. Have y'all picked up on that?
Yeah, we're buddies. We're space bros. We always have been and always will be.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
A couple of positive emails. He's perky in there.
He is.
Mini me in there.
I'll try to play the right clips though today. That ate me up all day yesterday when I played the wrong clip.
Well, I was going to say something.
You were in the segment, possibly the whole show, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah, our show is raggedy, not quite that raggedy, but
and since you don't know what we're going to ask for half the time, so you're probably ahead.
We're sitting here throwing stuff at you that at the last minute. Addie, you got that?
Aaron was like, what's wrong? What's wrong? I'm like, nothing. She's like, well, you look like you're back at the pumpkin patch. What's wrong? I got in trouble, by the way. I got in trouble this weekend for not looking like I was having fun at the pumpkin patch. With
There's
the
a reason for that.
It's not for me.
Right. Here's what I loved is did Adler show y'all the picture that he said when it was being taken he thought he was smiling?
Yes.
Yeah, he was like,
and you can tell he's disgusted.
He's got his little son look. He's going.
Yep.
That's the biggest smile he could get.
That's it.
He was like, the pumpkin patch. This is awesome.
I look like somebody's like shoving a nail through my toe while trying to smile. It was
having fun, aren't we?
Pumpkin patches are tough, guys. It's
probably the same face I had yesterday.
It was raining. That hurt.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, not
that
raining
in.
pumpkin.
Good night. What a mess.
Terrible. Anyways, iron beam. There you go.
Okay.
Yonder.
Yep. There's the pumpkins. All right. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
That's not how slavery worked. Now let's talk about how concentration camps work. Let me tell you how concentration camps don't work. First of all, you don't run yourself into the country and scream, "Catch me." Okay? In a concentration camp, they're at war with you, and they go grab you and put you in there as a prisoner. You arrived at our border.
They take you from your home.
You arrived.
They ship you there.
You arrived at our border of your own free will. Let me tell you what's not.
You came on your own.
Let me tell you what is not happening at our border. We're not telling you to get inside this room for a shower and killing you. Okay, we're not stacking up piles of bones and shoes of all the different people that we're killing because we're at war with the people of Mexico or whomever is trying to come in our southern border.
Or annihilate a race of people.
When you say let's set up as comfortable places as we can, including Wayfair helping us out a little bit, and let's try to make it as comfortable as we can, but you're overloading us at a border when you're trying to come into a sovereign country illegally. So now what we're going to do is say, since you're here illegally, by the way, that's not how concentration camps work. You won't talk to any Jewish people says, well, I'll tell you how my loved ones were killed by the Germans. They were just trying to come into Germany illegally, and they held them in a detention center and put them in a gas chamber because they tried to come in the country. That's not what happened. So what happened was the genocide was committed against a people as a country was trying to take over the world, okay, and declared a race of people to be inferior and should be annihilated. It had nothing to do with immigration and sovereignty at the border. The detention centers are sit here, we'll make you as comfortable as you can. You put us in this situation. We didn't put you in this situation, and we have a right, and it's not evil, it's not unreasonable for us to vet out the people who are coming to our country because we don't know who you are, where you came from, what shots you had or hadn't have, what disease you might be toting, or what you may be. A lot of you are just coming here to seek asylum, and when we vet you out, you can come in. And for those of you that can't, that don't meet the criteria, you can't come in. That's not evil. That's not unreasonable. That's not a concentration camp. All right, I'm done.
Bring it.
Right.
Well, by definition, if you want to, again...
I don't care what legitimate scholars say.
If you want to compare something to a concentration camp, if you're transported there against your will, if you are killed while you're there and you do not leave, it would be a better comparison to compare it to an abortion clinic.
Well, now you're really going to get in trouble.
Yeah, boy.
Isn't it funny, these same...
I'm out.
Hey, listen, isn't it amazing what these same people believe about when we actually become human beings? You know, the other day they went in vitro and fixed spina bifida on a child inside the mother's womb. So were they just working on a non-human then?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't outside the womb yet. Now, keep in mind, which always happens with evil, now we got to the point that outside the womb might not save you.
Yeah.
If your mama said she didn't want you and she meant to take your life and you got outside the womb somehow, we may just put you in there and keep you comfortable and take you out anyway. Yeah. See how far we keep sliding every time you don't deal with this kind of stuff? And so, I mean, a concentration camp does not include you keep feeding me, you keep trying to make me as comfortable as you can, and I arrived here and put you in this situation. And I'm free to leave. I'm free to leave. Concentration camps, you're not free to leave. I mean, we're turned to a bunch of loons. I mean, absolute loons.
Morons.
Legitimate scholars said it meets the... Well, no, it doesn't. How about this? You had a bunch
of... Hey, I don't need a legitimate scholar. I got a common sense. I got 8 pounds of gray matter up here that works semi-well. And I can make that call on my own, Rosie.
And there's people all over the world on both sides of the political fence that are screaming to Rosie and Cortez, stop calling these concentration camps. You don't know what you're talking about. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know,
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Absolutely. We're back.
All right, 35 minutes past. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. carshield.com/Bubba. This is a pretty simple, straightforward message. If you're driving an automobile right now, a lot of you listen to this show while in an automobile. I will caution you, the YouTube option in the automobile, not safe. But the audio on our live broadcast, yes, or our archives work fine. But if you're in the vehicle right now and this vehicle is no longer under warranty and something goes wrong in the automobile right now, today, you'll pay for it. That's pretty straightforward. Now, you could go with the protection plan from carshield.com/Bubba and go back with peace of mind again as you drive. They start, they're good for any budget, as low as $100 a month. There's options for you to have courtesy towing, 24/7 roadside assistance. I love that one. I need that. And even a rental car while yours is being repaired, because a lot of times that does come into play. Okay? So all of that can be handled in a protection plan that's perfect for your situation. So we're even going to get you an additional 20% off. It pays to know Rick and Bubba. We're those friends say, by the way, I know Rick and Bubba. Well, then you may have 20% off. 20% off if you go to carshield.com/Bubba. You also can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so I know that we have, we're going to hear this a lot. Trump has some sort of trial today. Is this right?
You can't always get what
Trump on trial. Trump on trial. Here we go. All right, so a Manhattan Supreme Court, we're ready to start something.
This is the case brought against the Trump organization, saying they have falsified their finances to overblow
That's right.
their assets so they can get bigger bank loans.
Right.
And this is all part of the. You remember the district attorney ran on her whole platform running was "I will get Trump."
Yeah, that's but she didn't exactly hide it from anyone. did she?
No, she didn't. It's well documented. Now, Trump will be back in the Manhattan courtroom today. It's a $250 million civil fraud trial. There is no jury in this. The judge will make the call on this. Before leaving, he has once again had slammed the judge hearing the case as a radical left Democrat. And said, we cannot let this happen in our system. He was going to be there personally to see the testimony of his former attorney, Michael Cohen, who they call his personal lawyer and fixer. Cohen's testimony has been delayed by what is called a pre-existing medical condition that impedes his ability to testify. But he says he will testify at the earliest opportunity. Now, will that be while the case is still going on? Most people expect this case to go into December. But Trump, who's denied any wrongdoing in this, has repeatedly criticized the judge, the prosecutor, even the judge's law clerk in this. And he has been ordered to not speak publicly about any member of the staff. He has since been hit with another partial gag order in the federal crimes case in Washington, D.C., where he faces charges related to the efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Trump, who is running for the 2024 Republican nomination, left the New York civil trial after 2.5 days after complaining that he was stuck there instead of campaigning. And so he's being hit with these gag orders. And I saw where the judge said in one of these cases he cannot refer to them or the prosecutor or anything. You know, it's a strange thing because we never had this before. But you know, if you want, I'm not saying it's wise, but if you want to say something negative about the court, I think you're probably free to do so, unless the judge tells you not to.
Right.
But in this case, does the judge have that authority to do that? And especially tying him up, he is interfering with an election. If Trump didn't have such a demanding lead, I think he would have even a better case in this.
No doubt, yeah.
But we've never seen this before, where we have someone who is not only running for president, but leading one of the two major political parties, being tied up in court proceedings. And it was obvious that they all wanted these cases got to trial at a speed, Rick, that no one else has ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
And they wanted them in the way to interfere with the campaigning. But it's only made Trump more popular.
When are people going to learn that when you have someone who is so galvanizing, and people feel so strongly that all you do when you do this is him claiming that all these people are out to get you and they're out to get me because they're ultimately out to get you, that it just makes people more excited about him. Because it looks like that everything he says that everybody's going to do, that he needs to go and protect you from, they're doing.
And I'm not a legal expert. I haven't followed this case line by line, but I did see some of the complaints that they were accusing the Trump organization of about their evaluations of several pieces of property, and I thought that their argument was a little weak. Honestly.
I agree. I even saw people that are normally, celebrity Democrats, and they're even making fun of the notion that somehow that property where it's located isn't worth what they said it's worth. They said it's probably worth more.
Yeah, this looks a little more like a fishing expedition than it does the call for justice, because unless I'm mistaken, Trump has not defaulted on any of these loans, has he? So, I mean, that would be where you might go, well, he got this under false pretense. But the evaluation, I mean, there's laws that say you have to go by that, but what is the evaluation? Is it by what the property next door is? Is it comparable? What's comparable to his place in West Palm Beach? I mean, there may not be many, you know?
I don't know. But somebody showed one that was like an empty lot.
Yeah,
Adler showed that.
Talked about how expensive it was.
And it was near, and it was worth more than they're even saying his whole property's worth.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So anyway, I mean, if I'm doing comparables, wouldn't I look at that and say, well, here's a lot right here that's worth more than that?
Well, look at Trump Tower in New York. There's other towers, but Trump Tower is known. It's a destination place.
Correct.
I mean, if you're a tourist, you go by there, you go in, you see the gold.
Right.
I mean, how do you put a value on that versus the building next to it that nobody knows the name of it?
Right. So
I don't know.
Well, we'll see. But again, if you're a supporter of Trump, and I know that they don't, there's people that don't need any more energy to support Trump. They're all in no matter what happens. And as you pointed out, when we looked at some of these polls, there's that 8% that they're trying to be won over. And when you look at I know this is 217 on 7 here, Adler, but we've got a billionaire and former Democrat voter. I can't say this person's name. There's no way.
No way.
But here's what, if you don't want Trump to win again, you don't want people like this that go, I wasn't for him, but I now understand that I should have been. And that this is so meaning if Trump gets an opportunity again, people like this man who didn't vote for him will this time. So, and here he is explaining why.
Voted for Hillary Clinton. I voted for Joe Biden, but this is the honest assessment. The guy did, for the things that he was supposed to do, a good job. And for where every other president found a way to, frankly, make our situation a little bit worse, specifically around wars, he did not do that. And that is a huge accomplishment that I think needs to be acknowledged. As a Democrat who has been left homeless, who is now definitely in the center, but probably leaning increasingly right, I'm left yet again with an appreciation, despite the message of the Trump administration, because what those guys did was pretty incredible in hindsight. These Abraham Accords, the accords with Israel and the GCC, the almost accord between Israel and Saudi, to really be able to find a long-lasting peace is just a real example for the world. And those guys did a lot of really good work. And
it's a miracle, actually, when you look at it. What they did, despite the fact, listen, I'm no fan of Trump, and I am too homeless.
But this is where,
it's a political party. But if you want to objectively look at what they did, it was good work. It was great work.
You have to. And in fact, this is a moment where you have to start to re-underwrite, is one's Trump derangement syndrome causing more damage than anything that Trump could have actually done? And I think the answer is yes, because like it's now causing us to not see that good work and then embrace and extend it. So much of the work that happened in that administration turns out to have been right. And that's what's so frustrating for me. The work on the border wall. We didn't like the messenger, so we killed the message. Turned out it was right. Issuing long-term debt to refinance when rates were at zero. We didn't like the messenger, so we killed the message. A structural peace in the Middle East. We didn't like the messenger, so we killed the message. When are we going to stop shooting ourselves in the foot? And when are we going to actually see and take the time to look past who is saying things and actually listen to them word for word?
Pretty strong.
Wow. Yep. There you go. And those are people that did not vote. When they say homeless, they're very wealthy people. They mean politically homeless.
Yeah.
They don't like the current state of the Democrats, and they don't like the far right of some of the Republicans. And they realize that they demonized Trump solely because of his personality and demonized the message because of the messenger, but the message was right.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've said this so many times, where Seinfeld was a show about nothing, ours is a show about anything. And one of the things that really, really we have felt called to over probably the last decade of the show is a call to men's ministry. We talk about all the things that are going on with our country and with our society. And one of the things, and we got to call it what it is, and this is not a hyperbole or an exaggeration, there is an attack on maleness in our country. And if you're paying attention and you're looking around, I don't know if there's ever been a time that men are more confused, because there certainly is a type of masculinity that truly is toxic. Now, you got to be careful when you see op-eds and stuff talking about toxic masculinity. Be sure you read it first, because sometimes we'll take labels and put it on something that may not meet the title. However, now more than ever, it's important for the church to do its job and to actually practice what we've claimed to believe every single Father's Day. And with all of our surveys and with all this, that the most influential force in the home, in the church, and in society is a man. Men and women are equal, but they are not the same. Now, that is in total conflict with the current state of society, which, if the church is doing everything right, it usually is in conflict with the state of the society around it as far as the beliefs. So what are we going to do about it? We can sit around and talk about it all we want to, and there's nothing that any of us hate worse than to be in a meeting where they talk about a problem, but they never talk about a solution, and they never talk about anything to resolve it. So we've made a commitment here that the true strategy that would really work would be to address the disease that is the problem with a lot of men, not the symptoms. There's a lot of symptoms, but the disease is that there's a lot of men who are either lost, they don't know Christ, or they have made a decision for Christ and have become justified and redeemed. Certainly hope that's true, but they're staying forever in spiritual infancy. And they're never discipled from spiritual infancy to spiritual maturity. So you can scream, be the spiritual leader all day long at a man, but if he doesn't know what you're talking about, he didn't know what to do. So we've made an effort here with the platform that we've been given that we're going to be part of resolving that, and those that want to come along with us can come along, and those of us that don't want to, that's okay too. So we have we started some of the curriculum, the How to Be a Man series with the devotionals. You can find those at howtobeamanchallenge.com or rickandbubba.com under the store. Got a new one that just came out. There's also going to be a launch of a whole national strategy that we're working on behind the scenes. You're going to see us launch here pretty soon, and one of the places you'll probably see us launch that is something that we're going to talk about now that will be coming up next year, February 21st and 22nd of 2020, and that is the Pursuit Men's Conference that will be held in one of our markets, Dothan, Alabama, where you can hear us on News Talk 103.9. And we're teaming up with a young man there that's excited and kind of leading the charge there to do something about what we just talked about. I'll be there speaking and emceeing it. Rich Wingo will be speaking. Bill Searcy will be speaking. And Brody Kroll will also be speaking, who joins us now. Brody, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. How are we?
Brody.
Well, when we look at what we're talking about, Brody, you and the work you guys do at Big Oak Ranch, and you've been on the show before, and we've talked with you guys about what you do. And those of you that don't know, this is a place where children are given a chance that maybe for whatever reason their parents cannot fulfill the responsibilities they've been given. And Big Oak Ranch steps in to say, let's give these children a chance. I don't think I have to tell you a whole lot about what's happened with the downfall of dads.
No. Unfortunately, that's why we are growing, and we're building a new home, starting a new subdivision because it's unfortunately it's going in that direction because we've gotten lost in this world called options. And if you asked any of our seniors that are graduating, they're about to go to college, or our kids that are graduating from college, I tell them, I'm like, just don't get lost in the world called options. I was like, because right now we live in this world where we have this option, we have this option, we have this option, we have this option. And whenever one doesn't go right, all we do is we end up leaving it, and we go to the next one. And then when that one gets hard, we leave it, and we go to the next one. And then when that one gets hard, we leave it, and we go to the next one. And unfortunately, we've seen that in our younger generation, and we've seen that in where kids basically they job hop until they're 30.
Here we go. 9 minutes to the top. All 10 lines are available. Helmsy's on the phones. 866 We Be Big. Let's fire them in here. 30 seconds a pop. It's your turn to ask questions, make comments, bring information to the table. Largest number of people in the shortest amount of time, all rolling in right now at 866 We Be Big. The old buzzer will be our friend in keeping the line moving. First phone troll of the day. We've had some phone segments, but not a troll. A troll tries to give more opportunity to more folk and kind of keeps everything moving. So if you want to join us now, you can at 866 We Be Big, and Helmsy get you lined up and ready to go. Updates yesterday again. I've had people asking me about this. The Man Church Conference is 2024. February will be in Birmingham. In March we'll be at Starkville, Mississippi, on the campus of Mississippi State University, and got another update from all the ticket brokers yesterday that sell the tickets, and I will say it again, we are getting close to where it's over. Birmingham's over halfway gone now, and Starkville's about the same. So if you want to make moves on these tickets, you need to go ahead and get those done. And I'm only telling you that if you want to get your guys to be able to sit together. All the tickets are reserved. Robbie Gallaty will be with us in Birmingham, along with Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking there, and Chuck Hooten will do worship. And then in Starkville, Mississippi, James Spann is going to be in our guest slot. He'll be telling his incredible story and talking about his new book to the men there. Scott Dawson also speaking in Starkville. I'll be speaking in Starkville. So will Andy Blanks, and Chuck Hooten will be with us. So if you have not made a move and your group wants to be there, I would encourage you to do so, and there is a price increase coming at the first of the year as well. So that's an update on that, and I'll keep you updated if you follow us on social media at the Man Church as well. To the phones we go. Let's get started. We'll start with Wendy. Wendy is in Mobile, Alabama. Who's calling Rick and Bubba in the phone troll? Wendy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, during the commercial breaks when they do the 2019 replays, you were going on a rant about the southern border, AOC and Rosie, comparing it to concentration camps. And also Bernie Sanders wanted to give free college, and they showed a beach picture of you and Sherry in 2019, and you said empty nest, your kids had gone to college, and now you've repeated that same thing.
Isn't that something? That's incredible. The more things change, the more they stay the same. We continue. Lines are available if you want to join us at 866 We Be Big. If you are not sure what Wendy was talking about, if you have the YouTube option, you get flashbacks during the commercial breaks. Robert, South Carolina, go right ahead. Robert, welcome.
Hi, how you doing? I wanted to give you I wanted to run something by you about a poll that you might want to try for Trump. The gentleman earlier had called in and was talking about Trump, and you all had mentioned about Democrats and the Jewish people and how they normally vote Jewish. And with everything that's going on, Trump definitely is going to have to attract these voters
no doubt
are in the middle. So since the ones that aren't sure, it might be nice to poll and ask them, what can he do to win your vote?
You know, we did a poll.
If he worked on it, maybe.
Yeah, I think most of them were nothing. I mean, they were just all against him, no matter what.
Yeah, we did has anybody changed their mind? I think we had a trickle that did.
Yeah.
It wasn't a large number.
But also those that were for him, there was very little he could do to lose their support.
Yeah, but you got.
Well, I do remember.
You do remember
hearing that from y'all. I just wondered with everything that's going on now.
I see what you're saying.
If anything might have changed.
I see. Yeah, and especially if you're Jewish and you've been voting Democrat. I mean, of course, I guess what Biden's about to try to do would go a long way with you, or them. But what I would say, you know, it's true, and we will do that. Robert's a good idea. It is true what these two Democrats just said. They did not go with Trump's good message on three crucial things because they didn't like the messenger. So they're taking ownership that maybe they were petty. But I do think also, which may be a tougher challenge, it also means that President Trump needs to be coachable. Okay? He's got good ideas. He actually operated as a president quite well and did a lot of things right, the things they mentioned. But they wouldn't listen to his message because they were so unhappy with the way the messenger behaved. So he also needs to hear, if he wants to get that 8%, that maybe it's okay for him not lose his personality, but to be more coachable on how you present the message. Whether you think people should be that way or not, for some reason, we give football coaches a pass as long as they win that we won't give politicians.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but we don't. You know, you can have a coach, he can be the biggest jerk in the world. If he wins football games, nobody cares. But for some reason, a president can win, and people say, well, I didn't like what he said because of the way he said it. But so maybe because you're talking to a more vast audience, maybe football fans don't care, but other people do. Not everybody's a football fan, so maybe that's it. But he also needs to hear from this that I need to be more coachable about how I present my message so people will listen to it because the message is good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just don't know if he's capable.
No, I agree. You're right. I just thought I'd say it.
Yeah.
Brian,
good coming out.
And Huntsville 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead. 30 seconds.
President Biden going over to Israel now. It's the administration sending him. They can pretend like he's doing something. He gets a 12-hour nappy time going there, 12-hour nappy time coming back, and it's simply Basement Joe at 20,000 feet.
Also, that's good. Also, Brian, let's be honest, he thinks he's in Delaware. So
he's going to think that's the longest train ride he's had in a while.
Joey, you know how many miles he's got, don't you?
Yeah, a zillion.
Let's go to Eddie in Birmingham. Eddie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I've got a question. I was watching YouTube, and the Islam flag represents the colors of the four horsemen. And the dude on YouTube was talking about them being the four horsemen. I just wanted to hang up and see what you thought about that.
I wouldn't agree with that. I would disagree with that. So, I mean, the four horsemen are very specific, and we covered that in the study. I think that's interesting comment and certainly fun to talk about, but I would disagree with that.
I don't think it matches the description.
No, it doesn't. No, I would not go along with that. And a lot of that has to do with the fact we just finished the study on it, so we spent a lot of time there, and that's kind of an inch deep, mile wide comment. But if you dive deep, like Bubba just said, it doesn't match up. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba show. It may be the colors match, but them being the four horsemen, it doesn't match up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and